Shadow Puppets by Orson Scott Card. Chapter 1. Groan. From No Address at Untraceable.com, number 14H9CCO, sign up now and stay anonymous. 2. Trireme. Salamis at Attica vs. Sparta.hst. Final decision. Wigan. Subject not to be killed. Subject will be transported according to Plan 2, Route 1. Departure Tuesday 0400. Checkpoint number 3 at 0600, which is first light. Please be smart enough to remember the international dateline. He is yours if you want him. If your intelligence outweighs your ambition, you will kill him. If vice versa, you will try to use him. You did not ask my advice, but I have seen him in action. Kill him. True, without an antagonist to fight in the world, you will never retrieve the power the office of hegemon once had. It would be the end of your career. Let him live, and it is the end of your life, and you will leave the world in his power when you die. Who is the monster? Or at least monster number 2? And I have told you how to get him. Am I monster number 3, or merely fool number 1? Your faithful servant in Motley.
Bean kind of liked being tall, even though it was going to kill him. And at the rate he was growing, it would be sooner rather than later. How long did he have? A year? 3? 5? The ends of his bones were still like a child's, blossoming, lengthening. Even his head was growing so that, like a baby, he had a soft patch of cartilage and new bone along the crest of his skull. It meant constant adjustment, as week by week his arms reached farther when he flung them out. His feet were longer and caught on stairs and sills. His legs were longer so that, as he walked, he covered ground more quickly, and companions had to hurry to keep up. When he trained with the soldiers, the elite company of men that constituted the entire military force of the hegemony, he could now run ahead of them, his stride longer than theirs. He had long since earned the respect of his men, but now, thanks to his height, they finally, literally, looked up to him. Bean stood on the grass where 2 assault choppers were waiting for his men to board. Today, the mission was a dangerous one: to penetrate Chinese airspace and intercept a small convoy transporting a prisoner from Beijing toward the interior. Everything depended on secrecy, surprise, and the extraordinarily accurate information the hegemon, Peter Wiggin, had been receiving from inside China in the past few months. Bean wished he knew the source of the intelligence, because his life and the lives of his men depended on it. The accuracy up to now could easily have been a setup. Even though hegemon was essentially an empty title now, since most of the world's population resided in countries that had withdrawn their recognition of the authority of the office, Peter Wiggin had been using Bean's soldiers well. They were a constant irritant to the newly expansionist China, inserting themselves here and there at exactly the moment most calculated to disrupt the confidence of the Chinese leadership. The patrol boat that suddenly disappears, the helicopter that goes down, the spy operation that is abruptly rolled up, blinding the Chinese intelligence service in yet another country. Officially, the Chinese hadn't even accused the hegemon of any involvement in such incidents, but that only meant that they didn't want to give any publicity to the hegemon, didn't want to boost his reputation or prestige among those who feared China in these years since the conquest of India and Indochina. They almost certainly knew who was the source of their woes. Indeed, they probably gave Bean's little force the credit for problems that were actually the ordinary accidents of life. The death of the foreign minister of a heart attack in Washington, D.C., only minutes before meeting with the U.S. president. They might really think Peter Wiggin's reach was that long, or that he thought the Chinese foreign minister, a party hack, was worth assassinating. And the fact that a devastating drought was in its second year in India, forcing the Chinese either to buy food on the open market or allow relief workers from Europe and the Americas into the newly captured and still rebellious subcontinent. Maybe they even imagined that Peter Wiggin could control the monsoon rains. Bean had no such illusions. Peter Wiggin had all kinds of contacts throughout the world, a collection of informants that was gradually turning into a serious network of spies. But as far as Bean could tell, Peter was still just playing a game. Oh, Peter thought it was real enough, but he had never seen what happened in the real world. He had never seen people die as a result of his orders. Bean had, and it was not a game. He heard his men approaching. He knew without looking that they were very close, for even here, in supposedly safe territory, an advanced staging area in the mountains of Mindanao in the Philippines, they moved as silently as possible. But he also knew that he had heard them before they expected him to, for his senses had always been unusually keen. Not the physical sense organs. His ears were quite ordinary, but the ability of his brain to recognize even the slightest variation from the ambient sound. That's why he raised a hand in greeting to men who were only just emerging from the forest behind him. He could hear the changes in their breathing. Sighs, almost silent chuckles that told him they recognized that he had caught them again. As if it were a grown-up game of Mother May I, and Bean always seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Suryawang came up beside him as the men filed by in 2 columns to board the choppers, heavily laden for the mission ahead. "Sir," said Suryawang. That made Bean turn. Suryawang never called him sir. His second-in-command, a Thai only a few years older than Bean, was now half a head shorter. He saluted Bean and then turned toward the forest he had just come from. When Bean turned to face the same direction, he saw Peter Wiggin, the hegemon of Earth, the brother of Ender Wiggin, who saved the world from the Formic invasion only a few years before. Peter Wiggin, the conniver and gamesman. What was he playing at now? "I hope you aren't insane enough to be coming along on this mission," said Bean. "What a cheery greeting," said Peter. "That is a gun in your pocket, so I guess you aren't happy to see me." Bean hated Peter most when Peter tried to banter, so he said nothing. Waited. "Julian Delphiki, there's been a change of plans," said Peter. Calling him by his full name, as if he were Bean's father. Well, Bean had a father, even if he didn't know he had one until after the war was over, and they told him that Nikolai Delphiki wasn't just his friend, he was his brother. But having a father and mother show up when you're 11 isn't the same as growing up with them. No one had called Bean Julian Delphiki when he was little. No one had called him anything at all, until they tauntingly called him Bean on the streets of Rotterdam. Peter never seemed to see the absurdity of it, talking down to Bean. "I fought in the war against the buggers," Bean wanted to say. "I fought beside your brother Ender while you were playing your little games with the rabble-rousing on the nets. And while you've been filling your empty little role as hegemon, I've been leading these men into combat that actually made a difference in the world. And you tell me there's been a change of plans?" "Let's scrub the mission," said Bean. "Last-minute changes in plan lead to unnecessary losses in battle." "Actually, this one won't," said Peter, "because the only change is that you're not going." "And you're going in my place?" Bean did not have to show scorn in his voice or on his face. Peter was bright enough to know that the idea was a joke. Peter was trained for nothing except writing essays, schmoozing with politicians, playing at geopolitics. "Suryawang will command this mission," said Peter. Suryawang took the sealed envelope that Peter handed him, but then turned to Bean for confirmation. Peter no doubt noticed that Suryawang did not intend to follow Peter's orders unless Bean said he should. Being mostly human, Peter could not resist the temptation to jab back. "Unless," said Peter, "you don't think Suryawang is ready to lead the mission?" Bean looked at Suryawang, who smiled back at him. "Your Excellency, the troops are yours to command," said Bean. "Suryawang always leads the men in battle, so nothing important will be different." which was not quite true. Bean and Suryawang often had to change plans at the last minute, and Bean ended up commanding all or part of a mission as often as not, depending on which of them had to deal with the emergency. Still, difficult as this operation was, it was not too complicated. Either the convoy would be where it was supposed to be, or it would not. If it was there, the mission would probably succeed. If it was not there, or if it was an ambush, the mission would be aborted and they would return home. Suryawang and the other officers and soldiers could deal with any minor changes routinely. Unless, of course, the change in mission was because Peter Wiggin knew that it would fail and he didn't want to risk losing Bean, or because Peter was betraying them for some arcane reason of his own. "Please don't open that," said Peter, "until you're airborne." Suryawang saluted. "Time to leave," he said. "This mission," said Peter, "will bring us significantly closer to breaking the back of Chinese expansionism." Bean did not even sigh. But this tendency of Peter's to make claims about what would happen always made him a little tired. "Godspeed," said Bean to Suryawang. Sometimes when he said this, Bean remembered Sister Carlotta and wondered if she was actually with God now, and perhaps heard Bean say the closest thing to a prayer that ever passed his lips. Suryawang jogged to the chopper. Unlike the men, he carried no equipment beyond a small day pack and his sidearm. He had no need of heavy weaponry because he expected to remain with the choppers during this operation. There were times when the commander had to lead in combat, but not on a mission like this, where communication was everything and he had to be able to make instant decisions that would be communicated to everyone at once. So he would stay with the E-maps that monitored the positions of every soldier and talk with them by scrambled satellite uplink. He would not be safe there in the chopper. Quite the contrary. If the Chinese were aware of what was coming, or if they were able to respond in time, Suryawang would be sitting inside one of the two biggest and easiest targets to hit. "That's my place," thought Bean, as he watched Suryawang bound up into the chopper, helped by the outstretched hand of one of the men. The door of the chopper closed. The two aircraft rose from the ground in a storm of wind and dust and leaves, flattening the grass below them. Only then did another figure emerge from the forest. A young woman, Petra. Bean saw her and immediately erupted with anger. "What are you thinking?" he shouted at Peter over the diminishing sound of the rising choppers. "Where are her bodyguards? Don't you know she's in danger whenever she leaves the safety of the compound?" "Actually," said Peter, and now the choppers were high enough up that normal voices could be heard, "she's probably never been safer in her life." "If you think that," said Bean, "you're an idiot." "Actually, I do think that, and I'm not an idiot." Peter grinned. "You always underestimate me. You always overestimate yourself." "Oh, Bean." Bean turned to Petra. "Oh, Petra." He had seen her only 3 days ago, just before they left on this mission. She had helped him plan it. She knew it backward and forward as well as he did. "What's this emo doing to our mission?" Bean asked her. Petra shrugged. "Haven't you figured it out?" Bean thought for a moment. As usual, his unconscious mind had been processing information in the background, well behind what he was aware of. On the surface, he was thinking about Peter and Petra and the mission that had just left. But underneath, his mind had already noticed the anomalies and was ready to list them. Peter had taken Bean off the mission and given sealed orders to Suryawang. Obviously, then, there was some change in the mission that he didn't want Bean to know about. Peter had also brought Petra out of hiding and yet claimed she had never been safer. That must mean that for some reason he was sure Ashiel was not able to reach her here. Ashiel was the only person on Earth whose personal network rivaled Peter's for its ability to stretch across national boundaries. The only way Peter could be sure that Ashiel could not reach Petra, even here, was if Ashiel was not free to act. Ashiel was a prisoner, and had been for some time. which meant that the Chinese, having used him to set up their conquest of India, Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and to arrange their alliance with Russia and the Warsaw Pact, finally noticed that he was a psychopath and locked him up. Ashiel was a prisoner in China. The message contained in Siriao Wang's envelope undoubtedly told him the identity of the prisoner that they were supposed to rescue from Chinese custody. That information could not have been communicated before the mission departed, because Bean would not have allowed the mission to go forward if he had known it would lead to Ashiel's release. Bean turned to Peter. "You're as stupid as the German politicians who conspired to bring Hitler to power, thinking they could use him." "I knew you'd be upset," said Peter calmly. "Unless the new orders you gave Siriao Wang were to kill the prisoner after all. You realize that you're way too predictable when it comes to this guy. Just mentioning his name sets you off. It's your Ashiel heel. Pardon the jest." Bean ignored him. Instead, he reached out and took Petra's hand. "If you already knew what he was doing, why did you come with him?" "Because I wouldn't be safe in Brazil anymore," said Petra. "And so I'd rather be with you." "Both of us together only gives Ashiel twice the motivation," said Bean. "But you're the one who survives no matter what Ashiel throws at you," said Petra. "That's what I want to be." Bean shook his head. "People close to me die." "On the contrary," said Petra, "people only die when they aren't with you." Well, that was true enough, but irrelevant. In the long run, Poke and Sister Carlotta both died because of Bean, because they made the mistake of loving him and being loyal to him. "I'm not leaving your side," said Petra. "Ever?" asked Bean. Before she could answer, Peter interrupted. "All this is very touching, but we need to go over what we're doing with Ashiel after we get him back." Petra looked at him as if he were an annoying child. "You really are dim," she said. "I know he's dangerous," said Peter. "That's why we have to be very careful how we handle this." "Listen to him," said Petra. "Saying we." "There's no we," said Bean. "Good luck." Still holding Petra's hand, Bean started for the forest. Petra had only a moment to wave cheerily at Peter, and then she was beside Bean, jogging toward the trees. "You're going to quit?" shouted Peter after them. "Just like that? When we're finally close to being able to get things moving our way?" They didn't stop to argue. Later, on the private plane Bean chartered to get them from Mindanao to Salib, Petra mocked Peter's words. "When we're finally close to being able to get things moving our way?" Bean laughed. "When was it ever our way?" she went on, not laughing now. "It's all about increasing Peter's influence, boosting his power and prestige. Our way." "I don't want him dead," said Bean. "Who, Ashiel?" "No," said Bean. "Him I want dead. It's Peter we have to keep alive. He's the only balance." "He's lost his balance now," said Petra. "How long before Ashiel arranges to have him killed?" "What worries me is how long before Ashiel penetrates and co-opts his entire network." "Maybe we're assigning Ashiel supernatural powers," said Petra. "He isn't a god, not even a hero, just a sick kid." "No," said Bean. "I'm a sick kid. He's the devil." "Well, so," said Petra, "maybe the devil is a sick kid." "So, you're saying we should still try to help Peter?" "I'm saying that if Peter lives through this little brush with Ashiel, he might be more prone to listen to us." "Not likely," said Bean, "because if he survives, he'll think it proves he's smarter than we are, so he'll be even less likely to hear us." "Yeah," said Petra. "It's not like he's going to learn anything." "First thing we need to do," said Bean, "is split up." "No," said Petra. "I've done this before, Petra. Going into hiding, keeping from getting caught. And if we're together, we're too identifiable, la la la," she said. Saying la 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 doesn't mean it isn't true. But I don't care, said Petra. That's the part you're leaving out of your calculations. And I do care, said Bean, which is the part you're leaving out of yours. Let me put it this way, said Petra. If we separate, and Ashiel finds me and kills me first, then you'll just have one more female you love deeply who is dead because you didn't protect her. You fight dirty. I fight like a girl. And if you stay with me, we'll probably end up dying together. No, we won't, said Petra. I'm not immortal, as you well know. But you are smarter than Ashiel, and luckier, and taller, and nicer. The new improved human. She looked at him thoughtfully. You know, now that you're tall, we could probably travel as man and wife. Bean sighed. I'm not going to marry you. Just as camouflage. It had begun as hints, but now it was quite open, her desire to marry him. I'm not going to have children, he said. My species ends with me. I think that's pretty selfish of you. What if the first Homo sapiens had felt that way? We'd all still be Neanderthals, and when the buggers came, they would have blasted us all to bits, and that would be that. We didn't evolve from Neanderthals, said Bean. Well, it's a good thing we have that little fact squared away, said Petra. And I didn't evolve at all. I was manufactured, genetically created. Still in the image of God, said Petra. Sister Carlotta could say those things, but it's not funny coming from you. Yes, it is, said Petra. Not to me. I don't think I want to have your babies if they might inherit your sense of humor. That's a relief. Only it wasn't. Because he was attracted to her, and she knew it. More than that, he truly cared about her, liked being with her. She was his friend. If he weren't going to die, if he wanted to have a family, if he had any interest in marrying, she was the only female human that he would even consider. But that was the trouble. She was human, and he was not. After a few moments of silence, she leaned her head on his shoulder and held his hand. Thank you, she murmured. For what, I don't know. For letting me save your life. When did that happen? Asked Bean. As long as you have to look out for me, said Petra. You won't die. So, you're coming along with me, increasing our risk of being identified and allowing Ashiel to get his two worst nemesis with one well-placed bomb in order to save my life? That's right, genius boy, said Petra. I don't even like you, you know. At this moment, he was annoyed enough that the statement was almost true. As long as you love me, I don't mind. And he suspected that her lie, too, was almost true.
Chapter 2, Suryawang's Knife. From Salam, Spaceboy at Inshallah.com, to Watcher on duty at International.net. Re what you asked. My dear Mr. Wiggin/Locke, philosophically speaking, all guests in the Muslim home are treated as sacred visitors sent by God and under his care. In practice, for two extremely talented, famous, and unpredictable persons who are hated by one powerful non-Muslim figure and aided by another, this is a very dangerous part of the world, particularly if they seek to remain both hidden and free. I do not believe they will be foolish enough to seek refuge in a Muslim country. I regret to tell you, however, that your interest and mine do not coincide on this matter, so despite our occasional cooperation in the past, I most certainly will not tell you whether I encounter them or hear news of them. Your accomplishments are many, and I have helped you in the past and will in the future, but when Ender led us in fighting the Formics, these friends were beside me. Where were you? Respectfully yours, Alai.
Suriawang opened his orders and was not surprised. He had led missions inside China before, but always for the purpose of sabotage or intelligence gathering or involuntary high officer force reduction, Peter's mostly ironic euphemism for assassination. The fact that this assignment had been to capture rather than kill suggested that it was a person who was not Chinese. Suriawang had rather hoped it might be one of the leaders of a conquered country, the deposed Prime Minister of India, for instance, or the captive Prime Minister of Suriawang's native Thailand. He had even entertained, briefly, the thought that it might be one of his own family. But it made sense that Peter was taking this risk, not for someone of mere political or symbolic value, but for the enemy who had put the world into this strange and desperate situation. Ashiel. Erstwhile gimp-legged cripple, frequent murderer, full-time psychotic, and warmonger extraordinaire, Ashiel had a knack for finding out just what the leaders of nations aspired for and promising them a way to get it. So far he had convinced a faction in the Russian government, the heads of the Indian and Pakistani governments, and various leaders in other lands to do his bidding. When Russia found him a liability, he had fled to India, where he already had friends waiting for him. When India and Pakistan were both doing exactly what he had arranged for them to do, he betrayed them, using his connections inside China. The next move, of course, would have been to betray his friends in China and jump ahead of them to a position of even greater power. But the ruling coterie in China was every bit as cynical as Ashiel and recognized his pattern of behavior. So, not all that long after he had made China the world's only effective superpower, they arrested him. If the Chinese were so smart, why wasn't Peter? Hadn't Peter himself said, when Ashiel is most useful and loyal to you, that is when he has most certainly betrayed you? So why was he thinking he could use this monstrous boy? Or had Ashiel managed to convince Peter, despite all the proof that Ashiel kept no promises, that this time he would remain loyal to an ally? I should kill him, thought Suriawang. In fact, I will. I will report to Peter that Ashiel died in the chaos of the rescue. Then the world will be a safer place. It's not as if Suriawang hadn't killed dangerous enemies before. And from what Bean and Petra had told him, Ashiel was by definition a dangerous enemy, especially to anyone who had ever been kind to him. If you've ever seen him in a condition of weakness or helplessness or defeat, Bean had said, he can't bear for you to stay alive. I don't think it's personal. He doesn't have to kill you with his own hands or watch you die or anything like that. He just has to know that you no longer live in the same world with him. So the most dangerous thing you can do, Petra had said, is to save him, because the very fact that you saw that he needed saving is your death sentence in his mind. Had they never explained this to Peter? Of course they had. So in sending Suriawang to rescue Ashiel, Peter knew that he was, in effect, signing Suriawang's death warrant. No doubt Peter imagined that he was going to control Ashiel, and therefore Suriawang would be in no danger. But Ashiel had killed the surgeon who repaired his gimp leg, and the girl who had once declined to kill him when he was at her mercy. He had killed the nun who found him on the streets of Rotterdam and got him an education and a chance at battle school. To have Ashiel's gratitude was clearly a terminal disease. Peter had no power to make Suriawang immune. Ashiel never left a good deed unpunished, however long it might take, however convoluted the path to vengeance might be. I should kill him, thought Suriawang, or he will surely kill me. He's not a soldier. He's a prisoner. To kill him would be murder, even in a war. But if I don't kill him, he's bound to kill me. May a man not defend himself? Besides, he's the one who masterminded the plan that put my people into subjugation to the Chinese, destroying a nation that had never been conquered, not by the Burmese, not by colonizing Europeans, not by the Japanese in the Second World War, not by the communists in their day. For Thailand alone he deserves to die, not to mention all his other murders and betrayals. But if a soldier does not obey orders, killing only as he is ordered to kill, then what is he worth to his commander? What cause does he serve? Not even his own survival, for in such an army no officer would be able to count on his men, no soldier on his companions. Maybe I'll be lucky, and his vehicle will blow up with him inside. Those were the thoughts he wrestled with as they flew below radar, brushing the crests of the waves of the China Sea. They skimmed over the beach so quickly there was barely time to register the fact as the onboard computers made the assault craft jog left and right, jerk upward, and then drift down again, avoiding obstacles on the ground while trying to stay below radar. Their choppers were thoroughly masked, and the onboard disinfo pretended to all watching satellites that they were anything other than what they actually were. Before long they reached a certain road and turned north, then west, zipping over what Peter's intelligence sources had tagged as checkpoint number 3. The man at that checkpoint would radio a warning to the convoy transporting Ashiel, of course, but they wouldn't have finished the first sentence before Suryawang's pilot spotted the convoy. "Armor and troop transport fore and aft," he said. "Take out all support vehicles." "What if the prisoner has been put in one of the support vehicles?" "Then there will be a tragic death by friendly fire," said Suryawang. The soldiers understood, or at least thought they understood. Suryawang was going through the motions of rescuing the prisoner, but if the prisoner died, he would not mind. This was not, strictly speaking, true, or at least not at this moment. Suryawang simply trusted the Chinese soldiers to go absolutely by the book. The convoy was merely a show of force to keep any local crowds or rebels or rogue military groups from attempting to interfere. They had not contemplated the possibility of, or even a motive for, a rescue from some outside force. Certainly not from the tiny commando force of the hegemon. Only a half-dozen Chinese soldiers were able to get out of the vehicles before the hegemony missiles blew them up. Suryawang's soldiers were already firing before they leapt from the settling choppers, and he knew that in moments all resistance would be over. But the prison van carrying Ashiel was undisturbed. No one had emerged from it, not even the drivers. Violating protocol, Suryawang jumped down from the command chopper and walked toward the back of the prison van. He stood close as the soldier assigned to blow the door slapped on the unlocking charge and detonated it. There was a loud pop, but no backblast at all as the explosive tore open the latch. The door jogged open a couple of centimeters. Suryawang extended an arm to stop the other soldiers from going into the van to rescue the prisoner. Instead, he opened the door only far enough to toss his own combat knife onto the floor of the van. Then he pushed the door back into place and stood back, waving his men back also. The van rocked and lurched from some violent activity inside it. 2 guns went off. The door flew open as a body collapsed backward into the dirt at their feet. "Be Ashiel," thought Suryawang, looking down at the Chinese officer who was trying to gather his entrails with his hands. Suryawang had the irrational thought that the man ought really to wash his organs before jamming them back into his abdomen. It was so unsanitary. A tall young man in prison pajamas appeared in the van door, holding a bloody combat knife in his hand. "You don't look like much, Ashiel," thought Suryawang. "But then you don't have to look all that impressive when you've just killed your guards with a knife you didn't expect someone to throw on the floor at your feet." "All dead inside?" asked Suryawang. A soldier would have answered yes or no, along with a count of the living and dead. But Ashiel hadn't been a soldier in battle school for more than a few days. He didn't have the reflexes of military discipline. "Very nearly," said Ashiel. "Whose stupid idea was it to throw me a knife instead of opening the Mawson door and blasting the hell out of those guys?" "Check to see if they're dead," Sir Yawang said to his nearby men. Moments later they reported that all convoy personnel had been killed. That was essential if the hegemon was to be able to preserve the fiction that it was not a hegemony force that had carried out this raid. "Choppers, in 20, said Sir Yawang. At once his men scrambled to the choppers. Sir Yawang turned to Ashiel. "My commander respectfully invites you to allow us to transport you out of China. And if I refuse, if you have your own resources in country, then I will bid you goodbye with my commander's compliments." This was not at all what Peter's orders said, but Sir Yawang knew what he was doing. "Very well," said Ashiel. "Go away and leave me here." Sir Yawang immediately jogged toward his command chopper. "Wait," called Ashiel. 10 seconds, Sir Yawang called over his shoulder. He jumped inside and turned around. Sure enough, Ashiel was close behind, reaching out a hand to be taken up into the bird. "I'm glad you chose to come with us," said Sir Yawang. Ashiel found a seat and strapped himself into it. "I assume your commander is Bean, and you're Sir Yawang," said Ashiel. The chopper lifted off and began to fly by a different route toward the coast. "My commander is the hegemon," said Sir Yawang. "You are his guest." Ashiel smiled placidly and silently looked around at the soldiers who had just carried out his rescue. "What if I had been in one of the other vehicles?" said Ashiel. "If I had been in charge of this convoy, there's no chance the prisoner would have been in the obvious place." "But you were not commanding the convoy," said Sir Yawang. Ashiel's smile broadened a little. "So what was that business with tossing in a knife? How did you know my hands would even be free to get the thing?" "I assumed that you would have arranged to have free hands," said Sir Yawang. "Why? I didn't know you were coming." "Begging your pardon, sir," said Sir Yawang. "But whatever was or wasn't coming, you would have had your hands free. Those were your orders from Peter Wiggin?" "No, sir. That was my judgment in battle," said Sir Yawang. It galled him to address Ashiel as Sir, but if this little play was to have a happy ending, this was Sir Yawang's role for the moment. "What kind of rescue is this, where you toss the prisoner a knife and stand and wait to see what happens?" "There were too many variables if we flung open the door," said Sir Yawang. "Too great a danger of your being killed in the crossfire." Ashiel said nothing, just looked at the opposite wall of the chopper. "Besides," said Sir Yawang, "this was not a rescue operation. What was it? Target practice? Chinese skeet?" "An offer of transportation to an invited guest of the hegemon," said Sir Yawang, "and the loan of a knife." Ashiel held up the bloody thing, dangling it from the point. "Yours?" he asked. "Unless you want to clean it," said Sir Yawang. Ashiel handed it to him. Sir Yawang took out his cleaning kit and wiped down the blade, then began to polish it. "You wanted me to die," said Ashiel quietly. "I expected you to solve your own problems," said Sir Yawang, "without getting any of my men killed. And since you accomplished it, I believe my decision has proven to be, if not the best course of action, at least a valid one." "I never thought I'd be rescued by ties," said Ashiel. "Killed by them, yes, but not saved." "You saved yourself," said Sir Yawang coldly. "No one here saved you. We opened the door for you, and I lent you my knife. I assumed you might not have a knife, and the loan of mine might speed up your victory, so you would not delay our return flight." "You're a strange kind of boy," said Ashiel. "I was not tested for normality before I was entrusted with this mission," said Sir Yawang. "But I have no doubt that I would fail such a test." Ashiel laughed. Suryawang allowed himself a slight smile. He tried not to guess what the thoughts the inscrutable faces of his soldiers might be hiding. Their families, too, had been caught up in the Chinese conquest of Thailand. They, too, had cause to hate Ashiel, and it had to gall them to watch Suryawang sucking up to him. For a good cause, men. I'm saving our lives as best I can by keeping Ashiel from thinking of us as his rescuers, by making sure he believes that none of us ever saw him or even thought of him as helpless. Well, said Ashiel, don't you have any questions? Yes, said Suryawang. Did you already have breakfast? Or are you hungry? I never eat breakfast, said Ashiel. Killing people makes me hungry, said Suryawang. I thought you might want a snack of some kind. Now he caught a couple of the men glancing at him, only their eyes barely moving, but it was enough that Suryawang knew they were reacting to what he said. Killing makes him hungry? Absurd. Now they must know that he was lying to Ashiel. It was important to Suryawang that his men know he was lying without him having to tell them. Otherwise, he might lose their trust. They might believe he had really given himself to the service of this monster. Ashiel did eat, after a while. Then he slept. Suryawang did not trust his sleep. Ashiel no doubt had mastered the art of seeming to be asleep so he could hear the conversations of others. So Suryawang talked no more than was necessary to debrief his men and get a full count of the personnel from the convoy that they had killed. Only when Ashiel got off the chopper to pee at the airfield on Guam did Suryawang risk sending a quick message to Ribeirão Preto. There was one person who had to know that Ashiel was coming to stay with the hegemon. Virlomi, the Indian battle schooler who had escaped from Ashiel in Hyderabad and had become the goddess guarding a bridge in eastern India until Suryawang had rescued her. If she was in Ribeirão Preto when Ashiel got there, her life would be in danger. And that was very sad for Suryawang, because it would mean he would not see Virlomi for a long time, and he had recently decided that he loved her and wanted to marry her when they both grew up.
Chapter 3. Mommies and Daddies. Encrypt key, 8 characters. Decrypt key, 5 characters. 2. Graph, pilgrimage at colmin.gov. From Locke, Erasmus, at polnet.gov. Unofficial request. I appreciate your warning, but I assure you that I do not underestimate the danger of having X in RP. In fact, that is a matter with which I could use your help, if you are inclined to give it. With JD and PA in hiding, and S compromised by having rescued X, persons close to them are in danger, either directly or through being used as hostages by X. We need to have them out of X's reach, and you are uniquely able to accomplish this. JD's parents are used to being in hiding and have had some near misses. PA's parents, having already suffered one kidnapping, will also be inclined to cooperate. The difficulty will come from my parents. There is no chance they will accept protective concealment if I propose it. If it comes from you, they might. I do not need to have my parents here exposed to danger where they might be used for leverage or to distract me from what must be accomplished. Can you come yourself to RP to gather them up before I return with X? You would have about 30 hours to accomplish this. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you would once again have my gratitude and continue to have my support, both of which I hope will someday be more valuable than they are under present circumstances. P.W.
Teresa Wiggin knew Graf was coming, since Elena Delficki gave her a hurried call as soon as he had left her house. But she did not change her plans in the slightest. Not because she hoped to deceive him, but because there were papayas on the trees in the backyard that had to be harvested before they dropped to the ground. She had no intention of letting Graf interfere with something really important. So when she heard Graf politely clapping his hands at the front gate, she was up on a ladder clipping off papayas and laying them into a bag at her side. Aparecida, the maid, had her instructions, so Teresa soon heard Graf's footsteps coming across the tiles of the terrace. "Mrs. Wigan," he said. "You've already taken 2 of my children," said Teresa without looking at him. "I suppose you want my firstborn now?" "No," said Graf. "It's you and your husband I'm after this time. Taking us to join Ender and Valentine." Even though she was being deliberately obtuse, the idea nevertheless had a momentary appeal. Ender and Valentine had left all this business behind. "Well, I'm afraid we can't spare a follow-up ship to visit their colony for several years yet," said Graf. "Then I'm afraid you have nothing to offer us that we want," said Teresa. "I'm sure that's true," said Graf. "It's what Peter needs. A free hand. Now, we don't interfere in his work." "He's bringing a dangerous person here," said Graf. "But I think you know that." "Well, gossip flies around here, since there's nothing else for the parents of geniuses to do but twitter to each other about the doings of their brilliant boys and girls. The Arcanians and the Delphicis have their children all but married off, and we get such fascinating visitors from outer space, like you." "My, but we're testy today," said Graf. "I'm sure Bean's and Petra's families have agreed to leave Ribeirão Preto so that their children don't have to worry about Achille taking them hostage. And someday Nikolai Delphici and Stefan Arcanian will recover from having been mere bit players in their siblings' lives. But John Paul's and my situation is not at all the same. Our son is the idiot who decided to bring Achille here. Yes, it must hurt you to have the one child who simply isn't at the same intellectual level as the others," said Graf. Teresa looked at him, saw the twinkle in his eye, and laughed in spite of herself. "All right. He isn't stupid. He's so cocky he can't conceive of any of his plans failing. But the result is the same. And I have no intention of hearing about his death through some awful little email message, or worse, from a news report talking about how the brother of the great Ender Wigan has failed in his bid to revive the office of hegemon. And then watch how, even in death, Peter's obituary is accompanied by more footage of Ender after his victory over the Formix." "You seem to have a very clear view of all the future possibilities," said Graf. "No, just the unbearable ones. I'm staying, Mr. Colonization Minister. You'll have to find your completely inappropriate middle-aged recruits somewhere else. Actually, you're not inappropriate. You're still of childbearing age." "Oh, and having children has brought me such joy," said Teresa, "that it's really marvelous to contemplate having more of them." "I know perfectly well how much you've sacrificed for your children, and how much you love them, and I knew coming here that you wouldn't want to go." "So, you have soldiers waiting to take me with you by force? You already have my husband in custody?" No, said Graf. "I think you're right not to go." "Oh? But Peter asked me to protect you, so I had to offer. No, I think it's a good thing for you to stay." "And why is that?" "Peter has many allies," said Graf, "but no friends. Not even you. I'm afraid I studied him too closely in his childhood to take any of his present charisma at face value." "He does have that, doesn't he? Charisma. Or at least charm. At least as much as Ender, when he chooses to use it." Hearing Graf speak of Ender, of the kind of young man Ender had become before he was pitched out of the solar system in a colony ship after saving the human race, filled Teresa with familiar but no less bitter regrets. Graf knew Ender Wiggin at age 7 and 10 and 12, years when Teresa's only links to her youngest, most vulnerable child were a few photographs and fading memories, and the ache in her arms where she could remember holding him, and the last lingering sensation of his little arms flung around her neck. "Even when you brought him back to Earth," said Teresa to Graf, "you didn't let us see him. You took Val to him, but not his father, not me." "I'm sorry," said Graf. "I didn't know he would never come home at war's end. Seeing you would have reminded him that there was someone in the world who was supposed to protect him and take care of him. And that would have been a bad thing. The toughness we needed from Ender was not the person he wanted to be. We had to protect it. Letting him see Valentine was dangerous enough." "Are you so sure that you were right?" "Not sure at all. But Ender won the war, and we can never go back and try it another way to see if it would have worked as well. And I can never go back and try to find some way through all of this that doesn't end up filling me with resentment and grief whenever I see you or even think of you." Graf said nothing for the longest time. "If you're waiting for me to apologize," began Teresa. No, said Graf. "I was trying to think of any apology I could make that wouldn't be laughably inadequate. I never fired a gun in the war, but I still caused casualties. And if it's any consolation, whenever I think of you and your husband, I am also filled with regret. Not enough." "No, I'm sure not," said Graf. "But I'm afraid my deepest regrets are for the parents of Bonzo Madrid, who put their son into my hands and got him back in a box." Teresa wanted to fling a papaya at him and smear it all over his face. "Reminding me that I'm the mother of a killer." "Bonzo was the killer, ma'am," said Graf. Ender defended himself. You entirely mistook my meaning. I'm the one who allowed Bonzo to be alone with Ender. I, not Ender, am the one responsible for his death. That's why I feel more regret toward the Madrid family than toward you. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I can never be sure which ones were necessary or harmless or even left us better off than if I hadn't made them. How do you know you're not making a mistake now, letting me and John Paul stay? As I said, Peter needs friends. But does the world need Peter? Asked Teresa. We don't always get the leader we want, said Graf, but sometimes we get to choose among the leaders that we have. And how will the choice be made? Asked Teresa. On the battlefield or the ballot box? Maybe, said Graf, by the poisoned fig or the sabotaged car. Teresa took his meaning at once. Well, you may be sure we'll keep an eye on Peter's food and his transportation. What? Said Graf. You'll carry all his food on your person, buying it from different grocers every day, and your husband will live in his car, never sleeping? Well, we retired young. One has to fill the empty hours. Graf laughed. Good luck, then. I'm sure you'll do all that needs doing. Thanks for talking to me. Yeah, let's do it again in another 10 or 20 years, said Teresa. I'll mark it on my calendar. And with a salute, which was rather more solemn than she would have expected, he walked back into the house and presumably on out through the front garden and into the street. Teresa seethed for a while at what Graf and the international fleet and the Formics and fate and God had done to her and her family. And then she thought of Ender and Valentine, and wept a few tears onto the papayas. And then she thought of herself and John Paul, waiting and watching, trying to protect Peter. Graf was right. They could never watch him perfectly. They would sleep. They would miss something. Ashiel would have an opportunity, many opportunities, and just when they were most complacent, he would strike, and Peter would be dead, and the world would be at Ashiel's mercy, because who else was clever and ruthless enough to fight him? Dean? Petra? Suryawang? Nikolai? One of the other battle school children scattered over the surface of Earth? If there was any who was ambitious enough to stop Ashiel, he would have surfaced by now. She was carrying the heavy bag of papayas into the house, sidling through the door, trying not to bump and bruise the fruit, when it dawned on her what Graf's errand had really been about. Peter needs a friend, he said. The issue between Peter and Ashiel might be resolved by poison or sabotage, he said. But she and John Paul could not possibly watch over Peter well enough to protect him from assassination, he said. Therefore, in what way could she and John Paul possibly be the friends that Peter needed? The contest between Ashiel and Peter would be just as easily resolved by Ashiel's death as by Peter's. At once there flashed into her memory the stories of some of the great poisoners of history, by rumor if not by proof. Lucretia Borgia, Cleopatra, what's-her-name who poisoned everybody around the Emperor Claudius and probably got him in the end as well. In olden days, there were no chemical tests to determine conclusively whether poison had been used. Poisoners gathered their own herbs, leaving no trail of purchases, no co-conspirators who might confess or accuse. If anything happened to Ashiel before Peter had decided the monster boy had to go, Peter would launch an investigation. And when the trail led to his parents, as it inevitably would, how would Peter respond? Make an example of them? Letting them go on trial? Or would he protect them, trying to cover up the result of the investigation, leaving his reign as hegemon to be tainted by the rumors about Ashiel's untimely death? No doubt every opponent of Peter's would resurrect Ashiel as a martyr, a much-slandered boy who offered the brightest hope to mankind, slain in his youth by the crawlingly vile Peter Wiggin, or his mother the witch, or his father the snake. It was not enough to kill Ashiel. It had to be done properly, in a way that would not harm Peter in the long run. Though it would be better for Peter to endure the rumors and legends about Ashiel's death than for Peter himself to be the slain one. She dare not wait too long. My assignment from Graf, thought Teresa, is to become an assassin in order to protect my son. And the truly horrifying thing is that I'm not questioning whether to do it, but how and when.
Chapter 4. Chopin. Encrypt key, 8 characters. Decrypt key, 5 characters. 2. Pythian, legume, at nowyousseeitnowyou.com. From Graf Pilgrimage at Coleman.gov. Aren't we cute? I suppose you can be allowed to indulge your adolescent humor by using obvious pseudonyms like Pythian Legume, and I know this is a use-once identity, but really, it smacks of a careless insouciance that worries me. We can't afford to lose you or your traveling companion because you had to make a joke. Enough of imagining I could possibly influence your decisions. The first few weeks since the Belgian arrived in RP have been eventless. Your and your companion's parents are in training and quarantine preparatory to going up to one of the colony ships. I will not actually take them off-planet without your approval unless some emergency comes up. However, the moment I keep them past their training group's embarkation date, they become unusual and rumors will start to travel. It's dangerous to keep them Earthside for too long, and yet once we get them off-world, it will be even more difficult to get them back. I don't wish to pressure you, but your family's futures are at stake, and so far you haven't even consulted with them directly. As for the Belgian, PW has given him a job, assistant to the hegemon. He has his own letterhead and email identity, a sort of minister without portfolio, with no bureaucracy to command and no money to disburse. Yet he keeps busy all day long. I wonder what he does. I should have said that the Belgian has no official staff. Unofficially, Suri seems to be at his beck and call. I've heard from several observers that the change in him is quite astonishing. He never showed such exaggerated respect to you or PW as he does to the Belgian. They dine together often, and while the Belgian has never actually visited the barracks and training ground or gone on assignments or maneuvers with your little army, the inference that the Belgian is cultivating some degree of influence or even control over the hegemony's small fighting force is inescapable. Are you in contact with Suri? When I tried to broach the subject with him, he never so much as answered. As for you, my brilliant young friend, I hope you realize that all of Sister Carlotta's false identities were provided by the Vatican, and your use of them blares like a trumpet within Vatican walls. They have asked me to assure you that Achille has no support within their ranks and never did have, even before he murdered Carlotta. But if they can track you so easily, perhaps someone else can as well. As they say, a word to the wise is sufficient, and here I've gone and written 5 paragraphs. Graph.
Petra and Bean traveled together for a month before things came to a head. At first, Petra was content to let Bean make all the decisions. After all, she had never gone underground like this, traveling with false identities. He seemed to have all sorts of papers, some of which had been with him in the Philippines, and the rest in various hiding places scattered throughout the world. The trouble was, all her identities were designed for a 60-year-old woman who spoke languages that Petra had never learned. "This is absurd," she told Bean when he handed her the 4th such identity. "No one will believe this for an instant." "And yet they do," said Bean. "And I'd like to know why," she retorted. "I think there's more to this than the paperwork. I think we're getting help every time we pass through an identity check." "Sometimes yes, sometimes no," said Bean. "But every time you use some connection of yours to get a security guard to ignore the fact that I do not look old enough to be this person, sometimes when you haven't had enough sleep, you're too tall to be cute. So give it up." "Petra, I agree with you," said Bean at last. "These were all for Sister Carlotta, and you don't look like her, and we are leaving a trail of favors asked for and favors done. So we need to separate." "2 reasons why that won't happen," said Petra. "You mean besides the fact that traveling together was your idea from the beginning, which you blackmailed me into because we both know you'd get killed without me, which hasn't stopped you from criticizing the way I go about keeping you alive, I notice." "The second reason," Petra said, ignoring his effort to pick a fight, "is that while we're on the run, you can't do anything, and it drives you crazy not to do anything." "I'm doing a lot of things," said Bean. "Besides arranging for us to get past stupid security guards with bad ID. Already I've started 2 wars, cured 3 diseases, and written an epic poem. If you weren't so self-centered, you would have noticed." "You're such a jack of all trades, Julian. Staying alive isn't doing nothing." "But it isn't doing what you want to do with your life," said Petra. "Staying alive is all I've ever wanted to do with my life, dear child." "But in the end you're going to fail at that," said Petra. Well, most of us do. All of us, actually, unless Sister Carlotta and the Christians turn out to be right. You want to accomplish something before you die, Bean sighed. Because you want that, you think everyone does. The human need to leave something of yourself behind is universal. But I'm not human. No, you're superhuman, she said in disgust. There's no talking to you, Bean. And yet you persist. But Petra knew perfectly well that Bean felt just as she did. That it wasn't enough to stay in hiding, going from place to place, taking a bus here, a train there, a plane to some far-off city, only to start over again in a few days. The only reason it mattered that they stay alive was so they could keep their independence long enough to work against Ashiel. Except Bean kept denying that he had any such motive, and so they did nothing. Bean had been maddening ever since Petra first met him in battle school. He was the most incredibly tiny little runt then. So precocious he seemed snotty even when he said good morning. And even after they had all worked with him for years and had got the true measure of him at command school, Petra was still the only one of Ender's Jish that actually liked Bean. She did like him, and not in the patronizing way that older kids take younger ones under their wing. There was never any illusion that Bean needed protection anyway. He arrived at battle school as a consummate survivor, and within days, perhaps within hours, he knew more about the inner workings of the school than anyone else. The same was true at tactical school and command school, and during those crucial weeks before Ender joined them on Eros, when Bean commanded the Jish in their practice maneuvers. The others resented Bean then, for the fact that the youngest of them had been chosen to lead in Ender's place, and because they feared that he would be their commander always. They were so relieved when Ender arrived, and didn't try to hide it. It had to hurt Bean, but Petra seemed to be the only one who even thought about his feelings. Much good that it did him. The person who seemed to think about Bean's feelings least of them all was Bean himself. Yet he did value her friendship, though he only rarely showed it, and when she was overtaken by exhaustion during a battle, he was the one who covered for her, and he was the only one who showed that he still believed in her as firmly as ever. Even Ender never quite trusted her with the same level of assignment that she had had before, but Bean remained her friend, even as he obeyed Ender's orders and watched over her in all the remaining battles, ready to cover for her if she collapsed again. Bean was the one she counted on when the Russians kidnapped her, the one she knew would get the message she hid in an email graphic. And when she was in Ashiel's power, it was Bean who was her only hope of rescue. And he got her message, and he saved her from the beast. Bean might pretend, even to himself, that all he cared about was his own survival, but in fact he was the most perfectly loyal of friends. Far from acting selfishly, he was reckless with his own life when he had a cause he believed in, but he didn't understand this about himself. Since he thought himself completely unworthy of love, it took him the longest time to know that someone loved him. He had finally caught on about Sister Carlotta long before she died. But he gave little sign that he recognized Petra's feelings toward him. Indeed, now that he was taller than her, he acted as though he thought of her as an annoying little sister. And that really pissed her off. Yet she was determined not to leave him, and not because she depended on him for her own survival either. She feared that the moment he was completely on his own, he would embark on some reckless plan to sacrifice his own life to put an end to Ashiel's, and that it would be an unbearable outcome, at least to Petra. Because she had already decided that Bean was wrong in his belief that he should never have children, that the genetic alterations that had made him such a genius should die with him when his uncontrolled growth finally killed him. On the contrary, Petra had every intention of bearing his children herself. Being in a holding pattern like this, Watching him drive himself crazy with his constant busyness that accomplished nothing important while making him irritable and irritating, Petra was not so self-controlled as not to snap back at him. They genuinely liked each other, and so far they had kept their sniping at a level that both could pretend was only joking. But something had to change, and soon, or they really would have a fight that made it impossible to stay together. And what would happen to her plans for making Bean's babies then? What finally got Bean to make a change was when Petra brought up Ender Wiggin. "What did he save the human race for?" she said in exasperation one day in the airport at Darwin. "So he could stop playing the stupid game. It wasn't so Ashiel could rule." "Someday Ashiel will die. Caligula did. With help from his friends," Petra pointed out. "And when he dies, maybe somebody better will succeed him. After Stalin, there was Khrushchev. After Caligula, there was Marcus Aurelius. Not right after. And 30 million died while Stalin ruled. So that made 30 million he didn't rule over anymore," said Bean. Sometimes he could say the most terrible things, but she knew him well enough by now to know that he spoke with such callousness only when he was feeling depressed. At times like that he brooded about how he was not a member of the human species, and the difference was killing him. It was not how he truly felt. "You're not that cold," she said. He used to argue when she tried to reassure him about his humanity. She liked to think maybe she was accomplishing something, but she feared that he had stopped answering because he no longer cared what she thought. "If I settle into one place," he said, "my chance of staying alive is nil." It irked her that he still spoke of my chance instead of ours. "You hate Ashiel, and you don't want him to rule the world, and if you're going to have any chance of stopping him, you have to settle in one place and get to work." "All right, you're so smart. Tell me where I'd be safe." "The Vatican," said Petra. "And how many acres in that particular kingdom? How eager are all those cardinals to listen to an altar boy? All right then, somewhere within the borders of the Muslim League." "We're infidels," said Bean. "And they're people who are determined not to fall under the domination of the Chinese or the hegemon or anybody else. My point is that they won't want us. My point is that whether they want us or not, we're the enemy of their enemy. We're two children with no army and no information to sell, no leverage at all." That was so laughable that Petra didn't bother answering. Besides, she had finally won. He was finally talking about where, not whether, he'd settle down and get to work. They found themselves in Poland, and after taking the train from Katowice to Warsaw, they walked together through the Łazienki, one of the great parks of Europe, with centuries-old paths winding among giant trees, and the saplings already planted to someday replace them. "Did you come here with Sister Carlotta?" Petra asked him. "Once," said Bean. "Ender is part Polish. Did you know that?" "Huh, must be on his mother's side," said Petra. "Wiggin isn't a Polish name." "It is when you change it from Wieczorek," said Bean. "Don't you think Mr. Wiggin looks Polish? Wouldn't he fit in here?" "Well, not that nationality means that much anymore." Petra laughed at that. Nationality? The thing people die for and kill for and have for centuries? No, I meant ancestry, I suppose. So many people are part this and part that. Supposedly I'm Greek, but my mother's mother was an Igbo diplomat, so when I go to Africa, I look quite Greek. And when I go to Greece, I look rather African. In my heart, I couldn't care less about either. "Well, you're a special case, Bean," said Petra. "You never had a homeland. Or a childhood, I suppose," said Bean. "Well, none of us in battle school actually had much experience of either," said Petra. which is perhaps why so many battle school kids are so desperate to prove their loyalty to their birth nation. Well, that made sense. Since we have few roots, the ones we have, we cling to. She thought of Vlad, who was so fanatically Russian, and Hot Soup, Hansa, so fanatically Chinese, that both of them had willingly helped Ashiel when he seemed to be working for their nation's cause. And no one completely trusts us. He just laughed at her and walked on. Families and businessmen and old people and young couples in love all strolled through the park on this unusually sunny autumn afternoon, and in a concert stand, a pianist played a work of Chopin, as had been going on every day for centuries. As they walked, Petra boldly reached out and took hold of Bean's hand, as if they too were lovers, or at least friends who liked to stay close enough to touch. To her surprise, he did not pull his hand away. Indeed, he gripped her hand in return. But if she harbored any notion that Bean was capable of romance, he instantly dispelled it. "Race you around the pond," he said. And so they did. But what kind of race is it when the racers never let go of each other's hands, and the winner pulls the loser laughing over the finish line? No. Bean was being childish because he had no idea how to go about being manly, and so it was Petra's job to help him figure it out. She reached out and caught his other hand and pulled his arms around her, and then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Mostly on the chin because he recoiled a little, but it was a kiss nonetheless. And after a moment of consternation, Bean's arms pulled her a little closer, and his lips managed to find hers while suffering only a few minor nose collisions. Neither of them being particularly experienced at this, it wasn't as though Petra could say whether they kissed particularly well. The only other kiss she'd known was with Ashiel, and that kiss had taken place with a gun pressed into her abdomen. All she could say with certainty was that any kiss from Bean was better than any kiss from Ashiel. "So, you love me," said Petra softly when the kiss ended. "I'm a raging mass of hormones that I'm too young to understand," said Bean. "You're a female of a closely related species. According to all the best primatologists, I really have no choice." "That's nice," she said, reaching her arms around his back. "It's not nice at all," said Bean. "I had no business kissing anybody." "I asked for it," she said. "I'm not having children." "Well, that's the best plan," she said. "I'll have them for you." "You know what I meant," said Bean. "It isn't done by kissing, so you're safe so far." He groaned impatiently and pulled away from her, paced irritably in a circle, and then came right back to her and kissed her again. "I've wanted to do that practically the whole time we've been traveling together." "I could tell," she said, "from the way you never gave even the tiniest sign that you knew I existed, except as an annoyance. I've always had a problem with being too emotionally demonstrative." He held her again. An elderly couple passed by. The man looked disapproving, as if he thought these foolish young people should find a more private place for their kissing and hugging. But the old woman, her white hair held severely by a headscarf, gave him a wink, as if to say, "Good for you, young fellow. Young girls should be kissed thoroughly and often." In fact, he was so sure that was what she meant to say that he quoted the words to Petra. "So you're actually performing a public service," said Petra. "To the great amusement of the public," said Bean. A voice came from behind them. "And I assure you the public is amused." Petra and Bean both turned to see who it was. A young man, but most definitely not Polish. From the look of him, he should be Burmese, or perhaps Thai, certainly from somewhere around the South China Sea. He had to be younger than Petra, even taking into account the way that people from Southeast Asia seemed always to look far younger than their years. Yet he wore the suit and tie of an old-fashioned businessman. There was something about him, something in the cockiness of his stance, the amused way that he took for granted that he had a right to stand within the circle of their companionship and tease them about something as private as a public kiss, that told Petra that he had to be from Battle School. But Bean knew more about him than that. "Ambul," he said. Ambul saluted in that half-sloppy, half-exaggerated style of a Battle School brat and answered, "Sir." "I gave you an assignment once," said Bean, "to take a certain Launchy and help him figure out how to use his flash suit." "Which I carried out perfectly," said Ambul. "He was so funny the first time I froze him in the battle room, I had to laugh." "I can't believe he hasn't killed you by now," said Bean. "My uselessness to the Thai government saved me." "My fault, I fear," said Bean. "Saved my life, I think," said Ambul. "Hi, I'm Petra," said Petra irritably. Ambul laughed and shook her hand. "Sorry," he said. "Ambul. I know who you are, and I assumed Bean would have told you who I was." "I didn't think you were coming," said Bean. "I don't answer emails," said Ambul, "except by showing up and seeing if the email was really from the person it's supposed to be from." "Oh," said Petra, putting things together. "You must be the soldier in Bean's army who was assigned to show Ashiel around." "Only he didn't have the foresight to push Ashiel out an airlock without a suit," said Bean, "which I think shows a shameful lack of initiative on his part." "Bean notified me as soon as he found out Ashiel was on the loose. He figured there was no chance I wasn't on Ashiel's hit list. Saved my life." "So Ashiel made a try?" asked Bean. They were away from the path now, out in the open, standing on the broad lawn stretching away from the lake where the pianist played. Only the faintest sound of the amplified Chopin reached them here. "Let's just say that I've had to keep moving," said Ambul. "Is that why you weren't in Thailand when the Chinese invaded?" asked Petra. "No," said Ambul. "No, I left Thailand almost as soon as I came home. You see, I was not like most Battle School graduates. I was in the worst army in the history of the battle room." "My army," said Bean. "Oh, come on," said Petra. "You only played, what, 5 games?" "We never won a single one," said Bean. "I was working on training my men and experimenting with combat techniques and, oh yes, staying alive with Ashiel in Battle School with us." "So they discontinued Battle School, Bean got promoted to Ender's Jish, and his soldiers got sent back to Earth with the only perfect no-win record in the history of Battle School. All the other Thais from Battle School were given important places in the military establishment, but oddly enough they just couldn't find a thing for me to do except go to public school." "But that's simply stupid," said Petra. "What were they thinking?" "It kept me nice and obscure," said Ambul. "It gave my family the freedom to travel out of the country and take me with them. There are advantages to not being perceived as a valuable national resource." "So you weren't in Thailand when it fell?" "Studying in London," said Ambul, "which made it almost convenient to hop over the North Sea and zip to Warsaw for a clandestine meeting." "Sorry," said Bean. "I offered to pay your way." "The letter might not have been from you," said Ambul, "and whoever sent it, if I let them buy my tickets, they'd know which planes I was on." "He sounds as paranoid as we are," said Petra. "Same enemy," said Ambul. "So, Bean, sir, you sent for me, and here I am. Need a witness for your wedding? Or an adult to sign permission forms for you?" "What I need," said Bean, is a secure base of operations independent of any nation or bloc or alliance. I suggest you find a nice asteroid somewhere, said Ambul. The world is pretty well divvied up these days. I need people I can trust absolutely, said Bean, because at any time we may find ourselves fighting against the hegemony. Ambul looked at him in surprise. I thought you were commander of Peter Wiggins' little army. I was. Now I don't even command a decent hand of pinochle, said Bean. He does have a first-rate executive officer, said Petra. Me. Ah, said Ambul. Now I understand why you called on me. You two officers need somebody who'll salute you. Bean sighed. I'd appoint you King of Caledonia if I could, but the only position I can actually offer anybody is friend. And I'm a dangerous friend to have these days. So the rumors are true, said Ambul. Petra figured it was about time he put together the information he was gleaning from this conversation. Ashiel is with the hegemony. Peter hoisted him out of China on his way to prison camp, said Bean. Got to give the Chinese credit. They're no emos. They knew when to get rid of him. Not really, said Petra. They were only sending him into internal exile, and in a low-security caravan at that, practically invited rescue. And you wouldn't do it? Asked Ambul. That's how you got fired? No, said Bean. Wiggin pulled me off the mission at the last minute, gave sealed orders to Suryawang, and didn't tell me what they were till he had already left, whereupon I resigned and went into hiding. Taking your girl toy with you, said Ambul. Actually, Peter sent me along to keep him under very close surveillance, said Petra. You seem to be the right person for the job, said Ambul. She's not that good, said Bean. I've come close to noticing her several times. So, said Ambul, Suri went ahead and hoisted Ashiel out of China. Of all the missions to execute flawlessly, said Bean, Suri had to pick that one. I, on the other hand, said Ambul, was never one to obey an order if I thought it was stupid. That's why I want you to join my completely hopeless operation, said Bean. If you get killed, I'll know it's your own fault and not because you were obeying my orders. I'll need Feda, said Ambul. My family isn't rich, and technically I'm still a kid. Speaking of which, how the hell did you get so much taller than me? Steroids, said Bean. And I stretch him on a rack every night, said Petra. For his own good, I'm sure, said Ambul. My mother told me, said Petra, that Bean is the kind of boy who has to grow on you. Bean playfully covered her mouth. Pay no attention to the girl. She's besotted with love. You two should get married, said Ambul. When I turn 30, said Bean, which, Petra knew, meant never. They had already been out in the open longer than Bean had ever allowed since they'd gone into hiding. As Bean started telling Ambul what he wanted him to do, they began to walk toward the nearest exit from the park. It was a simple enough assignment. Go to Damascus, the headquarters of the Muslim League, and get a meeting with Alai, one of Ender's closest friends, and a member of Ender's Jish. Oh, said Ambul, I thought you wanted me to do something possible. I can't get any email to him, said Bean. Because as far as I know, he's been completely incommunicado ever since the Russians released him, that time when Ashiel kidnapped everybody, said Ambul. Bean seemed surprised. You know this because... When my parents took me into hiding, said Ambul, I'd been tapping every connection I could get, trying to get information about what was happening. I'm good at networking, Abun, making and keeping friends. I would have been a good commander if they hadn't cancelled battle school out from under me. So you already know Alai? Said Petra. Toguro? But like I said, Ambul repeated, he's completely incommunicado. Ambul, I need his help, said Bean. I need the shelter of the Muslim League. It's one of the few places on Earth that isn't susceptible to either Chinese pressure or hegemony wheedling. Said Ambul. And they achieve that by not letting any non-Muslims within the circle. I don't want to be in the circle. I don't want to know their secrets. Yes, you do, said Ambul. Because if you aren't, if you don't have their complete trust, you'll have no power to do anything at all within their borders. Non-Muslims are officially completely free, but in practical terms, they can't do anything but shop and play tourist. Then I'll convert, said Bean. Don't even joke about it, said Ambul. They take their religion very seriously, and to speak of converting as a joke— Ambul, we know that, said Petra. I'm a friend of Ali's too, but you notice Bean didn't send me. Ambul laughed. You can't mean that the Muslims would lose respect for Ali if he let a woman influence him? The full equality of the sexes is one of the 6 points that ended the Third Great Jihad. You mean the Fifth World War? Asked Bean. The War for Universal Liberty, said Petra. That's what they called it in Armenian schools. Well, that's because Armenia is bigoted against Muslims, said Ambul. The only nation of bigots left on Earth, said Petra ruefully. Listen, Ambul, if it's impossible to get to Ali, said Bean, I'll just find something else. I didn't say it was impossible, said Ambul. Actually, that's exactly what you said, Petra said. But I'm a battle schooler, said Ambul. We had classes in doing the impossible. I got A's. Bean grinned. Yes, but you didn't graduate from battle school, did you? So what chance do you have? Who knew that being assigned to your army in school would ruin my entire life, said Ambul. Oh, stop whining, said Petra. If you'd been a top graduate, now you'd be in a Chinese re-education camp. See, said Ambul, I'm missing out on all the character-building experiences. Bean handed him a slip of paper. Go there and you'll find the identity stuff you need. Complete with holographic ID? Asked Ambul doubtfully. It'll adjust to you the first time you use it. Instructions are with it. I've used these before. Who does stuff like that? Asked Ambul. The hegemony? The Vatican, said Bean. These are leftovers from my days with one of their operatives. All right, said Ambul. It'll get you to Damascus, but it won't get you to Ali. You'll need your real identity for that. No, I'll need an angel walking before me and a letter of introduction from Mohammed himself. The Vatican has those, said Petra, but they only give them to their top people. Ambul laughed, and so did Bean, but the air was thick with tension. I'm asking you for a lot, said Bean. And I don't owe you much, said Ambul. You don't owe me anything, said Bean, and if you did, I wouldn't try to collect it. You know why I asked you, and I know why you're doing it. Petra knew, too. Bean asked him because he knew Ambul could do it, if anyone could. And Ambul was doing it because he knew that if there was to be any hope of stopping Ashiel from uniting the world under his rule, it would probably depend on Bean. I'm so glad we came to this park, said Petra to Bean. So romantic. Bean knows how to show a girl a good time, said Ambul. He spread his arms wide. Take a good look. I'm it. And then he was gone. Petra reached out and took Bean's hand again. Satisfied? Asked Bean. More or less, said Petra. At least you did something. I've been doing something all along. I know, said Petra. In fact, said Bean, you're the one who just goes online to shop. She chuckled. Here we are in this beautiful park, where they keep alive the memory of a great man. a man who gave unforgettable music to the world. What will your memorial be? Maybe 2 statues, before and after. Little Bean who fought in Ender's Geesh, Big Julian who brought down a shield. I like that, said Petra, but I have a better idea. Name a colony planet after me? How about this? They have a whole planet populated by your descendants. Bean's expression soured, and he shook his head. Why? To make war against them? A race of brilliant people who breed as fast as they can because they're going to die before they're 20, and every one of them curses the name of their ancestor because he didn't end this travesty with his own death. It's not a travesty, said Petra. And what makes you think your difference will breed true? You're right, said Bean. If I marry a long-lived, stupid, short girl like you, my progeny should average out to a bunch of average minds who live to be 70 and grow to be 6 feet tall. Do you want to know what I've been doing? Said Petra. Not shopping? I've been talking to Sister Carlotta. He stiffened, looked away from her. I've been walking down the paths of her life, said Petra, talking to people she knew, seeing what she saw, learning what she learned. I don't want to know, said Bean. Why not? She loved you. Once she found you, she lived for you. I know that, said Bean. And she died for me, because I was stupid and careless. I didn't even need her to come. I just thought I did for a little while, and by the time I found out I didn't, she was already in the air, already heading for the missile that killed her. There's somewhere I want us to go, said Petra, while we're waiting for Ambul to pull off his miracle. Listen, said Bean. Sister Carlotta already told me how to get in touch with the scientists who were studying me. Every now and then I write to them and they tell me how soon they estimate my death will come and how exciting it is, all the progress they're making in understanding human development and all kinds of other kuzo because of my body and all the little cultures they've got keeping my tissues alive. Petra, when you think about it, I'm immortal. Those tissues will be alive in labs all over the world for 1,000 years after I'm dead. Well, that's one of the benefits of being completely weird. I'm not talking about them, said Petra. What then? Where do you want to go? Anton, she said. The one who found the key, Anton's key. The genetic change that resulted in you. He's still alive? He's not only alive, he's free. War's over. Well, not that he's able to do serious research now. The psychological blocks aren't really removable. He has a hard time talking about, well, at least writing about what happened to you. So why bother him? Got anything better to do? Well, I've always got something better to do than to go to Romania. But he doesn't live there, said Petra. He's in Catalunya. You're kidding. Sister Carlotta's homeland, the town of Mataró. Why did he go there? Asked Bean. Excellent weather, said Petra. Nights on the Rambla, tapas with friends, the gentle sea lapping the shore, the hot African wind, the breakers of the winter sea, the memory of Columbus coming to visit the King of Aragon. That was Barcelona. Well, he talked about seeing the place, and a garden designed by Gaudi, things he loves to look at. I think he goes from place to place. I think he's very curious about you. So is Ashiel, said Bean. I think that even though he's no longer on the cutting edge of science, there are still things he knows that he was never able to tell, and still can't. It hurts him to say it, and that doesn't mean he couldn't say it once to the person who most needs to know. And that is? Me, said Petra. Bean laughed. Not me? "You don't need to know," said Petra. "You've decided to die. But I need to know, because I want our children to live." "Petra," said Bean, "I'm not going to have any children. Ever." "Fortunately," said Petra, "the man never does." She doubted she could ever persuade Bean to change his mind. With luck, though, the uncontrollable desires of the adolescent male might accomplish what reasonable discussion never could. Despite what he thought, Bean was human, and no matter what species he belonged to, he was definitely a mammal. His mind might say no, but his body would shout yes much louder. Of course, if there was any adolescent male who could resist his need to mate, it was Bean. It was one of the reasons she loved him, because he was the strongest man she had ever known. With the possible exception of Ender Wiggin, and Ender Wiggin was gone forever. She kissed Bean again, and this time they were both somewhat better at it.
Chapter 5. Stones in the Road. From PW to TW. Re, what are you doing? What is this housekeeper thing about? I'm not letting you take a job in the hegemony, certainly not as a housekeeper. Are you trying to shame me, making it look like A, I have my mother on the payroll, and B, I have my mother working for me as a menial? You already refused the opportunity I wanted you to take. From TW to PW. Re, a serpent's tooth. You are always so thoughtful, giving me such interesting things to do, touring the colony worlds, staring at the walls of my nicely air-conditioned apartment. You do remember that your birth was not parthenogenetic. You are the only person on God's green earth who thinks I'm too stupid to be anything but a burden around your neck. But please don't imagine that I'm criticizing you. I am the image of a perfect, doting mother. I know how well that plays on the vids.
When Verlomi got Suryawang's message, she understood at once the danger she was in, but she was almost glad of having a reason to leave the Hegemon's compound. She had been thinking about going for some time, and Suryawang himself was the reason. His infatuation with her had become too sad for her to stay much longer. She liked him, of course, and was grateful to him. He was the one who had truly understood, without being told, how to play the scene so that she could escape from India under the guns of soldiers who would most certainly have shot down the hegemony helicopters. He was smart and funny and good, and she admired the way he worked with Bean in commanding their fiercely loyal troops, conducting raid after raid with few casualties and, so far, no loss of life. Suryawang had everything battle school was designed to give its students. He was bold, resourceful, quick, brave, smart, ruthless, and yet compassionate. And he saw the world through similar eyes, compared to the Westerners who otherwise seemed to have the hegemon's ear. But somehow he had also fallen in love with her. She liked him too well to shame him by rebuffing advances he had never made, yet she could not love him. He was too young for her. Too... what? Too intense about his tasks, too eager to please, too... annoying. There it was. His devotion irritated her, his constant attention, his eyes on her every move, his praise for her mostly trivial achievements. No, she had to be fair. She was annoyed at everyone, and not because they did anything wrong, but because she was out of her place. She was not a soldier. A strategist, yes, even a leader, but not in combat. There was no one in Ribeirão Preto who was likely to follow her, and nowhere that she wanted to lead them. How could she fall in love with Suryawang? He was happy in the life he had, and she was miserable. Anything that made her happier would make him less happy. What future was there in that? He loved her, and so he thought of her on the way back from China with Achille and warned her to be gone before he returned. It was a noble gesture on his part, and so she was grateful to him all over again, grateful that he had quite possibly saved her life, and grateful that she wouldn't have to see him again. By the time Graf arrived to pull people out of Ribeirão-Preto, she was gone. She never heard the offer to go into the protection of the Ministry of Colonization, but even if she had, she would not have gone. There was, in fact, only one place she would even think of going. It was where she had been longing to go for months. The hegemony was fighting China from the outside, but had no use for her. So she would go to India and do what she could from inside her occupied country. Her path was a fairly direct one. From Brazil to Indonesia, where she connected with Indian expatriates and obtained a new identity and Sri Lankan papers. Then to Sri Lanka itself, where she persuaded a fishing boat captain to put her ashore on the southeastern coast of India. The Chinese simply didn't have enough of a fleet to patrol the shores of India, so the coasts leaked in both directions. Virlomi was of Dravidian ancestry, darker skinned than the Aryans of the north. She fit in well in this countryside. She wore clothing that was simple and poor, because everyone's was, but she also kept it clean, so she would not look like a vagabond or beggar. In fact, however, she was a beggar, for she had no vast reserves of funds, and they would not have helped her anyway. In the great cities of India, there were millions of connections to the nets, thousands of kiosks where bank accounts could be accessed. But in the countryside, in the villages, in other words, in India, such things were rare. For this simple-looking girl to use them would call attention to her, and soon there would be Chinese soldiers looking for her, full of questions. So she went to the well, or the market of each village she entered, struck up conversations with other women, and soon found herself befriended and taken in. In the cities, she would have had to be wary of quislings and informers, but she freely trusted the common people, for they knew nothing of strategic importance, and therefore the Chinese did not bother to scatter bribes among them. Nor, however, did they have the kind of hatred of the Chinese that Virlomi had expected. Here in the south of India, at least, the Chinese ruled lightly over the common people. It was not like Tibet, where the Chinese had tried to expunge a national identity and the persecutions had reached down to every level of society. India was simply too large to digest all at once, and like the British before them, the Chinese found it easier to rule India by dominating the bureaucratic class and leaving the common folk alone. Within a few days, Virlomi realized that this was precisely the situation she had to change. In Thailand, in Burma, in Vietnam, the Chinese were dealing ruthlessly with insurgent groups, and still the guerrilla warfare continued. But India slumbered, as if the people didn't care who ruled them. In fact, of course, the Chinese were even more ruthless in India than elsewhere. But since all their victims were of the urban elite, the rural areas felt only the ordinary pain of corrupt government, unreliable weather, untrustworthy markets, and too much labor for too little reward. There were guerrillas and insurgents, of course, and the people did not betray them. But they also did not join them, and did not willingly feed them out of their scant food supply, and the insurgents remained timid and ineffective, and those that resorted to brigandage found that the people grew instantly hostile and turned them in to the Chinese at once. There was no solidarity. As always before, the conquerors were able to rule India because most Indians did not know what it meant to live in India. They thought they lived in this village or that one, and cared little about the great issues that kept the cities in turmoil. I have no army, thought Virlomi. But I had no army when I fled Hyderabad to escape Achille and wandered eastward. I had no plan, except a need to get word to Petra's friends about where Petra was. Yet when I came to a place where there was an opportunity, I saw it, I took it, and I won. That is the plan I have now, to watch, to notice, to act. For days, for weeks, she wandered, watching everything, loving the people in every village she stopped at, for they were kind to this stranger, generous with the next to nothing that they had. How can I plot to bring the war to their level, to disrupt their lives? Is it not enough that they're content? If the Chinese are leaving them alone, why can't I? Because she knew the Chinese would not leave them alone forever. The Middle Kingdom did not believe in tolerance. Whatever they possessed, they made it Chinese or they destroyed it. Right now they were too busy to bother with the common people. But if the Chinese were victorious everywhere, then they would be free to turn their attention to India. Then the boot would press heavily upon the necks of the common folk. Then there would be revolt after revolt, riot after riot, but none of them would succeed. Gandhi's peaceful resistance only worked against an oppressor with a free press. No. India would revolt with blood and terror, and with blood and horror, China would suppress the revolts, one at a time. The Indian people had to be roused from their slumber now, while there were still allies outside their borders who might help them, while the Chinese were still overextended and dared not devote too many resources to the occupation. I will bring war down on their heads to save them as a nation, as a people, as a culture. I will bring war upon them while there is a chance of victory, to save them from war when there is no possible outcome but to spare. It was pointless, though, to wonder about the morality of what she intended to do when she had not yet thought of a way to do it. It was a child who gave her the idea. She saw him with a bunch of other children playing at dusk in the bed of a dry stream. During monsoon season, this stream would be a torrent. Now it was just a streak of stones in a ditch. This one child, this boy of perhaps 7 or 8, though he might have been older, his growth stunted by hunger, was not like the other children. He did not join them in running and shouting, shoving and chasing, and tossing back and forth whatever came to hand. Verlomi thought at first he must be crippled, but no. His staggering gait was because he was walking right among the stones of the stream bed, and had to adjust his steps to keep his footing. Every now and then he bent over and picked up something. A little later he would set it back down. She came closer and saw that what he picked up was a stone, and when he set it back down, it was only a stone among stones. What was the meaning of his task, on which he worked so intently and which had so little result? She walked to the stream, but well behind his path, and watched his back as he receded into the gathering gloom, bending and rising, bending and rising. He is acting out my life, she thought. He works at his task, concentrating, giving his all, missing out on the games of his playmates, and yet he makes no difference in the world at all. Then, as she looked at the stream bed where he had already walked, she saw that she could easily find his path, not because he left footprints, but because the stones he picked up were lighter than the others, and by leaving them on the top, he was marking a wavering line of light through the middle of the stream bed. It did not really change her view of his work as meaningless. If anything, it was further proof. What could such a line possibly accomplish? The fact that there was a visible result made his labor all the more pathetic, because when the rains came, it would all be swept away. The stones retumbled upon each other, and what difference would it make that for a while at least there was a dotted line of lighter stones along the middle of the stream bed? Then suddenly her view of it changed. He was not marking a line. He was building a stone wall. No, that was absurd. A wall whose stones were as much as a meter apart? A wall that was never more than 1 stone high? A wall made of the stones of India, picked up and set down almost where they had been found. But the stream was different because the wall had been built. Is this how the Great Wall of China had begun? A child marking off the boundaries of his world? She walked back to the village and returned to the house where she had been fed and where she would be spending the night. She did not speak of the child and the stones to anyone. Indeed, she soon thought of other things and did not think to ask anyone about the strange boy, nor did she dream of stones that night. But in the morning when she awoke with the mother and took her 2 water pitchers to the public spigot so she did not have to do that task today, she saw the stones that had been brushed to the sides of the road and remembered the boy. She set down the pitchers at the side of the road, picked up a few stones, and carried them to the middle of the road. There she set them and returned for more, arranging them in a broken line right across the road. Only a few dozen stones when she was done, not a barrier of any kind. And yet it was a wall. It was as obvious as a monument. She picked up her pitchers and walked on to the spigot. As she waited her turn, she talked with the other women and a few men who had come for the day's water. "I added to your wall," she said after a while. "What wall?" they asked her. "Across the road," she said. "Who would build a wall across a road?" they asked. "Like the ones I've seen in other towns, not a real wall, just a line of stones. Haven't you seen it?" "I saw you putting stones out into the road. Do you know how hard we work to keep it clear?" said one of the men. "Of course. If you didn't keep it clear everywhere else," said Vrlomi, "no one would see where the wall was." She spoke as though what she said were obvious, as though he had surely had this explained to him before. "Walls keep things out," said a woman, "or they keep things in. Roads let things pass. If you build a wall across, it isn't a road anymore." "Yes, you at least understand," said Vrlomi, though she knew perfectly well that the woman understood nothing. Vrlomi barely understood it herself, though she knew that it felt right to her, that at some level below sense, it made perfect sense. "I do," said the woman. Vrlomi looked around at the others. "It's what they told me in the other towns that had a wall. It's the Great Wall of India. Too late to keep the barbarian invaders out, but in every village they drop stones, 1 or 2 at a time, to make the wall that says, 'We don't want you here. This is our land. We are free, because we can still build our wall.'" "But it's only a few stones," cried the exasperated man who had seen her building it. "I kicked a few out of my way, but even if I hadn't, the wall wouldn't have stopped a beetle, let alone one of the Chinese trucks." "It's not the wall," said Vrlomi. "It's not the stones. It's who dropped them, who built it, and why. It's a message. It's the new flag of India." She was seeing comprehension in some of the eyes around her. "Who can build such a wall?" asked one of the women. "Don't all of you add to it? It's built a stone or 2 at a time. Every time you pass, you bring a stone, you drop it there." She was filling her pitchers now. "Before I carry these pitchers back, I pick up a small stone in each hand. When I pass over the wall, I drop the stones. That's how I've seen it done in the other villages with walls." "Which other villages?" demanded the man. "I don't remember their names," said Vrlomi. "I only know that they had walls of India. But I can see that none of you knew about it, so perhaps it was only some child playing a prank and not a wall after all." "No," said one of the women. "I've seen people add to it before." She nodded firmly. Even though Vrlomi had made up this wall only this morning, and no one but her had ever added to one, she understood what the woman meant by the lie. She wanted to be part of it. She wanted to help create this new flag of India. "It's all right then for women to do it?" asked one of the women doubtfully. "Oh, of course," said Verlomi. "Men are fighters. Women build the walls." She picked up her stones and gripped them between her palms and the jar handles. She did not look back to see if any of the others also picked up stones. She knew from their footfalls that many of them, perhaps all, were following her, but she did not look back. When she reached what was left of her wall, she did not try to restore any of the stones the man had kicked away. Instead, she simply dropped her 2 stones in the middle of the largest gap in the line. Then she walked on, still without looking back. But she heard a few plunks of stones being dropped into the dusty road. She found occasion twice more during the day to walk back for more water, and each time found more women at the well and went through the same little drama. The next day, when she left the town, she saw that the wall was no longer a few stones making a broken line. It crossed the road solidly from side to side, and it was as much as 2 hands high in places. People made a point of stepping over it, never walking around, never kicking it, and most dropped a stone or 2 as they passed. Verlomi went from village to village, each time pretending that she was only passing along a custom she had seen in other places. In a few places, angry men swept away the stones, too proud of their well-kept road to catch the vision she offered. But in those places she simply made not a wall, but a pile of stones on both sides of the road, and soon the village women began to add to her piles, so they grew into sizable heaps of stone, narrowing the road, the stones too numerous to be kicked or swept out of the way. Eventually they, too, would become walls. In the 3rd week she came for the first time to a village that really did already have a wall. She did not explain anything to them, for they already knew. The word was spreading without her intervention. She only added to the wall and moved quickly on. It was still only one small corner of southern India, she knew, but it was spreading. It had a life of its own. Soon the Chinese would notice. Soon they would begin tearing down the walls, sending bulldozers to clear the road, or conscripting Indians to move the stones themselves. And when their walls were torn down, or the people forced to remove their walls, the real struggle would begin. For now the Chinese would be reaching down into every village, destroying something that the people wanted to have, something that meant India to them. That's what the secret meaning of the wall had been from the moment she started dropping stones to make the first one. The wall existed precisely so that the Chinese would tear it down. And she named the wall the flag of India, precisely so that when the people saw their walls destroyed, they would see and feel the destruction of India, their nation, a nation of wall builders. And so, as soon as the Chinese turned their backs, the Indians walking from place to place would carry stones and drop them in the road, and the wall would grow again. What would the Chinese do about it? Arrest everyone who carried stones? Make stones illegal? Stones were not a riot. Stones did not threaten soldiers. Stones were not sabotage. Stones were not a boycott. The walls were easily bypassed or pushed aside. It caused the Chinese no harm at all. Yet it would provoke them into making the Indian people feel the boot of the oppressor. The walls were like a mosquito bite, making the Chinese itch but never bleed. Not an injury, just an annoyance. But it infected the new Chinese empire with a disease. A fatal one, Verlomi hoped. On she walked through the heat of the dry season, working her way back and forth, avoiding big cities and major highways, zigzagging her way northward. Nowhere did anyone identify her as the inventor of the walls. She did not even hear rumors of her existence. All the stories spoke of the wall building as having begun somewhere else. They were called by many names, these walls. The flag of India, the Great Indian Wall, the Wall of Women, even names that Verlomi had never imagined, the Wall of Peace, the Taj Mahal, the Children of India, the Indian Harvest. All the names were poetry to her. All the names said freedom.
Chapter 6. Hospitality. From Flandre, a-hedge@idl.gov. To MPP Administrator @prison.hs.ru. Re. Funds for IDL prisoners. The Office of the Hegemon appreciates your continuing to hold prisoners for crimes against the International Defense League despite the lack of funding. Dangerous persons need to continue in detention for the full term of their sentences. Since IDL policy was to allocate prisoners according to the size and means of the guardian countries, as well as the national origin of the prisoners, you may be sure that Romania does not have more than its fair share of such prisoners. As funds become available, the costs incurred in prisoner maintenance will be reimbursed on a pro rata basis. However, given that the original international emergency is over, each guardian nation's courts or prison supervisors may determine whether the international law or laws which each IDL prisoner violated is still in force and conforms with local laws. Prisoners should not be held for crimes which are no longer crimes, even if the original sentence has not been fully served. Categories of laws that may not apply include research restrictions whose purpose was political rather than defensive. In particular, the restriction against genetic modification of human embryos was devised to hold the League together in the face of opposition from Muslim, Catholic, and other respect-for-life nations, and as quid pro quo for accepting the restrictions on family size. Prisoners convicted under such laws should be released without prejudice. However, they are not entitled to compensation for time served, since they were lawfully found guilty of crimes and their conviction is not being overturned. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Sincerely, Achille de Flandre, Assistant to the Hegemon.
When Surya Wang brought Achille out of China, Peter knew exactly what he meant to do with Achille. He would study him for as long as he considered him harmless, and then turn him over to, say, Pakistan for trial. Peter had prepared very carefully for Achille's arrival. Every computer terminal in the hegemony already had Shepards installed, recording every keystroke and taking snapshots of every text page and picture displayed. Most of this was discarded after a fairly short time, but anything Achille did would be kept and studied as a way of tracing all his connections and identifying his networks. Meanwhile, Peter would offer him assignments and see what he did with them. There was no chance that Achille would, even for a moment, act in the interest of the hegemony, but he might be useful if Peter kept him on a short enough tether. The trick would be to get as much use out of him as possible, learn as much as possible, but then neutralize him before he could dish up the betrayal he would, without question, be cooking up. Peter had toyed with the idea of keeping Achille locked up for a while, before actually letting him take part in the operations of the hegemony. But that sort of thing was only effective if the subject was susceptible to such human emotions as fear or gratitude. It would be wasted on Achille. So, as soon as Achille had had a chance to clean up after his flights across the Pacific and over the Andes, Peter invited him to lunch. Achille came, of course, and rather surprised Peter by not seeming to do anything at all. He thanked him for rescuing him and for lunch in virtually the same tone. Sincerely, but not extravagantly grateful. His conversation was informal, pleasant, sometimes funny, but never seeming to try for humor. He did not bring up anything about world affairs, the recent wars, why he had been arrested in China, or even a single question about why Peter had rescued him, or what he planned to do with him now. He did not ask Peter if there was going to be a war crimes trial. And yet he did not seem to be evading anything at all. It seemed as though Peter had only to ask what it had been like, betraying India and subverting Thailand, so all of South Asia dropped into his hands like a ripe papaya, and Ashiel would tell several interesting anecdotes about it, and then move on to discuss the kidnapping of the children from Ender's group at command school. But because Peter did not bring it up, Ashiel modestly refrained from talking about his achievements. "I wondered," said Peter, "if you wanted to take a break from working for world peace, or if you'd like to lend a hand around here." Ashiel did not bat an eye at the bitter irony, but instead he seemed to take Peter's words at face value. "I don't know that I'd be much use," he said. "I've been something of an Orientalist lately, but I have to say that the position your soldiers found me in chose, that wasn't a very good one." "Nonsense," said Peter. "Everyone makes an error now and then. I suspect your only error was too much success. Is it Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism that teaches that it's a mistake to do something perfectly, because it would provoke resentment and therefore wouldn't be perfect after all?" "I think it was the Greeks," said Ashiel. "Perfection arouses the envy of the gods." "Or the communists," said Peter. "Snick off the heads of any blades of grass that rise higher than the rest of the lawn." "If you think I have any value," said Ashiel, "I'd be glad to do whatever is within my abilities." "Thank you for not saying my poor abilities," said Peter. "We both know you're a master of the great game, and I, for one, never intend to try to play head-to-head against you." "I'm sure you'd win handily," said Ashiel. "Why would you think that?" said Peter, disappointed at what seemed for the first time like flattery. "Because," said Ashiel, "it's hard to win when your opponent holds all the cards." Not flattery, then, but a realistic assessment of the situation. Or maybe flattery after all, because of course Peter did not hold all the cards. Ashiel almost certainly had plenty of them left once he was in a position to get to them. Peter found that Ashiel could be very charming. He had a sort of reticence about him. He walked rather slowly, perhaps a habit that originated before the surgery that fixed his gimp leg, and made no effort to dominate a conversation, though he was not uncomfortably silent either. He was almost nondescript, charmingly nondescript. Was such a thing possible? Peter had lunch with him 3 times a week, and each time gave him various assignments. Peter gave him a letterhead and a net identity that anointed him assistant to the hegemon. But of course that only meant that in a world where the hegemon's power consisted of the fading remnants of the unity that had been forced on the world during the Formic Wars, Ashiel had been granted the shadow of power. "Our authority," Peter remarked to him at their second lunch, "lies very lightly on the reins of world government." "The horses seem so comfortable, it's almost as though they were not being guided at all," said Ashiel, entering into the joke without a smile. "We govern so skillfully that we never need to use spurs." "Which is a good thing," said Ashiel, "spurs being in short supply around here these days." But just because the hegemony was very nearly an empty shell in terms of actual power did not mean there was no real work to do. Quite the contrary. When one has no power, Peter knew, then the only influence one has comes not from fear, but from the perception that one has useful favors to offer. There were plenty of institutions and customs left over from the decades when the triumvirate of hegemon, Polmark, and Strategos had governed the human race. Newly formed governments in various countries were formed on shaky legal ground. A visit from Peter was often quite helpful in giving the illusion of legitimacy. There were countries that owed money to the hegemony, and since there was no chance of collecting it, the hegemon would win favor by making a big deal of forgiving the accruing interest because of various noble actions on the part of the government. Thus, when Slovenia, Croatia, and Bosnia rushed aid to Italy, sending a fleet when Venice was plagued with a flood and an earthquake at the same time, they were all given amnesty on interest. Your generous assistance helps bind the world together, which is all that the hegemony hopes to achieve. It was a chance for the heads of government to get their positive coverage and face time in the vids. And they also knew that as long as it didn't cost them much, keeping the hegemony in play was a good idea, since it and the Muslims were the only groups openly opposing China's expansionism. What if China turned out to have ambitions beyond the empire it had already conquered? What if the world beyond the Great Wall suddenly had to unite just to survive? Wouldn't it be good to have a viable hegemon ready to assume leadership? And the hegemon, young as he might be, was the brother of the great Ender Wiggin, wasn't he? There were lesser tasks to be accomplished, too. Hegemony libraries that needed to try to secure local funding. Hegemony police stations all over the world, whose archives from the old days needed to stay under hegemony control, even though all the funding came from local sources. Some nasty things had been done as part of the war effort, and there were still plenty of people alive who wanted those archives sealed. Yet there were also powerful people who wanted to make sure the archives were not destroyed. Peter was very careful not to let anything uncomfortable come to light from any of the archives, but was not above letting an uncooperative government know that even if they seized the archive within their own boundaries, there were other archives with duplicate records that were under the control of rival nations. Ah, the balancing act. And each negotiation, each trade-off, each favor done and favor asked for, Peter treated very carefully, for it was vital that he always get more than he gave, creating the illusion in other nations of more influence and power than he actually had. For the more influence and power they believed he had, the more influence and power he actually had. The reality lagged far behind the illusion, but that's why it became all the more important to maintain the illusion perfectly. The shield could be very helpful at that, and because he would almost certainly use his opportunities for his own advantage, letting him have a broad range of action would invite him to expose his plans in ways that Peter's spy systems would surely catch. You won't catch a fish if you hold the hook in one hand and the bait in the other. You need to put them together and give them a lot of string. Peter's father had said this, and more than once, too, which implied that the poor fellow thought it was clever rather than obvious. But it was obvious because it was true. To get Ashiel to reveal his secrets, Peter had to give him the ability to communicate with the outside world at will. But he couldn't make it too easy either, or Ashiel would guess what Peter really wanted. Therefore Peter, with a great show of embarrassment, put severe restrictions on Ashiel's access to the nets. I hope you realize that there's too much history for me simply to give you carte blanche, he explained. In time, of course, these restrictions might be lifted, but for now you may write only messages that pertain directly to your assigned tasks, and all your requests to send emails will need to be cleared by my office. Ashiel smiled. I'm sure your added sense of safety will more than compensate for the delays in what I accomplish. I hope we'll all stay safe, said Peter. That was about as close as Peter and Ashiel came to admitting that their relationship was that of jailer to prisoner, or perhaps that of a monarch to a thrice traitorous courtier. But to Peter's chagrin, his spy system turned up nothing. If Ashiel sent coded messages to old Confederates, Peter could not detect how. The hegemony compound was in a broadcast bubble, so that no electronic transmissions could enter or leave except through the instruments controlled and monitored by Peter. Was it possible that Ashiel was not even attempting to contact the network of contacts he had been using during his astonishing, and with luck permanently terminated, career? Maybe all his contacts had been burned by one betrayal or another. Certainly Ashiel's Russian network had to have given up on him in disgust. His Indian and Thai contacts were obviously useless now, but wouldn't he still have some kind of network in place in Europe and the Americas? Did he already have someone within the hegemony who was his ally? Someone who was sending messages for him, bringing him information, carrying out his errands? At that point, Peter could not help but remember his mother's actions back when Ashiel first arrived. It began during Peter's first meeting with him, when the head custodian of all the compound buildings reported to him that Mrs. Wiggin had attempted at first simply to take a key to Ashiel's room, and when she was caught at it, to ask for and finally demand it. Her excuse, she said, was that she had to make sure the Embriagadas had done a better job of cleaning the room of such an important guest than they did on her house. When Peter emailed her a query about her behavior, she got snippy. Mother had long been frustrated by the fact that she was unable to do any meaningful work. In vain did he point out that she could continue her researches and writing and consult with colleagues by email, as many in her field did by preference. She kept insisting that she wanted to be involved in hegemony affairs. Everyone else is, she said. Peter had interpreted this housekeeping venture as more of the same. Now her actions offered a different possible meaning. Was she trying to leave a message for Ashiel? Was she on a more definite errand, like sweeping the room for bugs? Oh, that was absurd. What did Mother know of electronic surveillance? Peter watched the vid of Mother's attempt to steal the key, and her attitude during the confrontation with the Embriagada who caught her, and after a short time the housekeeper. Mother was imperious, demanding, impatient. He'd never seen this side of her. The second time he watched the scene, though, he realized that from the beginning she was tense, upset. Whatever she was doing, she wasn't used to it, was reluctant to do it. And when she was confronted, she was not reacting honestly as Mother normally would. She instead seemed to become someone else, the cliché of the mother of a ruler, vain about her close association with his power. She was acting, and acting quite well, since the housekeeper and the Embriagada believed the performance, and Peter had believed it too, on the first viewing. It had never occurred to him that Mother might be good at acting. So good that the only way he knew that it was an act was because she had never shown him the slightest sign of being impressed by his power, or of enjoying it in any way. She'd always been irritated by the things that his position required her and Father to do. What if the Teresa Wiggin on this vid was the real Teresa Wiggin, and the one he had seen at home for all these years was the act, the performance, literally of a lifetime? Was it possible that Mother was somehow involved with Ashiel? Had he corrupted her somehow? Might have happened a year ago, or even earlier. It certainly wouldn't have been a bribe, but perhaps it was extortion that turned her. A threat from Ashiel: "I can kill your son at any time, so you better cooperate with me." But that was absurd, too. Now that Ashiel was in Peter's power, why would she continue to fear such a threat? It was something else, or nothing else. It was unthinkable that Mother could be betraying him for any reason. She would have told him. Mother was like a child that way, showing everything: excitement, dismay, anger, disappointment, surprise, the moment she felt it, saying whatever came to mind. She could never sustain a secret like that. Peter and Valentine used to laugh about how obvious Mother was in everything she did. They had never yet been surprised by their birthday and Christmas gifts. Not by the main gift, anyway. Because Mother just couldn't keep a secret. She kept letting hints slip out. Or was that, too, an act? No, that would be madness. That would imply that Mother had been acting his whole life. And why would she do that? It made no sense. And he had to make sense of it. So he invited his father to his office. "What did you want to see me about, Peter?" asked Father, standing near the door. "Look, sit down, Dad. For heaven's sake, you're standing there like a junior employee expecting to be sacked." "Laid off, anyway," said Father, with a thin smile. "Your budget shrinks month by month." "I thought we'd solve that by printing our own money," said Peter. "Good idea," said Father. "Sort of international money that could be equally worthless in every country, so that it becomes the benchmark against which all other currencies are weighed. The dollar is worth 100 billion hedges. That's a good name for it, don't you think? The hedge. And the yen is worth 20 trillion, so on." "That's assuming that we could keep the value just above zero," said Peter. "The computers would all crash if it ever became truly worthless." "But here's the danger," said Father. "What if it accidentally became worth something? Might cause a depression, as other currencies actually fell against the hedge." Peter laughed. "We're both busy," said Father. "What did you want to see me about?" He showed him the vid. Father shook his head through most of it. Teresa, he murmured at the end. What is she trying to do? Asked Peter. Well, obviously she's figured out a way to kill Ashiel, and it requires getting into his room. Now she'll have to think of another way. Peter was astounded. Kill Ashiel? You can't be serious. Well, I can't think of any other reason for her to be doing this. You don't think she actually cares if his room is clean, do you? More likely she'd carry a basket full of roaches and disease-carrying lice into the room. She hates him? She never said anything about that. To you, said Father. So she's told you she wants to kill him? Of course not. If she had, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you. I don't betray her confidences. But since she hasn't seen fit to tell me what's going on, I'm perfectly free to give you my best guess. And my best guess is that Teresa has decided that Ashiel poses a danger to you, not to mention the whole human race, and so she's decided to kill him. Really makes sense once you know how your mother thinks. Mother doesn't even kill spiders. Oh, she kills them just fine when you and I aren't there. You don't think she stands in the middle of the room and goes, eek, 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 until we come home, do you? You're telling me that my mother is capable of murder? Preemptive assassination, said Father. And no, I don't think she's capable of it, but I think she thinks she's capable of it. He thought for a moment. And she might be right. The female of the species is more deadly than the male, as they say. That makes no sense, said Peter. Well, then I guess you wasted your time and mine bringing me down here. I'm probably wrong anyway. There's probably a much more rational explanation, like she really cares how well the maids do their work, or she's hoping to have a love affair with a serial killer who wants to rule the world. Thanks, Father, said Peter. You've been very helpful. Now, I know I was raised by an insane woman, and I never knew it. Peter, my boy, you don't know either of us. What's that supposed to mean? You study everybody else, but your mother and I are like air to you. You just breathe us without noticing we're there. That's all right. That's how parents are supposed to be in their children's lives. Unconditional love, right? Don't you suppose that's the difference between Ashiel and you? That you had parents who loved you, and he didn't? You loved Ender and Valentine, said Peter. It slipped out before he realized what he was saying. And not you, said Father. Oh, my mistake. I guess there is no difference between your upbringing and Ashiel. That's too bad, really. Have a nice day, son. Peter tried to call him back, but Father pretended not to have heard him, and went on his way, whistling the Marseillaise, of all things. All right, so his suspicions of Mother were absurd, though Father had a twisted way of saying so. What a clever family he had, everybody always making a puzzle or a drama out of everything. Or a comedy, that's what he just played out with his father, wasn't it? A farce, an absurdity. If Ashiel had a collaborator here, it was probably not Peter's parents. Now, who else, then? Should he make something of the way Ashiel and Suriawong consulted? But he'd watched the vids of their occasional lunches, and they said nothing beyond ordinary chat about the things they were working on. If there was a code, it was a very subtle one. Not even like they were friends. The conversation was always rather stiff and formal, and if anything bothered Peter about them, it was the way Suriawong always seemed to phrase things in a subservient way. He certainly never acted subservient to Bean, or to Peter. That was something to think about, too. What had really passed between Suri and Ashiel during the rescue and the return to Brazil? What silliness, Peter told himself. If Ashiel has a confederate, they doubtless communicate through dead drops, coded messages and emails, or something like that. Spy stuff. Not dumb attempts to break into Ashiel's room. Ashiel surely would not stake his life on confederates as dumb as that. And Suriawong, how could Ashiel possibly hope to corrupt him? It's not as if Ashiel had influence in the Chinese Empire now, so he could use Suri's family as hostages. No, Peter would have to keep looking. keep the electronic surveillance going until he found out what his shield was doing to subvert Peter's work, or take it over. What was not possible was that his shield had simply given up on his ambitions and was now trying to make a place for himself in the bright future of a world united under the rule of Peter Wiggin. But wouldn't it be nice if he had? Maybe it was time to give up on learning anything from his shield and start setting him up for destruction.
Chapter 7. The Human Race. From Unready, Cincinnatus at Anon.set, to Demosthenes, Tecumseh at freeamerica.org. Re, If I Help You. So, Mr. Wonderboy Hegemon, now that you're no longer Demosthenes of freeamerica.org, is there any good reason why my telling you what I see from the sky wouldn't be treason? From Demosthenes Tecumseh at freeamerica.org to Unready Cincinnatus at Anon.set. Re, Because only the hegemony is actually doing anything about China or actively trying to get Russia and the Warsaw Pact out of bed with Beijing. From Unready Cincinnatus at Anon.set to Demosthenes Tecumseh at freeamerica.org. Re, Bullshit. We saw your little army pull somebody out of a prisoner convoy on a highway in China. If that was who we think it was, no way are you ever seeing anything from me again. My info doesn't go to psychomegalomaniacs, except you, of course. From Demosthenes Tecumseh at freeamerica.org to Unready Cincinnatus at Anon.set. Re, Good call. Good call. Not safe. Here's what. If there's something I should know because you can't act and I can, dead drop it to my former sync at Weblink that will come to you from iComeAnon. He'll know what to do with it. He isn't working for me anymore for the same reason you're not helping, but he's still on our side, and FYI, I'm still on our side, too.
Professor Anton had no laboratory and no library. There was no professional journal in his house, nothing to show he had ever been a scientist. Bean was not surprised. Back when the IDL was hunting down anyone doing research into altering the human genome, Anton was considered the most dangerous of men. He had been served with an order of inhibition, which meant that for many years he bore within his brain a device that, when he tried to concentrate on his area of study, he would have a panic attack. He had the strength once to hint to Sister Carlotta more than he should have about Bean's condition. But otherwise, he had been shut down in the prime of his career. Now the order of inhibition had been lifted, but too late. His brain had been trained to avoid thinking deeply about his area of specialization. There was no going back for him. Not the problem, said Anton. Science goes on without me. For instance, there's a new bacterium in my lung that undoes my cancer, bit by bit. I can't smoke anymore, or the cancer grows faster than the bacteria can undo it. But I'm getting better, and they didn't have to take out my lungs to do it. Walk with me. I actually enjoy walking now. They followed him through the garden to the front gate. In Brazil, the gardens were in the front of the house, so passers-by could see over the front wall, and the greenery and flowers could decorate the street. In Catalonia, as in Italy, the gardens were hidden away in a central courtyard, and the street got no gift but plaster walls and heavy wooden doors. Bean had not realized how much he had come to regard Ribeirão Preto as his home, but he missed it now, walking down the charming yet unrelentingly lifeless street. Soon they reached the Rambla, the broad central avenue that in all the coastal towns led down the slope of the city toward the sea. It was nearing noon, and the Rambla was busy with people on errands. Anton pointed out shops and other buildings, telling them about the people who owned them or worked there or lived there. I see you've become quite involved in the life of this city, said Petra. Superficially, said Anton. An old Russian long exiled in Romania. I'm a curiosity. They talk to me, but not about things that matter in their soul. So why not go back to Russia? Asked Bean. Russia. So many things about Russia. Just to remember them brings back the glorious days of my career, when I was gamboling about inside the nucleus of the human cell like a happy little lamb. But, you see, those thoughts make me start to panic a little. So, I don't go where I get reminded. You're thinking about it now, said Bean. No, I'm saying words about it, said Anton. And besides, if I didn't intend to think about it, I wouldn't have consented to see you. And yet, said Bean, you seem unwilling to look at me. Ah, well, said Anton, if I keep you in my peripheral vision, if I don't think about thinking about you, you are the one fruit that my tree of theory bore. There were more than a score of us, said Bean, but the others were murdered. You survived, said Anton. The others didn't. Why was that, do you think? I hid in a toilet tank. Yes, said Anton. So I gleaned from Sister Carlotta, God rest her soul. But why did you, and you alone, sneak out of your bed and go into the bathroom and hide in such a dangerous and difficult place? Scarcely a year old, too. So precocious, so desperate to survive, yet genetically identical to all your brothers, da? Cloned, said Bean. So, yes. It is not all genetics, is it, said Anton. It is not all anything. So much left to learn. And you are the only teacher. I don't know anything about that. I'm a soldier. It is your body that would teach us, and every cell inside it. Sorry, but I'm still using them, said Bean. As I'm still using my mind, said Anton, even though it won't go where I most wanted to take me. Bean turned to Petra. Is that why you brought me here? So Professor Anton could see what a big boy I've become? No, said Petra. She brought you here, said Anton, so I can persuade you that you are human. Bean sighed, though what he wanted to do was walk away, get a cab to the airport, fly to another country, and be alone. Be away from Petra and her demands on him. Professor Anton, said Bean, I'm quite aware that the genetic alteration that produced my talents and my defects is well within the range of normal variation of the human species. I know that there is no reason to suppose that I could not produce viable offspring if I mated with a human woman, nor is my trait necessarily dominant. I might have children with it, I might have children without. Now, can we simply enjoy our walk down to the sea? Ignorance is not a tragedy, said Anton, merely an opportunity. But to know and refuse to know what you know, that is foolishness. Bean looked at Petra. She was not meeting his gaze. Yes, she certainly knew how annoyed he was, and yet she refused to cooperate with him in exiting the situation. I must love her, thought Bean. Otherwise I would have nothing to do with her, the way she thinks she knows better than I do what's good for me. We have it on record. I'm the smartest person in the world, so why are so many other people eager to give me advice? Your life is going to be short, said Anton, and at the end there will be pain, physical and emotional. You will grow too large for this world, too large for your heart, but you have always been too large of mind for an ordinary life, da? You have always been apart, a stranger, human by name but not truly a member of the species, excluded from all clubs. Till now Anton's words had been mere irritants, floating past him like falling leaves. Now they struck him hard. with a sudden rush of grief and regret that left him almost gasping. He could not help the hesitation, the change of stride that showed the others that these words had suddenly begun to affect him. What line had Anton crossed? Yet he had crossed it. "You are lonely," said Anton, "and humans are not designed to be alone. It's in our genes. We're social beings. Even the most introverted person alive is constantly hungry for human association. You are no exception, Bean." There were tears in his eyes, but Bean refused to acknowledge them. He hated emotions. They took control of him, weakened him. "Let me tell you what I know," said Anton. "Not as a scientist. That road may not be utterly closed to me, but it's mostly washed out and full of ruts, and I don't use it. But my life as a man, that door is still open." "I'm listening," said Bean. "I have always been as lonely as you," he said. "Never as intelligent, but not a fool either. I followed my mind into my work and let it be my life. I was content with that, partly because I was so successful that my work brought great satisfaction, and partly because I was of a disposition not to look upon women with desire." He smiled wanly. "In that era of my youth, the governments of most countries were actively encouraging those of us whose mating instinct had been short-circuited to indulge those desires and take no mates, have no children. Part of the effort to funnel all of human endeavor into the great struggle with the alien enemy. So it was almost patriotic of me to indulge myself in fleeting affairs that meant nothing, that led nowhere. Where could they lead?" "This is more than I want to know about you," thought Bean. "It has nothing to do with me." "I tell you this," said Anton, "so you understand that I know something of loneliness too. Because all of a sudden, my work was taken away from me. From my mind, not just from my daily activities. I could not even think about it. And I quickly discovered that my friendships were not transcendent. They were all tied to my work. And when my work went away, so did these friends. They were not unkind. They still inquired after me. They made overtures, but there was nothing to say. Our minds and hearts did not really touch at any point. I discovered that I did not know anybody, and nobody knew me." Again, that stab of anguish in Bean's heart. This time, though, he was not unprepared, and he breathed a little more deeply and took it in stride. "I was angry, of course, as who would not be," said Anton. "And do you know what I wanted?" Bean did not want to say what he immediately thought of. "Death." "Not suicide, never that. My life wish is too strong, and I was not depressed, I was furious. Well, no, I was depressed, but I knew that killing myself would only help my enemies. The government accomplish their real purpose without having had to dirty their hands. No, I did not wish to die. What I wanted, with all my heart, was to begin to live." "Why do I feel a song coming on?" said Bean. The sarcastic words slipped out of him, unbidden. To his surprise, Anton laughed. Yes, it's such a cliché that it should be followed by a love song, shouldn't it? A sentimental tune that tells of how I was not alive until I met my beloved, and now the moon is new, the sea is blue, the month is June, our love is through. Petra burst out laughing. You missed your calling, the Russian Cole Porter. But my point was serious, said Anton. When a man's life is bent so that his desire is not toward women, it does not change his longing for meaning in his life. A man searches for something that will outlast his life, for immortality of a kind, for a way to change the world, to have his life matter. But it is all in vain. I was swept away until I existed only in footnotes in other men's articles. It all came down to this, as it always does. You can change the world, as you have been, Julian Delphiki. You and Petra Arkanian, both of you, all those children who fought and the ones who did not fight, all of you, you changed the world. You saved the world. All of humanity is your progeny. And yet, it is empty, isn't it? They didn't take it away from you the way they took my work from me. But time has taken it away. It's in the past, and yet you are still alive. So what is your life for? They were at the stone steps leading down into the water. Bean wanted simply to keep going, to walk into the Mediterranean, down and down until he found old Poseidon at the bottom of the sea, and deeper to the throne of Hades. What is my life for? You found purpose in Thailand, said Anton. And then saving Petra, that was a purpose. But what did you save her for? You have gone to the lair of the dragon and carried off the dragon's daughter. For that is what the myth always means, when it doesn't mean the dragon's wife. And now you have her, and you refuse to see what you must do. Not to her, but with her. Bean turned to Petra with weary resignation. Petra, how many letters did it take to make clear to Anton precisely what you wanted him to say to me? Don't leap to conclusions, foolish boy, said Anton. She only wanted to find out if there was any way to correct your genetic problem. She did not speak to me of your personal dilemma. Some of it I learned from my old friend Hiram Graf. Some of it I knew from Sister Carlotta, and some of it I saw simply by looking at the two of you together. You both give off enough pheromones to fertilize the eggs of passing birds. I really don't tell our business to others, said Petra. Listen to me, both of you. Here is the meaning of life. For a man to find a woman, for a woman to find a man, the creature most unlike you, and then to make babies with her, with him, or to find them some other way, but then to raise them up and watch them do the same thing, generation after generation, so that when you die, you know you are permanently a part of the great web of life, that you are not a loose thread snipped off. That's not the only meaning of life, said Petra, sounding a little annoyed. Well, thought Bean, you brought us here, so take your medicine too. Yes, it is, said Anton. Do you think I haven't had time to think about this? I am the same man, with the same mind. I am the man who found Anton's key. I have found many other keys as well, but they took away my work, and I had to find another. Well, here it is. I give it to you, the result of all my study. Shallow as it had to be, it is still the truest thing I ever found. Even men who do not desire women, even women who do not desire men, this does not exempt them from the deepest desire of all, the desire to be an inextricable part of the human race. We're all part of it no matter what we do, said Bean, even those of us who aren't actually human. It's hardwired into all of us. Not just sexual desire. That can be twisted any which way, and it often is. And not just a desire to have children, because many people never get that, and yet they can still be woven into the fabric. No, it's a deep hunger to find a person from that strange, terrifyingly other sex and make a life together. Even old people beyond mating, even people who know they can't have children, there's still a hunger for this, for actual marriage, two unlike creatures becoming as best they can one. I know a few exceptions, said Petra wryly. I've known a few people of the never-again persuasion. I'm not talking about politics or hurt feelings, said Anton. I'm talking about a trait that the human race absolutely needed to succeed. The thing that makes us neither herd animals nor solitaries, but something in between. The thing that makes us civilized, or at least civilizable. And those who are cut off from it by their own desires, by those twists and bends that turn them in another way, like you, Bean. So determined are you that no more children will be born with your defect, and that there will be no children orphaned by your death. Those who are cut off because they think they want to be cut off, they are still hungry for it, hungrier than ever, especially if they deny it. It makes them angry, bitter, sad, and they don't know why. Or if they know, they can't bear to face the knowledge. Bean did not know or care whether Anton was right, that this desire was inescapable for all human beings, though he suspected that he was, that this life wish had to be present in all living things for any species to continue as they all desperately struggled to do. It isn't a will to survive. That is selfish, and such selfishness would be meaningless, would lead to nothing. It is a will for the species to survive, with the self inside it, part of it, tied to it, forever one of the strands in the web. Bean could see that now. Even if you're right, Bean said, that only makes me more determined to overcome that desire and never have a child. For the reasons you just named. I grew up among orphans. I'm not going to leave any behind me. They wouldn't be orphans, said Petra. They'd still have me. And when Ashiel finds you and kills you, said Bean harshly, are you counting on him being merciful enough to do what Valescu did for my brothers? What I cheated myself out of by being so damn smart? Tears leapt to Petra's eyes, and she turned away. You're a liar when you speak like that, said Anton softly, and a cruel one, to say such things to her. I told the truth, said Bean. You're a liar, said Anton, but you think you need the lie so you won't let go of it. I know what these lies are. I kept my sanity by fencing myself about with lies and believing them, but you know the truth. If you leave this world without your children in it, without having made that bond with such an alien creature as a woman, then your life will have meant nothing to you, and you'll die in bitterness and alone. Like you, said Bean. No, said Anton, not like me. What? You're not going to die? Just because they reversed the cancer doesn't mean something else won't get you in the end. No, you mistake me, he said. I'm getting married. Bean laughed. Oh, I see. You're so happy that you want everyone to share your happiness. The woman I'm going to marry is a good woman, a kind one, with small children who have no father. I have a pension now, a generous one, and with my help, these children will have a home. My proclivities have not changed, but she is still young enough, and perhaps we will find a way for her to bear a child that is truly my own. But if not, then I will adopt her children into my heart. I will rejoin the web. My loose thread will be woven in, knotted to the human race. I will not die alone. I'm happy for you, said Bean, surprised at how bitter and insincere he sounded. Yes, said Anton. I'm happy for myself. This will make me miserable, of course. I will be worried about the children all the time. I already am. And getting along with a woman is hard even for men who desire them, or perhaps especially for them. But you see, it will all mean something. I have work of my own to do, said Bean. The human race faces an enemy almost as terrible in his own way as the Formics ever were. And I don't think Peter Wiggin is up to stopping him. In fact, it looks to me as if Peter Wiggin is on the verge of losing everything to him. And then, who will be left to oppose him? That's my work. And if I were selfish and stupid enough to marry my widow and father orphans on her, it would only distract me from that work. If I fail, well, how many millions of humans have already been born and died as loose threads with their lives snipped off? Given the historical rates of infant mortality, it might be as many as half. Certainly at least a quarter of all humans born. All those meaningless lives. I'll be one of them. I'll just be one who did his best to save the world before he died. To Bean's surprise and horror, Anton flung his arms around him in one of those terrifying Russian hugs from which the unsuspecting Westerner thinks he may never emerge alive. My boy, you are so noble. Anton let go of him, laughing. Listen to yourself. So full of the romance of youth. You will save the world. I didn't mock your dream, said Bean. But I'm not mocking you, cried Anton. I celebrate you. Because you are, in a way, a small way, my son. Or at least my nephew. And look at you, living a life entirely for others. I'm completely selfish, cried Bean in protest. Then sleep with this girl. You know she'll let you. Or marry her and then sleep with anybody else, father, children, or not. Why should you care? Nothing that happens outside your body matters. Your children don't matter to you. You're completely selfish. Bean was left with nothing to say. Self-delusion dies hard, said Petra softly, slipping her hand into his. I don't love anybody, said Bean. You keep breaking your heart with the people you love, said Petra. You just can't ever admit it until they're dead. Bean thought of Poke, of Sister Carlotta. He thought of the children he never meant to have, the children that he would make with Petra, this girl who had been such a wise and loyal friend to him, this woman whom, when he thought he might lose her to Ashiel, he realized that he loved more than anyone else on earth. The children he kept denying, refusing to let them exist because he loved them too much. Even now, when they did not exist, he loved them too much to cause them the pain of losing their father, to risk them suffering the pain of dying young when there was no one who could save them. The pain he could bear himself, he refused to let them bear. He loved them so much. And now he had to stare the truth in the face. What good would it do to love his children as much as he already did if he never had those children? He was crying, and for a moment he let himself go, shedding tears for the dead women he had loved so much, and for his own death, so that he would never see his children grow up, so he would never see Petra grow old beside him, as women and men were meant to do. Then he got control of himself, and said what he had decided, not with his mind, but with his heart. If there's some way to be sure that they won't have Anton's key, then I'll have children. Then I'll marry Petra. She felt her hand tighten in his. She understood. She had won. Easy, said Anton. Still just the tiniest bit illegal, but it can be done. Petra had won, but Bean understood that he had not lost. No, her victory was his as well. It will hurt, said Petra, but let's make the most of what we have, and not let future pain ruin present happiness. You're such a poet, murmured Bean. But then he flung one arm over Anton's shoulders and another around Petra's back and held to both of them as his blurring eyes looked out over the sparkling sea. Hours later, after dinner in a little Italian restaurant with an ancient garden, after a walk along the Rambla in the noisy, frolicking crowds of townspeople enjoying their membership in the human race and celebrating or searching for their mates, Bean and Petra sat in the parlor of Anton's old-fashioned home, his fiancée shyly sitting beside him, her children asleep in the back bedrooms. You said it would be easy, said Bean. To be sure my children wouldn't be like me. Anton looked at him thoughtfully. Yes, he finally said. There is one man who not only knows the theory, but has done the work. Non-destructive tests in newly formed embryos. It would mean fertilization in vitro. Oh, good, said Petra. A virgin birth. It would mean embryos that could be implanted even after the father is dead, said Anton. You thought of everything. How sweet, said Bean. I'm not sure you want to meet him, said Anton. We do, said Petra. Soon. You have a bit of history with him, Julian Delphiki, said Anton. I do? Asked Bean. He kidnapped you once, said Anton, along with nearly 24 of your twins. He's the one who turned that little genetic key they named for me. He's the one who would have killed you if you hadn't hid in the toilet. Podlescu, said Petra, as if the name were a bullet to be pried out of her body. Bean laughed grimly. He's still alive? Just released from prison, said Anton. The laws have changed. Genetic alteration is no longer a crime against humanity. Infanticide still is, said Bean. Isn't it? Technically, said Anton, under the law it can't be murder when the victims had no legal right to exist. I believe the charge was tampering with evidence, because the bodies were burned. Please tell me, said Petra, that it isn't perfectly legal to murder Bean. You helped save the world between then and now, said Anton. I think the politics of the situation would be a little different now. What a relief, said Bean. So this non-murderer, this tamperer with evidence, said Petra. I didn't know you knew him. I didn't. I don't, said Anton. I've never met him. But he's written to me. Just a day before Petra did, as a matter of fact. I don't know where he is, but I can put you in touch with him. You'll have to take it from there. So I finally get to meet the legendary Uncle Constantine, said Bean. Or as Father calls him, when he wants to irritate Mother, my bastard brother. How did he get out of jail, really? Asked Petra. I only know what he told me. But, as Sister Carlotta said, the man's a liar to the core. He believes his own lies. In which case, Bean, he might think he's your father. He told her that he cloned you and your brothers from himself. And you think he should help us have children? Asked Petra. I think if you want to have children without Bean's little problem, he's the only one who can help you. Of course, many doctors can destroy the embryos and tell you whether they would have had your talents and your curse. But since my little key has never been turned by nature, there's no non-destructive test for it. And in order to get anyone to develop a test, You would have to subject yourself to examination by doctors who would regard you as a career-making opportunity. Volescu's biggest advantage is he already knows about you, and he's in no position to brag about finding you. Then give us his email, said Bean. We'll go from there.
Chapter 8. Targets. From Betterman Cro-Magnon at homeaddress.com. Free email, sign up a friend. To Humble Assistant at homeaddress.com. Jesus loves you, chosenones.org. Thanks for your help. Dear anonymous benefactor, I may have been in prison, but I wasn't hiding under a rock. I know who you are, and I know what you've done. So when you offer to help me continue the research that was interrupted by my life sentence, and imply that you are responsible for having my charges reduced and my sentence commuted, I must suspect an ulterior motive. I think you plan to use my supposed rendezvous with these supposed people as a means of killing them. Sort of like Herod asking the wise men to tell him where the newborn king was so he could go and worship him also. From Humble Assistant at homeaddress.com. Don't go home alone, Lonely Hearts. To Betterman Cro-Magnon at homeaddress.com. Your ads get seen. Free email. You have misjudged me. Dear Doctor, you have misjudged me. I have no interest in anyone's death. I want you to help them make babies that don't have any of the father's gifts or problems. Make a dozen for them. By the way, if you happen to get any nice little embryos that do have the father's gifts, don't discard them, please. Keep them nice and safe. For me, for us. There are people who would very much like to raise a little garden full of beans. John Paul Wigan had noticed some years ago that the whole child-rearing thing wasn't really all it was cracked up to be. Supposedly, somewhere there was such a thing as a normal child, but none of them had come anywhere near his house. Not that he didn't love his kids, he did. More than they would ever know, more he suspected than he knew himself. After all, you never know how much you love somebody until the real test comes. Would you die for this person? Would you throw yourself on the grenade, step in front of the speeding car, keep a secret under torture to save his life? Most people never know the answer to that question, and even those who do know are still not sure whether it was love or duty or self-respect or cultural conditioning or any number of other possible explanations. John Paul Wigan loved his kids. But either he didn't have enough of them or he had too many. If he had more, then having two of them take off for some faraway colony from which they could never return in his lifetime, that might not have been so bad, because there'd still be several left at home for him to enjoy, to help, to admire as parents wanted to admire their children. And if there had been one fewer, if the government had not requisitioned a third child from them, if Andrew had never been born, had never been accepted into a program for which Peter was rejected, then perhaps Peter's pathological ambition might have stayed within normal bounds. Perhaps his envy and resentment, his need to prove himself worthy after all, would not have tainted his life, darkening even his brightest moments. Of course, if Andrew hadn't been born, the world might now be honeycombed with formic hives, and the human race nothing but a few ragged bands surviving in some hostile environment like Tierra del Fuego or Greenland or the moon. It wasn't the government requisition either. Little-known fact, Andrew had almost certainly been conceived before the requisition came. John Paul Wigan wasn't all that good a Catholic until he realized that the population control laws forbade him to be. Then, because he was a stubborn Pole, or a rebellious American, or simply because he was that peculiar mix of genes and memory called John Paul Wigan, there was nothing more important to him than being a good Catholic, particularly when it came to disobeying the population laws. It was the basis of his marriage with Teresa. She wasn't Catholic herself, which showed that John Paul wasn't that strict about following all the rules, But she came from a big family tradition, and she agreed with him before they got married that they would have more than 2 children, no matter what it cost them. In the end, it cost them nothing. No loss of job, no loss of prestige. In fact, they ended up greatly honored as the parents of the savior of the human race. Only they would never get to see Valentine or Andrew get married, would never see their children, would probably not live long enough to know when they arrived at their colony world. And now they were mere fixtures attached to the life of the child they liked the least. Though truth to tell, John Paul didn't dislike Peter as much as his mother did. Peter didn't get under his skin the way he irritated Teresa. Perhaps that was because John Paul was a good counterbalance to Peter. John Paul could be useful to him. Where Peter kept 100 things going at once, juggling all his projects and doing none of them perfectly, John Paul was a man who had to dot every I, cross every T. So, without exactly telling anyone what his job was, John Paul kept close watch on everything Peter was doing, and followed through on things so they actually got done. Where Peter assumed that underlings would understand his purpose and adapt, John Paul knew that they would misunderstand everything, and spelled it out for them, followed through to make sure things happened just right. Of course, in order to do this, John Paul had to pretend that he was acting as Peter's eyes and ears. Fortunately, the people he straightened out had no reason to go to Peter and explain the dumb things they had been doing before John Paul showed up with his questions, his checklists, his cheerful chats that didn't quite come right out and admit to being tutorials. But what could John Paul do when the project Peter was advancing was so deeply dangerous, and yes, stupid, that the last thing John Paul wanted to do was help him with it? John Paul's position in this little community of hegemoniacs did not allow him to obstruct what Peter was doing. He was a facilitator, not a bureaucrat. He cut the red tape. He didn't spin it out like a spider web. In the past, the most obstructive thing John Paul could do was not to do anything at all. Without him there, nudging, correcting, things slowed down, and often a project died without his help. But with a shield, there was no chance of that. The beast, as Teresa and John Paul called him, was as methodical as Peter wasn't. He seemed to leave nothing to chance, so if John Paul simply left him alone, he would accomplish everything he wanted. "Peter, you're not in a position to see what the beast is doing," John Paul said to him. "Father, I know what I'm doing." "He's got time for everybody," said John Paul. "He's friends with every clerk, every janitor, every secretary, every bureaucrat. People you breeze past with a wave or with nothing at all, he sits and chats with them, makes them feel important. Yes, he's a charmer, all right." "Peter, it's not a popularity contest, Father. No, it's a loyalty contest. You accomplish exactly as much as the people who serve you decide you'll accomplish, and nothing more. They are your power, these public servants you employ, and he's winning their loyalty away from you." "Superficially, perhaps," said Peter. "For most people, the superficial is all there is. They act on the feelings of the moment. They like him better than you." "There's always somebody that people like better," said Peter with a vicious little smile. John Paul restrained himself from making the obvious one-word retort because it would devastate Peter. The single crushing word would have been, yes. "Peter," said John Paul, "when the beast leaves here, who knows how many people he'll leave behind who like him well enough to slip him a bit of gossip now and then, or a secret document?" "Father, I appreciate your concern, and once again, I can only tell you that I have things under control." "You seem to think that anything you don't know isn't worth knowing," said John Paul, not for the first time. "And you seem to think that anything I'm doing is not being done well enough," said Peter, for at least the 100th time. That's how these discussions always went. John Paul did not push it farther than that. He knew that if he became too annoying, if Peter felt too oppressed by having his parents around, they'd be moved out of any position of influence. That would be unbearable. It would mean losing the last of their children. "We really ought to have another child or two," said Teresa one day. "I'm still young enough, and we always meant to have more than the 3 the government allotted us." "Not likely," said John Paul. "Why not? Aren't you still a good Catholic, or did that last only as long as being a Catholic meant being a rebel?" John Paul didn't like the implications of that, particularly because it might have some truth in it. "No, Teresa, darling, we can't have more children because they'd never let us keep them." "Who? The government doesn't care how many children we have now. They're all future taxpayers or baby makers or cannon fodder to them. We're the parents of Ender Wiggin, of Demosthenes, of Locke. Our having another child would be international news. I feared it even before Andrew's battle companions were all kidnapped, but after that there was no doubt." "Do you seriously think people would assume that because our first 3 children were so darling," said John Paul, knowing that she hated it when he called her darling because he couldn't keep the sarcasm out of the term, "they'd have the babies out of the cradle. That's how fast they'd strike. They'd be targets from the moment of conception, just waiting for somebody to come along and turn them into puppets of one regime or another. And even if we were able to protect them, every moment of their lives would be deformed by the press of public curiosity. If we thought Peter was messed up by being in Andrew's shadow, think what it would be like for them." "It might be easier for them," said Teresa. "They would never remember not being in the shadow of their brothers." "That only makes it worse," said John Paul. "They'll have no idea of who they are, apart from being somebody's sib." It was just a thought. "I wish we could do it," said John Paul. It was easy to be generous after she had given in. "I just miss having children around." "So do I. And if I thought they could be children." "None of our kids was ever really a child," said Teresa sadly. "Never really carefree." John Paul laughed. "The only people who think children are carefree are the ones who've forgotten their own childhood." Teresa thought for a moment and then laughed. "You're right. Everything is either heaven on earth or the end of the world." That conversation had been back in Greensboro, after Peter went public with his real identity, and before he was given the nearly empty title of hegemon. They rarely referred back to it. But the idea was looking more attractive now. There were days when John Paul wanted to go home, sweep Teresa into his arms and say, "Darling," and he wouldn't be even the tiniest bit sarcastic. "I have our tickets to space. We're joining a colony, we're leaving this world and all its cares behind, and we'll make new babies up in space where they can't save the world or take it over either." Then Teresa did this business with trying to get into Achille's room, and John Paul honestly wondered if the stress she was under had affected her mental processes. Precisely because he was so concerned about what she did, he deliberately did not discuss it with her for a couple of days, waiting to see if she brought it up. She did not, but he didn't really expect her to. When he judged that the first blush of embarrassment was over and she could discuss things without trying to protect herself, he broached the subject over dessert one night. "So you want to be a housekeeper," he said. "I wondered how long it would take you to bring that up," said Teresa with a grin. "And I wondered how long before you would," said John Paul, with a grin as laced with irony as her own. "Now you'll never know," she said. "I think," said John Paul, "that you were planning to kill him." Teresa laughed. "Oh, definitely. I was under assignment from my controller. I assumed as much." "I was joking," said Teresa at once. "I'm not. Was it something Graf said, or just a spy novel?" "I don't read spy novels." "I know." "It wasn't an assignment," said Teresa. "But yes, he did put the thought into my mind that the best thing for everybody would be for the beast not to leave Brazil alive." "Actually, I don't think that's so," said John Paul. "Why not? Surely you don't think he has any value to the world?" "He brought everybody out of hiding, didn't he?" said John Paul. "Everybody showed their true colors." "Not everybody, not yet. Things are out in the open. The world is divided into camps. The ambitions are exposed, the traitors are revealed." "So the job is done," said Teresa, "and there's no more use for him." I never really thought of you as a murderer. I'm not. But you had a plan, right? I was testing to see if any plan was possible, if I could get into his room. The answer was no. Ah, so the objective remains the same, only the method has been changed. I probably won't do it, said Teresa. I wonder how many assassins have told themselves that, right up to the moment when they fired the gun or plunged in the knife or served the poisoned dates. You can stop teasing me now, said Teresa. I don't care about politics or the repercussions. If killing the beast cost Peter the hegemony, I wouldn't care. I'm just not going to sit back and watch the beast devour my son. But there's a better way, said John Paul. Besides killing him? To get him away from where he can kill Peter. That's our real goal, isn't it? Not to save the world from the beast, but to save Peter. If we kill Ashiel, I don't recall inviting you into my evil conspiracy. Then yes, the beast is dead, but so is Peter's credibility as hegemon. He's forever after as tainted as Macbeth. I know. What we need is to taint the beast, not Peter. Killing is more final. Killing makes a martyr, a legend, a victim. Killing gives you St. Thomas a Becket, the Canterbury Pilgrims. So what's your better plan? We get the beast to try to kill us. Teresa looked at him, dumbfounded. We don't let him succeed, said John Paul. And I thought Peter was the one who loved brinksmanship. Good heavens, Johnny P., you've just explained where his madness comes from. How in the world can you arrange for somebody to try to kill you in such a public way that it becomes discovered and at the same time be absolutely sure that he won't succeed? We don't actually let him fire a bullet, said John Paul, a little impatiently. All we do is gather evidence that he's preparing the attempt. Peter will have no choice but to send him away, and then we can make sure people know why. I may be resented a bit here, but people really like you. They won't like the beast after he plotted to harm their Doce Teresa. But nobody likes you, said Teresa. What if it's you he goes for first? Whichever, said John Paul. And how will we know what he's plotting? Because I put keyboard reading programs into all the computers on the system and software to analyze his actions and give me reports on everything he does. There's no way for him to make a plan without emailing somebody about something. I can think of 100 ways, one of which is he does it himself, without telling anybody. He'll have to look up our schedule then, won't he? Or something. Something that will be suspicious. Something that I can show to Peter and force him to get rid of the boy. So the way to shoot down the beast is to paint big targets on our own foreheads, said Teresa. Isn't that a marvelous plan? Said John Paul, laughing at the absurdity of it. But I can't think of a better one. And it's nowhere near as bad as yours. Do you actually believe you could kill somebody? Mother Bear protects the cub, said Teresa. Are you with me? Promise not to slip a fatal laxative into his soup. I'll see what your plan is when you actually come up with one that sounds like it might succeed. We'll get the beast thrown out of here, said John Paul, one way or another. That was the plan, which John Paul knew was no plan at all, since Teresa hadn't actually promised him she'd give up on her plot to become a killer by stealth. The trouble was that when he accessed the programs that were monitoring Ashiel's computer use, the report said, no computer use. This was absurd. John Paul knew the boy had used the computer because he had received a few messages himself, innocent inquiries, but they bore the screen name that Peter had given to the beast. But he couldn't ask anybody outright to help him figure out why his spy programs weren't catching Ashiel's sign-ons and reading his keystrokes. The word would get around, and then John Paul wouldn't seem quite such an innocent victim when Ashiel's plot, whatever it was, came to light. Even when he actually saw Ashiel with his own eyes, logging in and typing away on a message, the report that night, which affirmed that the keystroke monitor was at work on that very machine, still showed no activity from Ashiel. John Paul thought about this for a good long while, trying to imagine how Ashiel could have circumvented his software without logging on at least once, until it finally dawned on him to ask his software a different question. List all logons from that computer today, he typed into his desk. After a few moments, the report came up, no logons. No logons from any of the nearby computers. No logons from any of the faraway computers. No logons apparently in the entire hegemony computer system. And since people were logging on all the time, including Jean Paul himself, this result was impossible. He found Peter in a meeting with Ferreira, the Brazilian computer expert who was in charge of system security. "I'm sorry to interrupt," he said, "but it's even better to tell you this when both of you are together." Peter was irritated, but answered politely enough, "Go ahead." Jean Paul had tried to think of some benign explanation for his having tried to mount a spy operation throughout the hegemony computer network, but he couldn't, so he told the truth, that he was trying to spy on Achille, but said nothing about what he intended to do with the information. By the time he was done, Peter and Ferreira were laughing. Bitterly, ironically, but laughing. "What's funny?" "Father," said Peter, "didn't it occur to you that we had software on the system doing exactly the same job?" "Which software did you use?" asked Ferreira. Jean Paul told him, and Ferreira sighed. "Ordinarily, my software would have detected his and wiped it out," he said. "But your father has a very privileged access to the net. So privileged that my snoopware had to let it by." "But didn't your software at least tell you?" asked Peter, annoyed. "His is interrupt-driven. Mine is native in the operating system," said Ferreira. "Once his snoopware got past the initial barrier and was resident in the system, there was nothing to report. Both programs do the same job, just at different times in the machine cycle. They read the key press and pass the information on to the operating system, which passes it on to the program. They also pass it on to their own keystroke log, but both programs clear the buffer so that the keystroke doesn't get read twice." Peter and Jean Paul both made the same gesture. Hands to the forehead, covering the eyes. They understood at once, of course. Keystrokes came in and got processed by Ferreira's snoopware or by Jean Paul's, but never by both. So both keystroke logs would show nothing but random letters, none of which would amount to anything meaningful, none of which would ever look like a logon, even though there were logons all over the system all the time. "Can we combine the logs?" asked Jean Paul. "We have all the keystrokes, after all." "We have the alphabet, too," said Ferreira. "And if we just find the right order to arrange them in, those letters will spell out everything that was ever written." "It's not as bad as that," said Peter. "At least the letters are in order. It shouldn't be that hard to meld them together in a way that makes sense." "But we have to meld all of them in order to find Achille's logons." "Write a program," said Peter, "one that will find everything that might be a logon by him, and then you can work on the material immediately following those possibles." "Write a program," murmured Ferreira. "Or I will," said Peter. "I don't have anything else to do." "That sarcasm doesn't make people love you, Peter," said Jean Paul silently. Then again, there was no chance, given Peter's parents, that such sarcasm would not come readily to his lips. "I'll sort it out," said Ferreira. "I'm sorry," said Jean Paul. Ferreira only sighed. "Oh, didn't it at least cross your mind that we would have software already in place to do the same job?" "You mean you had snoopware that would give me regular reports on what Achille was writing?" asked Jean Paul. "Oops. Peter's not the only sarcastic one. But then, I'm not trying to unite the world." "There's no reason for you to know," said Peter. "Time to bite the bullet. I think Achille is planning to kill your mother." "Father," said Peter impatiently, "he doesn't even know her." "Do you think there's any chance that he didn't hear that she tried to get into his room?" "But kill her?" asked Ferreira. "Achille doesn't do things by half measures," said Jean Paul, "and nobody is more loyal to Peter than she is." "Not even you, Father?" asked Peter sweetly. "She doesn't see your faults," lied Jean Paul. "Her motherly instincts blind her, but you have no such handicap." "Not being your mother," said Jean Paul. "My snoopware should have caught this anyway," said Ferreira. "I blame only myself. The system shouldn't have had that kind of backdoor." "Systems always do," said Jean Paul. After Ferreira left, Peter said a few cold words. "I know how to keep Mother completely safe," he said. "Take her away from here. Go to a colony world. Go somewhere and do something, but stop trying to protect me." "Protect you? Do you think I'm so stupid that I'll believe this cockamamie story about Achille wanting to kill Mother?" Ah, you're the only person here worth killing. I'm the only one whose death would remove a major obstacle from Ashiel's path. John Paul could only shake his head. Who else, then? Peter demanded. Nobody else, Peter, said John Paul. Not a soul. Everybody's safe because, after all, Ashiel has shown himself to be a perfectly rational boy who would never, ever kill somebody without a perfectly rational purpose in view. Well, of course he's psychotic, said Peter. I didn't mean he wasn't psychotic. So many psychotics, so few really effective drugs, said John Paul as he left the room. That night when he told Teresa, she groaned. So he's been getting a free ride. We'll put it all together soon enough, I'm sure, said John Paul. No, Johnny P. We aren't sure that it will be soon enough. For all we know, it's already too late. Chapter 9. Conception. To Stone Cold at ikomenon.com. From Third Party at mysteriousEast.org. Re. Definitely not Vichyssoise. I don't know who you are. I don't know what this message means. He is in China. I was a tourist there walking along a public sidewalk. He gave me a folded slip of paper and asked me to post a message to this remailing site with the subject line above. So here it is. Quote, he thinks I told him where Caligula would be, but I did not. End quote. I hope this means something to you and that you get it, because he seemed very intense about this. As for me, you don't know who I am, neither does he, and that's the way I like it.
It's not the same city, said Bean. Well, of course not, said Petra. You're taller. It was Bean's first return to Rotterdam since he left as a very young child to go into space and learn to be a soldier. In all his wanderings with Sister Carlotta after the war, she never once suggested coming here, and he never thought of it himself. But this was where Voulescu was. He had had the chutzpah to re-establish himself in the city where he had been arrested. Now, of course, he was not calling his work research, even though it had been illegal for many years. Other scientists had pursued it quietly, and when, after the war, they were able to publish again, they left all of Voulescu's achievements in the dust. So his offices, in an old but lovely building in the heart of the city, were modestly labeled, in common, Reproductive Safety Services. Safety, said Petra. An odd name, considering how many babies he killed. Not babies, said Bean mildly. Illegal experiments were terminated, but no actual legal babies were ever involved. Oh, that really slops your hogs, doesn't it? She said. You watched too many vids. You're beginning to pick up American slang. What else can I do, with you spending all your time online saving the world? I'm about to meet my maker, said Bean. And you're complaining to me about my spending too much time on pure altruism? He's not your maker, said Petra. Well, who is then? My biological parents? They made Nikolai. I was leftovers in the fridge. I was referring to God, said Petra. I know you were, said Bean, smiling. Me, I can't help but think that I exist because God blinked. If you'd been paying attention, I could never have happened. Don't goad me about religion, said Petra. I won't play. You started it, said Bean. I'm not Sister Carlotta. I couldn't have married you if you were. Was that your choice? Me or the nunnery? Petra laughed and gave him a little shove, but it wasn't much of a shove. Mostly it was just an excuse to touch him, to prove to herself that he was hers, that she could touch him when she liked, and it was all right, even with God, since they were legally married now. A necessity before in vitro fertilization, so that there could be no question about paternity or joint ownership of the embryos. A necessity, but also what she wanted. When had she started wanting this? In battle school, if anyone had asked her whom she would eventually marry, she would have said, "A fool, since no one smarter would have me." But if pressed, and if she trusted her inquisitor not to blab, she would have said Dink Meeker. He was her closest friend in battle school. Dink was even Dutch. He wasn't in the Netherlands these days, however. The Netherlands had no military. Dink had been lent to England, rather like a prize football player, and he was cooperating in joint Anglo-American planning, which was such a waste of his talent, since on neither side of the Atlantic was there the slightest desire to get involved in the turmoil that was rocking the rest of the world. She didn't even regret his absence. She still cared about him, had fond memories of him, even perhaps loved him in a vaguely more than platonic way. But after battle school, where he had been a brave rebel challenging the system, refusing to command an army in the battle room and joining her in helping Ender in his struggle against the teachers, after battle school, they had worked together almost continuously, and perhaps came to know each other too well. The rebel pose was gone, and he stood revealed as a brilliant but cocky commander. And when she was shamed in front of Dink, when she was overcome by fatigue during a game that turned out to be real, it became a barrier between her and the others, but it was an unvaultable wall between her and Dink. Even when Ender's Jish was kidnapped and confined together in Russia, she and Dink bantered with each other just like old times, but she felt no spark. Through all that time, she would have laughed if anyone suggested that she would fall in love with Bean. A scant 3 years later would be married to him. Because if Dink had been the most likely candidate for her heart in battle school, Bean had to be the least likely. She had helped him a bit, yes, as she had helped Ender when he first started out, but it was a patronizing kind of help, giving a hand up to an underdog. In command school, she had come to respect Bean, to see something of his struggle, how he never did anything to win the approval of others, but always gave whatever it took to help his friends. She came to understand him as one of the most deeply altruistic and loyal people she had ever seen, even though he did not see either of these traits in himself, but always found some reason why everything he did was entirely for his own benefit. When Bean was the only one not kidnapped, she knew at once that he would try anything to save them. The others talked about trying to contact him on the outside, but gave up at once when they heard that he had been killed. Petra never gave up on him. She knew that Ashiel could not possibly have killed him so easily. She knew that he would find a way to set her free. And he had done it. She didn't love him because he had saved her. She loved him because, during all her months in captivity, constantly having to bear Ashiel's looming presence, with his leering threat of death entwined with his lust to own her, Bean was her dream of freedom. When she imagined life outside of captivity, she kept thinking of it as life with him, not as man and wife, but simply, when I'm free, then we'll find some way to fight Ashiel. We'll. And the we was always her and Bean. Then she learned about his genetic difference, about the death that awaited him from overgrowing his body's ability to nurture itself, and she knew at once that she wanted to bear his children, not because she wanted to have children who suffered from some freakish affliction that made them brilliant ephemera, butterflies catching the sunlight only for a single day, but because she did not want Bean's life to leave no child behind. She could not bear to lose him, and desperately wanted something of him to stay with her when he was gone. She could never explain this to him. She could hardly explain it to herself, but somehow things had come together better than she hoped, Her gambit of getting him to see Anton had persuaded him far more quickly than she had thought would be possible. It led her to believe that he too, without even realizing it, had come to love her in return. That just as she wanted him to live on in his children, he now wanted her to be the mother who cared for them after he died. If that wasn't love, it would do. They married in Spain, with Anton and his new bride looking on. It had been dangerous to stay there as long as they did, though they tried to take the curse off it by leaving frequently with all their bags and then returning to stay in a different town each time. Their favorite city was Barcelona, which was a fairyland of buildings that looked as if they had all been designed by Gaudi, or perhaps had sprung from Gaudi's dreams. They were married in the Cathedral of the Sagrada Familia. It was one of the few genuine Gaudis still standing, and the name made it the perfect place for a wedding. Of course, the Sagrada Familia referred officially to the Sacred Family of Jesus, but that didn't mean it couldn't also apply to all families. Besides, weren't her children going to be immaculately conceived? The honeymoon, such as it was, a week together island-hopping through the Balearics, enjoying the Mediterranean Sea and the African breezes, was still a week longer than she had hoped for. After knowing Bean's character about as well as one person ever gets to know another person, Petra had been rather shy about getting to know his body and letting him know hers. But here Darwin helped them, for the passions that made species survive helped them to forgive each other's awkwardness and foolishness and ignorance and hunger. She was already taking pills to regulate her ovulation and more pills to stimulate as many eggs as possible to come to maturity. There was no possibility of their conceiving a baby naturally before they began the in vitro fertilization process, but she wished for it all the same. And twice she woke from dreams in which a kindly doctor told them, "I'm sorry, I can't implant embryos because you're already pregnant." But she refused to let it trouble her. She would have his baby soon enough. Now they were here in Rotterdam, getting down to business, looking not for the kindly doctor of her dream, but for the mass murderer who only spared Bean's life by accident to provide them with a child who would not die as a giant by the age of 20. "If we wait long enough," said Bean, "they'll close the office." "No," said Petra. "Valescu will wait all night to see you. You're his experiment that succeeded despite his cowardice." "I thought it was my success, not his." She pressed herself against his arm. "It was my success," she said. "Yours? How?" "It must have been. I'm the one who ended up with all the prizes. If you had ever said things like that in battle school, you would have been the laughingstock of all the armies. That's because the armies were all composed of prepubescent children. Grown-ups don't think such things are embarrassing." "Actually, they do," said Bean. "There's only this brief window of adolescence where extravagantly romantic remarks are taken for poetry. Such is the power of hormones that we absolutely understand the biological causes of our feelings, and yet we still feel them." "Let's not go inside," said Bean. "Let's go back to the inn and have some more feelings." She kissed him. "Let's go inside and make a baby." "Try for a baby," said Bean, "because I won't let you have one in which Anton's key is turned." "I know," she said. "And I have your promise that embryos with Anton's key will all be discarded." "Of course," she said. That satisfied him, though she was sure that he would notice that she had never actually said the words. Maybe he did, unconsciously, and that was why he kept asking. It was hypocritical and dishonest of her, of course, and she almost felt bad about it sometimes, but what happened after he died would be none of his business. "All right, then," he said. "All right, then. she answered. Time to go meet the baby killer, nay? I don't suppose we should call him that to his face, though, right? Since when are you the one who worries about good manners? Vulescu was a weasel, just as Petra knew he would be. He was all business, playing the role of Mr. Scientist, but Petra knew well what lay behind the mask. She could see the way he couldn't keep his eyes off Bean, the mental measurements he was making. She wanted to make some snide remark about how prison seemed to have done him good. He was carrying some extra weight, needed to walk that off. But they were here to have the man choose them a baby, and it would serve no purpose to irritate him. I couldn't believe I was going to meet you, said Vulescu. I knew from that nun who visited me that one of you had lived, and I was glad. I was already in prison by then, the very thing that destroying the evidence had been designed to prevent, so I didn't need to destroy it after all. I wished I hadn't. And here she comes and tells me the lost one lived. It was the one ray of hope in the long night of despair, and here you are. Again he eyed Bean from head to toe. Yes, said Bean, here I am. I'm very tall for my age, too, as you seem to keep trying to verify. Ah, I'm sorry, said Vulescu. I know that other business has brought you here, very important business. You're sure, said Bean, that your test for Anton's key is absolutely accurate and non-destructive? You exist, don't you? You are what you are, yes? We would not have kept any in which the gene did not take. We had a safe, reliable test. Every one of the cloned embryos was brought to life, said Bean. It worked in every one of them. I was very good with plantar viruses in those days, a skill that even now isn't much called for in procedures with humans since alterations are still illegal. He chuckled, because everyone knew that there was a lively business in tailored human babies in various places around the world, and that skill in gene alteration was in more demand than ever. It was almost certainly Vulescu's real business, and the Netherlands was one of the safest places to practice it. But as Petra listened to him, she became more and more uneasy. Vulescu was lying about something. The change in his manner had been slight, but after spending months observing every tiny nuance in Achille's demeanor, simply as a matter of survival, she had turned herself into a very precise observer of other people. The signs of deception were there. Energized speech, overly rhythmic, too jovial, eyes that kept darting away from theirs, hands that wouldn't stop touching his coat, his pencil. What would he be lying about? Well, it was obvious, once she thought about it. There was no test. Back when he created Bean, Vulescu had simply introduced the plantar virus that was supposed to alter all the cells of the embryos, and then waited to see if any embryos lived, and which of the survivors had been successfully altered. It happened that they all survived, but not all of them, necessarily, had Anton's key. Maybe that was why, of all the nearly 24 babies, only Bean escaped. Maybe Bean was the only one in whom the alteration was successful. The only one with Anton's key. The only one who was so preternaturally intelligent that he was able, at 1 year of age, to realize there was danger, climb out of his bassinet, get himself inside a toilet tank, and actually stay alive there until the danger passed. That had to be Vulescu's lie. Well, maybe he had developed a test since then, but that was unlikely. Why would he imagine he'd need it? But he said that he had such a test so he could do what? Start his experiment again? Take their leftover embryos, and instead of discarding the ones with Anton's key, he'd keep them all, and raise them, and study them. This time, it wouldn't be just 1 out of 24 who had the enhanced intelligence and the shortened lifespan. This time, the genetic odds suggested a 50-50 distribution of Anton's Ki among the embryos. So, now, Petra had a decision to make. If she said out loud what she was so certain of in her mind, Bean would probably realize she was right and the entire deal would be off. If Bolescu had no way to test, it was certain nobody else did. Bean would refuse to have children at all. So if she was to have Bean's child, Bolescu had to be the one to do it, not because he had a test for Anton's Ki, but because Bean believed he did. But what about the other embryos? They would be her children too, growing up as the slaves, the experimental subjects of a man like this, completely without morals. "Of course you know," said Petra, "that you won't do the actual implantation." Since Bean had never heard this wrinkle in their plans, he was no doubt surprised. But being Bean, he showed nothing, merely smiled a bit to show that she was speaking for both of them. Such trust. She didn't even feel guilty that he trusted her so much at a moment when she was working so hard to deceive him. She may not be doing what he thought that he wanted, but she knew she was doing what he really desired, deep down in his genes. Bolescu showed surprise, however. "But what do you mean?" "Oh, forgive me," said Petra, "but we will stay with you through the entire fertilization process, and we will watch as every fertilized embryo is taken to the women's hospital, where they will be under hospital security until the implantation takes place." Bolescu's face reddened. "What do you accuse me of?" "Of being the man you have already proven yourself to be." "Oh, many years ago, and I paid my debt." Bean understood now, well enough at least to join in, his tone of voice as light and cheerful as Petra's. "We have no doubt of that, but of course we want to make sure we don't have any of our little embryos with Anton's Ki waking up to some unpleasant surprises in a room full of children, as I did once." Bolescu rose to his feet. "This interview is over." Petra's heart sank. She shouldn't have said anything at all. Now there would be no implantation, and Bean would discover... "So, we proceed to extract the eggs?" asked Bean. "The time is right, I believe. That's why we made the appointment for this day." Bolescu looked at him sharply. "After you insulted me?" "Come now, Doctor," said Bean. "You take the eggs from her, and then I make my donation. That's how salmon do it. It's really quite natural, though I'd like to skip the swim upstream, if I can." Bolescu eyed him for a long moment, then smiled his tight little smile. "My little half-nephew Julian has such a sense of humor." Petra waited, hardly wanting to breathe, definitely not wishing to speak, though 1,000 words raced through her head. "All right, yes. Of course you can protect the fertilized embryos however you want. I understand your lack of trust, even though I know it is misplaced." "Then while you and Petra do whatever it is you're going to do," said Bean, "I'll call for a couple of couriers from the fertility center at Women's Hospital to come and await the embryos and take them to be frozen." "It will be hours before we reach that stage," said Bolescu. "We can afford to pay for their time," said Petra, "and we don't want any chance of slip-ups or delays." "I will have to have access to the embryos again for several hours, of course," said Bolescu, "in order to separate them and test them." "In our presence," said Petra, "and the fertility specialist who's going to implant the first one." "Of course," said Bolescu with a tight smile. "I will sort them out for you and discard the—" "We will discard and destroy any that have Anton's Ki," said Bean. "That goes without saying," said Bolescu stiffly. "He hates these rules we've sprung on him," thought Petra. She could see it in his eyes, despite the calm demeanor. He's furious. He's even embarrassed, yes. Well, since that's probably as close as he's ever come to feeling shame, it's good for him. While Petra was examined by the staff doctor who would do the implantation, Bean saw to hiring a security service. A guard would be on duty at the embryo nursery, as the hospital staff charmingly called it, all day, every day. "Since you're the one who first started being paranoid," Bean told Petra, "I have no choice but to out-paranoid you." It was a relief, actually. During the days before the embryos were ready for implantation, while Valescu was no doubt trying frantically to devise some non-destructive procedure that he could pretend was a genetic test, Petra was glad not to have to stay in the hospital, personally watching over the embryos the whole time. It gave her a chance to explore the city of Bean's childhood. Bean, however, seemed determined to visit only the tourist sites and then get back to his computer. She knew that it made him nervous to stay in one city for so long, especially because for the first time their whereabouts were known to another person whom they did not trust. It was doubtful Valescu knew any of their enemies, but Bean insisted on changing hotels every day and walking blocks from their hotel in order to hail a taxi so that no enemy could set an easy trap for them. He was evading more than his enemies, though. He was also evading his past in this city. She scanned a city map and found the area that Bean was clearly avoiding, and the next morning, after Bean had chosen the first cab of the day, she leaned forward and gave the taxi driver directions. It took Bean only a few moments to realize where the cab was going. She saw him tense up, but he did not refuse to go or even complain about her having compelled him. How could he? It would be an admission that he was avoiding the places he had known as a child, a confession of pain and fear. She was not going to let him pass the day in silence, however. "I remember the stories you've told me," she said to him gently. "There aren't many of them, but still I wanted to see for myself. I hope it's not too painful for you, but even if it is, I hope you'll bear it, because someday I'll want to tell our children about their father. And how can I tell the stories if I don't know where they took place?" After the briefest pause, Bean nodded. They left the cab and he took her through the streets of his childhood, which had been old and shabby even then. "It's changed very little," said Bean. "Really just the one difference. There aren't thousands of abandoned children everywhere. Apparently somebody found the budget to deal with the orphans." She kept asking questions, paying close attention to the answers, and finally he understood how serious she was, how much it meant to her. Bean began taking her off the main streets. "I lived in the alleys," he explained, "in the shadows, like a vulture waiting for things to die. I had to watch for scraps that other children didn't see, things discarded at night, spills from garbage bins, anything that might have a few calories in it." He walked up to one dumpster and laid his hand against it. "This one," he said. "This one saved my life. There was a restaurant then where that music shop is. I think the restaurant employee who dumped their garbage knew I was lurking. He always took out most of the cooking garbage in the late afternoon in daylight. The older kids took everything. And then the scraps from the night meals, those got dumped in the morning, in daylight again, and the other kids got that too. But he usually came outside once in the darkness to smoke, right here by the garbage bin. And after his smoke, in the darkness, there'd be a scrap of something, right here." Bean put his hand on a narrow shelf formed by the frame that allowed the garbage truck to lift the bin. "Such a tiny dinner table," said Petra. "I think he must have been a survivor of the street himself," said Bean, "because it was never something so large as to attract attention. It was always something I could slip into my mouth all at once, so no one ever saw me holding food in my hand. I would have died without him. It was only a couple of months, and then he stopped. Probably lost his job or moved on to something else, and I have no idea who he was, but it kept me alive. What a lovely thing, to think such a person could have come out of the streets, said Petra. Well, yes, now I see that, said Bean. But at the time I didn't think of that sort of thing at all. I was focused. I knew he was doing it deliberately, but I didn't bother to imagine why, except to eliminate the possibility that it was a trap, or that he had drugged it or poisoned it somehow. How did you eliminate that possibility? I ate the first thing he put there, and I didn't die. And I didn't keel over and then wake up in a child whorehouse somewhere. They had such places? There were rumors that that's what happened to children who disappeared from the street, along with the rumors that they were cooked into spicy stews in the immigrant section of town. Those I don't believe. She wrapped her arms around his chest. Oh, Bean, what a hellish place. Ashiel came from here, too, he said. He was never as small as you were. But he was crippled. That bad leg. He had to be smart to stay alive. He had to keep everyone else from crushing him for no better reason than because they could. Maybe his thing about having to eliminate anyone who sees his helplessness, maybe that was a survival mechanism for him under these circumstances. You're such a Christian, said Petra. So full of charity. Speaking of which, said Bean, I assume you're going to raise our child Armenian Catholic, right? It would make Sister Carlotta happy, don't you think? She was happy no matter what I did, said Bean. God made her happy. She's happy now, if she's anything at all. She was a happy person. You make her sound, what, mentally deficient? Yes. She was incapable of holding on to malice. A serious defect. I wonder if there's a genetic test for it, said Petra. Then she regretted it immediately. The last thing she wanted was for Bean to think too much about genetic tests and realize what seemed so obvious to her, that Bolescu had no test. They visited many other places, and more of them made him tell her little stories. Here's where Poke used to hide a stash of food to reward the kids who did well. Here's where Sister Carlotta first sat down with us to teach us to read. This was our best sleeping place during the winter, until some bigger kids found us and drove us out. Here's where Poke stood over Ashiel with a cinder block in her hands, said Bean, ready to dash his brains out. If only she had, said Petra. She was too good a person, said Bean. She couldn't imagine the evil that might be in him. Well, I didn't either, until I saw him lying there. What was in his eyes when he looked up at that cinder block? I've never seen so much hate. That was all. No fear. I saw her death in his eyes right then. I told her she had to do it, had to kill him. She couldn't. But it happened just the way I warned her. If you let him live, he'll kill you, I said. And he did. Where was it? Asked Petra. The place where Ashiel killed her. Can you take me there? He thought about it for a few moments, then walked her to the waterfront among the docks. They found a clear place where they could see between the boats and ships and barges, out to where the great Rhine swept past on its way to the North Sea. What a powerful place, said Petra. What do you mean? It's just the river, so strong. And yet human beings were able to build this along its banks, this harbor. Nature is strong, but the human mind is stronger. Except when it isn't, said Bean. He gave her body to the river, didn't he? He dumped her into the water, yes. But the way Ashiel saw what he did, giving her to the water, maybe he romanticized it. He strangled her, said Bean. I don't care what he thought while he did it or afterward. He kissed her, and then he strangled her. You didn't see the murder, I hope, said Petra. It would be too terrible if Bean had been carrying such an image in his mind all these years. I saw the kiss, said Bean. I was too selfish and stupid to see what it meant. Petra remembered her own kiss from Achille and shuddered. Well, you thought what anyone would have thought, said Petra. You thought his kiss meant what mine does. And she kissed him. He kissed her back, hungrily. But when the kiss ended, his face grew wistful again. I would undo everything. All that I've done with my life since then, said Bean, if I could only go back and undo that one moment. What? You think you could have fought him? Have you forgotten how small you were then? If I'd been there, if he'd known I was watching, he wouldn't have done it. Achille never risks discovery if he can help it. Or he might have killed you, too. He couldn't kill us both at once. Not with that gimp leg. Whichever one he went for, the other would scream bloody murder and go for help. Or hit him over the head with a cinder block. Yes, well, Poke could have done that, but I couldn't have lifted it higher than his head, and I don't think dropping a stone on his toe would have done the job. They stayed by the dock for a little longer, and they made the walk back to the hospital. The security guard was on duty. All was right with the world. All. Bean had gone back to his childhood range, and he hadn't cried much, hadn't turned away, hadn't fled back to some safe place. Or so she thought, until they left the hospital, returned to their hotel, and he lay in the bed, gasping for breath until she realized that he was sobbing. Great, dry, racking sobs that shook his whole body. She lay beside him and held him until he slept. Valescu's fakery was so good that for a few moments Petra wondered if he might really have the ability to test the embryos. But no, it was flim-flam. He was simply smart enough, scientist enough, to find convincing flim-flam that was realistic enough to fool extremely intelligent lay people like them, and even the fertility doctor they brought with them. He must have made it look like the tests these doctors performed to test for a child's sex or for major genetic defects. Or else, the doctor knew perfectly well it was a scam, but said nothing, because all the baby fixers played the same game, pretending to check for defects that couldn't actually be checked for, knowing that by the time the fakery was discovered, the parents would already have bonded with the child, and even if they hadn't, how could they sue for failing to perform an illegal procedure like sorting for athletic prowess or intellect? Maybe all these baby boutiques were fakers. The only reason that Petra wasn't fooled is that she didn't watch the procedure. She watched Valescu. And by the end of the procedure, she knew that he was way too relaxed. He knew that nothing he was doing would make the slightest difference. There was nothing at stake. The test meant nothing. There were 9 embryos. He pretended to identify 3 of them as having Anton's key. He tried to hand the containers to one of his assistants to dispose of, but Bean insisted that he give them to their doctor for disposal. I don't want any of those embryos to accidentally become a baby, said Bean with a smile. But to Petra, they already were babies, and it hurt her to watch as Bean supervised the pouring out of the 3 embryos into a sink, the scouring of the containers to make sure an embryo hadn't managed to thrive in some remaining droplet. I'm imagining this, thought Petra. For all she knew, the containers he flushed had never contained embryos at all. Why would Valescu sacrifice any of them, when all he had to do was lie and merely say that these 3 had contained embryos with Anton's key? So, self-persuaded that no actual harm to a child of hers was being done, she thanked Valescu for his help, and they waited for him to leave before anything else was done. Valescu carried nothing from the room that he hadn't come in with. Then Bean and Petra both watched as the 6 remaining embryos were frozen, their containers tagged, and all of them secured against tampering. The morning of the implantation, they both awoke almost at first light, too excited, too nervous to sleep. She lay in bed reading, trying to calm herself. He sat at the table in the hotel room, working on email, scanning the nets. But his mind was obviously on the morning's procedure. "It's going to be expensive," he said, "keeping guard over the ones we don't implant." She knew what he was driving at. "You know we've got to keep them frozen until we know if the first implant works. They don't always take." Bean nodded. "But I'm not an idiot, you know. I'm perfectly aware that you intend to keep all the embryos and implant them one by one until you have as many of my children as possible." "Well, of course," said Petra. "What if our firstborn is as nasty as Peter Wiggin?" "Impossible," said Bean. "How could a child of mine have any but the sweetest disposition?" "Unthinkable, I know," said Petra, "and yet somehow I thought of it." "So this security, it has to continue for years." "Why?" said Petra. "No one wants the babies that are left. We destroyed the ones with Anton's key." "We know that," said Bean, "but they're still children of 2 members of Ender's Geesh. Even without my particular curse, they'll still be worth stealing." "But they won't be old enough to be of any value for years and years," said Petra. "Well, not all that many years," said Bean. "How old were we? How old are we even now? There are plenty of people willing to take the children and invest not that many years of training and then put them to work, playing games and winning wars." "I'll never let any of them anywhere near military training," said Petra. "You won't be able to stop them," said Bean. "We have plenty of money, thanks to the pensions Graf got for us," said Petra. "I'll make sure the security is intense." "No, I mean you'll never be able to stop the children from seeking out military service." He was right, of course. The testing for battle school included a child's predilection for military command, for the contest of battle, for war. Bean and Petra had proven how strong that passion was in them. It would be unlikely that any child of theirs would be happy without ever having a taste of the military life. "At least," said Petra, "they won't have to destroy an alien invader before they turn 15. But Bean wasn't listening. His body had suddenly grown alert as he scanned a message on his desk. "What is it?" she asked. "I think it's from Hot Soup," said Bean. She got up and came over to look. It was an email through one of the anonymous services, this one an Asian-based company called Mysterious East. The subject line was, "Definitely not vichyssoise." Not cold soup, then. Hot soup. The battle school nickname of Hansa, who had been in Ender's Geesh and was now assumed to be deeply involved in the highest levels of strategy in China. A message from him to Bean. Until recently, the military commander of the hegemon's forces would be high treason. This message had been handed to a stranger on a street in China, probably a European or African-looking tourist, and the message wasn't hard to understand. "He thinks I told him where Caligula would be, but I did not." Caligula could only refer to Achille. He had to refer to Peter. Hansa was saying that Peter thought he was the source of the information about where the prison convoy would be on the day Suryawang liberated Achille. No wonder Peter was sure his source was reliable. Hansa himself. Since Hansa had been one of the group Achille kidnapped, he would have plenty of reason to hate him. Motive enough for Peter to believe that Hansa would tell him where Achille would be. But it wasn't Hansa. And if it wasn't Hansa, then who else would send such a message, pretending that it came from him? A message that turned out to be correct. "We should have known it wasn't from Hansa all along," said Bean. We didn't know Hansa was supposed to be the source, said Petra reasonably. Hansa would never give information that would lead to innocent Chinese soldiers getting killed. Peter should have known that. We would have known it, said Petra, but Peter doesn't know Hot Soup, and he didn't tell us Hot Soup was his source. So of course we know who the source was, said Bean. We've got to get word to him at once, said Petra. Bean was already typing. Only this has to mean that Ashiel went in there completely prepared, said Petra. I'd be surprised if he hasn't found a way to read Peter's mail. I'm not writing to Peter, said Bean. Who then? Mr. and Mrs. Wigan, said Bean. 2 separate messages, pieces of a puzzle. Chances are that Ashiel won't be watching their mail, and at least not closely enough to realize he should put these together. No, said Petra, no puzzles. Whether he's watching or not, there's no time to lose. He's been there for months now. If he sees an open message, it might precipitate action on his part. It might be Peter's death warrant. Then notify Graf. Send him in. Ashiel undoubtedly knows Graf already came once to get our parents out, said Bean. Again, his arrival might trigger things. Okay, said Petra, thinking. Okay. Here's what. Suriyawang. No, said Bean. He'll get a coded message instantly. He thinks that way. But I don't know if he can be trusted, said Bean. Of course he can, said Petra. He's only pretending to be Ashiel's man. Of course he is, said Bean. But what if he isn't just pretending? But he's Suriyawang. I know, said Bean, but I can't be sure. All right, said Petra. Peter's parents, then. Only don't be too subtle. They're not stupid, said Bean. I don't know Mr. Wigan that well, but Mrs. Wigan is, well, she's very subtle. She knows more than she lets on. That doesn't mean she's wary. That doesn't mean she'll get the code or talk it over with her husband right away so they can put the messages together. Trust me, said Bean. No, I'll proofread before you send it, said Petra. First rule of survival, right? Just because you trust someone's motives doesn't mean you can trust them to do it right. You're a cold, cold woman, said Bean. It's one of my best features. A half hour later, they both agreed that the messages should work. Bean sent them. It was a few hours earlier in Ribeirão Preto. Nothing would happen till the Wigans woke up. We'll have to be ready to leave immediately after the implantation, said Petra. If Ashiel had been in control of things from the start, then chances were good that his whole network was still in place, and he knew exactly where they were and what they were doing. I won't be with you, said Bean. I'll be getting our tickets. Have the guards right in the room with you. No, said Petra, but just outside. Petra showered first, and she was completely packed when Bean came out of the bathroom. One thing, said Petra. What? Asked Bean, as he put his few belongings into the one bag he carried. Our tickets should be to separate destinations. He stopped packing and looked at her. I see, he said. You get what you want from me, and then you walk away. She laughed nervously. Well, yes, she said. You've been telling me this whole time that it's more dangerous for us to travel together. And now that you'll have my baby in you, you don't need to be with me anymore, said Bean. He was still smiling, but she knew that beneath the jest there was true suspicion. Whatever the Wigans do, all hell is going to break loose, said Petra. I've memorized all your dead drops, and you've memorized all of mine. I gave you all of yours, said Bean. Let's get back together in a week or so, said Petra. If I'm like my mother, I'll be puking my guts out by then. If the implantation is successful. I'll miss you every moment, said Petra. God help me, but I'll miss you too. She knew what a painful, frightening thing that was for Bean. To allow himself to love someone so much that he would actually miss her. That was no small matter for him. And the 2 other women he had allowed himself to love with all his heart had been murdered. I won't let anybody hurt our baby, she said. He thought for a moment, and then his face softened. That baby is probably the best protection you could have." She understood and smiled. "No, they won't kill me till they see what our baby turns out like," she said. "But that's no protection from being kidnapped and held until the child is born. As long as you and the baby are alive, I'll come and get you." "That's the thing that frightens me," said Petra. "That we might be the bait they use to set a trap for you." "We're looking too far ahead," said Bean. "They aren't going to catch us, you or me, and if they do, well, we'll deal with that." They were packed. They both went over the room one more time to make sure they were leaving nothing behind, no sign they had ever been there. Then they left for Women's Hospital and the child who waited for them there, a bundle of genes wrapped in a few undifferentiated cells, eager to implant themselves in a womb, to start to draw nutrients from a mother's blood, to begin to divide and distinguish themselves into heart and bowel, hands and feet, eyes and ears, mouth and brain.
Chapter 10, Left and Right. From PW to TWJPW. Reconciliation of keyboard logs. You'll be happy to learn that we were able to sort out all the logs. We have tracked every computer entry by the person in question. All his entries dealt with official business and assignments he was carrying out for me. Nothing that was in any way improper was done. Personally, I find this disturbing. Either he found a way to fool both our programs, not likely, or he is actually doing nothing but what he should, even less likely. Or he is playing a very deep game about which we have no idea. Extremely likely. Let's talk tomorrow.
Teresa woke up when John Paul got out of bed to pee at 4 a.m. It worried her that he couldn't make it through the night anymore. He was still a little young to be having prostate problems. But it wasn't her husband's slackening bladder capacity that kept her awake. It was the memo from Peter informing them that Ashiel had done absolutely nothing but what he was supposed to do. This was impossible. Nobody does exactly what they're supposed to and nothing else. Ashiel should have had some friend, some ally, some contact whom he needed to notify that he was out of China and safe. He had a network of informants and agents, and as he showed when he hopped from Russia to India to China, he was always one step ahead of everybody. The Chinese finally wised up to his pattern and short-circuited it, but that didn't mean Ashiel didn't have his next move planned. So, why hadn't he done anything to set it in motion? There were more possibilities than the ones Peter listed, of course. Maybe Ashiel had a means of bypassing the electromagnetic shield that surrounded the Ribeirão Preto compound. Of course, he couldn't have brought such a device with him when he was rescued, or it would have shown up in the search that was conducted during his first bath in Ribeirão. So someone would have to have brought it to him, and Peter was convinced that no such device could exist. Maybe he was right. Maybe Ashiel's next move was something he planned to do entirely alone. Maybe there was something he had that he was able to smuggle into Brazil inside his body. Did the surveillance cameras show him perhaps combing through his bowel movements? Peter must surely have checked for that. While she lay there thinking, John Paul had come back from the bathroom, but now she noticed that he had not resumed snoring. "You're awake?" she asked. "Sorry I woke you." I can't sleep anyway," she said. "The beast?" "We're missing something," said Teresa. "He hasn't suddenly become a loyal servant of the hegemony." "I'm not going to get back to sleep either," said John Paul. He got up and padded in bare feet to his computer. She heard him typing and knew that he was checking his mail first. Busy work. But it was better than lying here staring at the dark ceiling. She got up also, took her desk from the table and brought it back to bed, where she began checking her own email. One of the benefits of being the mother of the hegemon was that she didn't actually have to answer the tedious mail. She could forward it on to one of Peter's secretaries to deal with, since it consisted mostly of tedious attempts of people trying to get her to use her supposed influence with Peter, to get him to do something that was not within his power to do, was illegal even if he could do it, and which he would certainly not do even if it were legal. It left her with very few pieces of mail that she needed to deal with personally. Most of it could be answered with a few sentences, and she dealt with it quickly, if a bit sleepily. She was about to turn down her desk and try again to get back to sleep when a new piece of mail came in. To T. Hedgemom at hegemony.gov from Rock Hardplace at icomeanon.com. And when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth. What was this? Some religious fanatic. But the address was her most private one, used only by John Paul, Peter, and a handful of people she actually liked and knew well. So who sent it? She skipped to the bottom. No signature. The message was short. You'll never guess. There I was at a party, the boring but dangerous kind, with fine china that you know you're going to break, and a tablecloth you're bound to spill India ink on, and do you know what happens? Along comes the very man with whom I wanted to tie the knot. He thinks he's rescuing me from the party, but in fact he was the very reason I came to the party in the first place. Not that I'll ever tell him. He would blow up if he knew. And then, of course, I'm so nervous I bump into the tureen, and hot soup spills all over everything. But, you know me, just a big oaf. That was the complete text of the message. It was really annoying, because it didn't sound like anyone she knew. She didn't have friends who sent letters as empty and pointless as this one. Gossip about a party. Somebody hoping to marry somebody else. But before she could make any progress on figuring it out, another piece of mail came in. To T. Hedgemom at hegemony.gov from Sheep Not Goats at icomeanon.com. Even as ye have done it unto the least of these. Another biblical quote? Same person? Bound to be. But the message was not chatty at all. In fact, it continued the scriptural motif from the subject line. It had nothing to do with the previous message. Ye took me in, but I was not naked. I took you in, because you were foolish. Ye never knew me, but I knew you. When does the judgment day come? Like a thief in the night, in an hour when ye look not for me. The fool says, he is not coming. Let us eat, drink, and be merry, for he is not coming. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. In sorrow shall ye bear children. I will have the power to crush your head, but ye will have the power to bite my heel. A time to sow and a time to reap. A time to gather stones together. A time to run like hell. She who has ears to hear. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet. I come to bring not peace, but a sword. Teresa got out of bed. John Paul had to see these letters. They meant something, she knew that, especially arriving together like this. The number of people who knew this address was very, very small, and not one of them would write either of these letters. Therefore, either this address had been compromised, but who would bother? She was only the mother of the hegemon, or these letters were meant to convey a message. And it was from someone who thought that even at this address, her email might be intercepted by someone else. Who? was that paranoid, but Bean. Big Oaf. That's who he said he was. Ha! Bean, definitely. "John Paul," she said as she padded up behind him. "This is so strange," he said. She assumed he was going to tell her about a similar pair of messages, so she waited. "The Chinese have imposed a completely absurd law in India about rocks. People aren't allowed to carry rocks without a permit. Anyone caught with rocks is subject to arrest, and they're actually enforcing it. Have they lost their minds?" She found it impossible to be interested in the idiocies of China's policies in India. "John Paul, I have to show you something." "Sure," he said, turning to look at the desk she had set down on the table next to his computer. "Read these letters," she said. He glanced at one, and before she could imagine he had actually read the whole thing, he flipped to the next one. "Yeah, I got them too," he said. "A dull bob and a crunchy. You shouldn't let these things get to you." "No," she said. "Look at them closer. They came to my private address. I think they're from Bean." He looked up at her, and then turned to his own computer and called up his own copies of the letters. "Me too," he said. "I didn't notice that. Just looked like junk mail, but nobody uses this address. The subject lines." "Yes," said John Paul. "Both scriptures. Even though the first one, yes, and the first one is about left and right hands, and the second one is from the parable or whatever it is, when Jesus speaks to the people on his right hand and the people on his left hand. So they both have left and right hands," said John Paul. "Two parts to the same message." "Could be," he said. "The scriptures are all twisted," said Teresa. "You Mormons learn your scriptures," said John Paul. "We Catholics regard that as a really Protestant thing to do. The real scripture says, 'I was naked and you clothed me. I was homeless,' or something like that, 'and you took me in.' 'I was a stranger and you took me in,'" said John Paul. "Ah, so you did read scripture." "I woke up once during the homily." "It's word games," said Teresa. "I think the second 'took you in' means fooled you, not provided shelter for you." By now John Paul was studying the other letter. Now this one's geopolitical. Fine China, India Inc., and it ends with blow up all in caps. "Tie the knot," said Teresa, looking at the first letter. The tie could mean somebody from Thailand. "No, that's stretching it a said John Paul, chuckling. "It's all word games," said Teresa. "Power to bite my heel. Now that has to refer to the beast, don't you think? Be hurt in the heel. And a shield was rescued by a Thai, Suryawang. So, now you think Thai might be Thai? Yes, you told me so. The Thai thinks he's rescuing this person from a party. Suri rescues Ashiel, but Ashiel is keeping a secret. He would blow up if he knew." Now John Paul was looking at the second letter. "A time to run like hell." Is this a warning? Well, that's what the last line has to be. "She who has ears, let her hear. Use your feet, because he comes to bring not peace, but the sword." Mine says, "He who has ears to hear." You're right. They weren't identical. Who's the I in these scriptures? Jesus. No, I mean, what does the message mean by I? I think it's Ashiel. I think it's written as if Ashiel were talking. "I took you in because you were foolish, thief in the night when we aren't looking for him. We're stupid because we think he's not coming, but he's here at the door." "A time to run like hell," said Teresa. John Paul leaned back and closed his eyes. "A warning from Bean, maybe." Suri thought he was rescuing Ashiel, but it was exactly what Ashiel wanted him to do. And the other letter, that reference to stones, that has to be Petra. They sent us a pair of messages that fit together. And now it all fell into place. "This is what's been bothering me," said Teresa. "This is why I couldn't sleep." "You didn't get these letters till just now," said John Paul. "No, the thing that was keeping me awake, it was how Ashiel has done nothing since he got here except his official duties. I was thinking that even though he was short-circuited by the Chinese arresting him, it made no sense for him not to make contact with his network. But what if the Chinese didn't arrest him at all? What if that was a setup? You took me in, but I was not naked." John Paul nodded. "And I took you in because you were foolish. So the whole point of this was to get Ashiel inside the compound." "But so what?" said John Paul. "We've been suspicious of him anyway." "But this is more than suspicion," said Teresa, "or they wouldn't have sent it. There's no evidence here, nothing that would persuade Peter." "Yes, there is," said Teresa. "Hot soup." He looked at her blankly. "Oh, from Ender's Geesh, Hansa, inside China. He would know. He's the authority. He spilled everything. Definitely a setup." "Okay," said John Paul. "So we have the evidence. We know Ashiel wasn't really a prisoner. He wanted to be taken." "Oh, don't you see? This means he really understands Peter. He knew that Peter couldn't resist rescuing him. Maybe he even knew that Bean and Petra would leave. Think about it. We all knew how dangerous Ashiel could be, so maybe he was counting on that. Everybody closest to Peter left, except us. And Peter tried to get us to go, and Suryawang, and Ashiel has co-opted him, or Suri has Ashiel convinced he has. They'd been back and forth on that one before. "Whatever," said Teresa. "Simply by arriving here, Ashiel has succeeded in isolating Peter. Then he spent his whole time being Mr. Nice Guy, doing everything right, and making friends with everybody while he's at it. Everything's going smoothly, except that he's in a position to kill Peter. If he can do it in a way that doesn't implicate him. Ready to step in as Peter's assistant and say, everything's going smoothly at the hegemony. We'll just keep things going until a new hegemon is chosen. And long before they can choose one, he's compromised all the codes, he's neutralized the army, and China is completely rid of the hegemony once and for all. They'll get advance word of one of Suri's missions, and they'll wipe out our brave little army, and why wipe it out if it already obeys you?" said Teresa. "Well, now, we don't know that Suri... What do you think would happen if Peter tried to leave?" she asked. John Paul thought about that. Ashiel would take over while he was gone. There's a long tradition of that maneuver. And just as long a tradition of declaring him sick and keeping anyone from having access to him. "Well, he can't restrict access to Peter as long as we're here," said John Paul. They looked at each other for a long moment. "Get your passport," said Teresa. "We can't pack anything. Wipe the computers." "What do you think he'll use? Poison? Some bioagent?" "Bioagent is likeliest. He could have smuggled that in." "Does it matter? Peter's not going to believe us. He's stubborn and self-willed, and he thinks we're idiots," said John Paul. "But that doesn't mean he's stupid. But he might think he can handle it." John Paul nodded. "You're right. He is exactly that stupid. Wipe all your files on the system, and..." "It doesn't matter," said John Paul. "There are backups. Not of these letters, at least." John Paul printed them out and then destroyed them in the computer's memory. while Teresa wiped them from her desk. Carrying the paper copies of the letters, they headed for Peter's room.
Peter was sleepy, surly, and impatient with them. He kept dismissing their concerns and insisting they wait till morning, until finally John Paul lost his temper and dragged Peter out of bed like a teenager. He was so shocked at being treated in such a way that he actually fell silent.
"Stop thinking this is between you and your parents," John Paul said. "These letters are from Bean and Petra, and they're relaying a message from Hansa in China. These are 3 of the smartest military minds alive, and all 3 of them have been proven to be smarter than you."
Peter's face reddened with anger.
"Have I got your attention now? Will you actually listen?"
"What does it matter if I listen?" said Peter. "Let one of them be hegemon. They're so much smarter than me." Teresa bent down and got right in his face.
You're acting like a rebellious teenager while we're trying to tell you the house is on fire.
Process this information as if we were a couple of your informants. Pretend that you think we actually know something. And while you're at it, take a quick poll and see how effectively Ashiel has driven away everybody around you who was completely trustworthy except us.
"I know you mean well," said Peter, but his voice betrayed his anger.
Shut up, said Teresa. Just shut up with your patronizing tone. You saw the letters. We didn't make that up. Hot Soup found a way to tell Bean and Petra that the whole rescue was a setup. You were had, smart boy. Ashiel has this whole place sussed by now. Every move you make, somebody tells him.
For all we know, the Chinese have an operation ready to roll.
Or you're going to be arrested by Suri's soldiers.
In other words, you have no idea what I'm even supposed to be afraid of.
That's right. That's exactly right, because you played into his hands as if he handed you a script and you read your lines like a robot.
You're the puppet right now, Peter. You thought you held the strings, but you're the puppet.
And you have to leave now.
What's the emergency? Said Peter impatiently. You don't know what he's going to do or when.
Sooner or later, you're going to have to go. Or do you plan to wait until he kills you, or us? And when you do go, it has to be sudden, unexpected, unplanned. There's no better opportunity than now, while the 3 of us are still alive. Can you guarantee that will still be true tomorrow? This afternoon? I didn't think so.
Before dawn, out of the compound, into the city, onto a plane, out of Brazil.
Peter just sat there, looking from one to the other. But the irritated look was gone from his face. Was it possible? Could he have actually heard something that they said? If I leave, said Peter, they'll say I abdicated.
You can say that you didn't.
I'll look like a fool. I'll be completely discredited.
You were a fool. If you say it first, nobody else gets any points for saying it. Cover up nothing. Get a press release out while you're in the air. You're Locke. You're Demosthenes. You can spin anything.
Peter stood up, started pulling clothes out of his dresser drawers. I think you're right, he said. I think your analysis is absolutely right. Teresa looked at John Paul.
John Paul looked at Teresa. Was this Peter talking?
Thank you for not giving up on me, he said. But this hegemon thing is done. I've lost any chance of making it work. I had my chance, and I blew it. Everybody told me not to bring Ashiel here. I had all these plans on how to lead him into a trap, but I was already caught in his.
I've already told you to shut up once this morning. Don't make me do it again.
Peter didn't bother buttoning his shirt. Let's go, he said.
Teresa was glad to see that he didn't try to take anything with him. He only stopped at his computer and typed in a single command.
Then he headed for the door.
Aren't you going to wipe out your files? Alert your head of security?
I just did, said Peter.
So he had been prepared for such a day as this. He already had the program in place that would automatically destroy everything that needed destroying, and it would alert those who needed to be alerted.
We have 10 minutes before the people I used to trust get warned to evacuate, said Peter. Since we don't know which of them we can still trust, we have to be out of here by then.
His plan included looking after those who were still loyal to him, whose lives would be in danger when Ashiel took over. Teresa had not imagined Peter would think of such a thing. It was a good thing to know about him.
They didn't skulk or run, just walked through the grounds toward the nearest gate, engaged in animated conversation. It might be early in the morning, but who would imagine that the hegemon and his parents were making a getaway? No luggage, no hurry, no stealth. Arguing. A perfectly normal scene. And the argument was real enough. They spoke softly because in the stillness of dawn they might be overheard even at a distance. But there was plenty of intensity in their hushed voices.
Skip the melodrama. Your life isn't over. You made a huge mistake, and there are people who are going to say that running out like this is an even bigger one. But your mother and I know that it isn't. As long as you're alive, there's hope.
The hope is Bean, said Peter. He hasn't shot himself in the foot. I'll throw my support behind Bean. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe my support would just be the kiss of death.
Peter, you're the hegemon. You were elected. You, not this compound. In fact, you're the one who moved the hegemony offices here. Now you're going to move them somewhere else. Wherever you are, that's the hegemony. Don't you ever say one thing to imply otherwise. Even if your entire power in the world consists of you and me and your mother, that's not nothing. Because you are Peter Wiggin, and damn it, we're John Paul Wiggin and Teresa Wiggin, and under our charming and civilized exteriors, we're some pretty tough bunducks.
Peter said nothing.
Well, actually, said Teresa to John Paul, we're the bunducks. Peter's the big sabik.
Peter shook his head.
You are. And do you know how I know you are? Because you were smart enough to listen to us and get out in time.
I was just thinking, said Peter quietly.
What? Prompted Teresa, before John Paul could give his standard joking reply. It's about time. It would be the wrong joke for this moment, but John Paul was never very good about knowing when it was the wrong time for his standard jokes. They came out by reflex, without being processed through his brain first.
I've underestimated you two, he said.
Well, yes.
In fact, I've been a little shit to you for a long time.
Not so little.
Teresa cocked a warning eyebrow at him.
But I still never did anything as dumb as trying to get into his bedroom to kill him, said Peter.
Teresa looked at him sharply. He was grinning at her. John Paul laughed. She couldn't blame him. He couldn't help retaliating. After all, she had just given him the dreaded eyebrow. Okay, well, you're right, said Teresa. That was pretty stupid, but I didn't know what else to do to save you.
Maybe saving me isn't such a great idea.
You're the only copy of our DNA left on Earth. We really don't want to have to start all over making babies. That's for younger people now.
Besides, saving you means saving the world.
Right, said Peter derisively.
You're the only hope.
And good luck, world.
I do believe that was almost a prayer. Don't you think so, Teresa? I think Peter said a prayer.
Peter chuckled. Yeah, why not? Good luck, world. Amen. They got to the gate well before the 10 minutes were up. There was a cab driver asleep at a cab stand in front of the biggest hotel outside the compound. John Paul woke him and handed him a very large sum of money.
Take us to the airport.
But not this one. I think we want to fly out of Araraquara.
That's an hour away.
And we have an hour until the earliest flight anywhere. Do you want to spend that hour sitting in an airport that's 15 minutes away from the compound?
Peter laughed. That's so paranoid, he said. Just like Bean.
Bean's alive.
I'm okay with that, said Peter. Being alive is good. Peter had his press release out from one of the computers in the Araraquara airport. But Ashiel didn't waste any time either. Peter's story was all true, though he left a few things out. He admitted that he'd been fooled into thinking that he was rescuing Ashiel, when in fact he was bringing the Trojan horse inside the walls of Troy. It was a terrible mistake, because Ashiel was serving the Chinese Empire all along, and Hegemony headquarters was completely compromised. Peter declared that he was moving Hegemony headquarters to another location, and urged all Hegemony employees who were still loyal to him to wait for word about where to reassemble. Ashiel's press release declared that he, General Suriawong, and Ferreira, the head of the Hegemony computer security, had discovered that Peter was embezzling Hegemony funds and hiding them in secret accounts, money that should have gone to paying Hegemony debts and feeding the poor and trying to achieve world peace. He declared that the office of the Hegemon would continue to function under the control of Suriawong as the ranking military leader of Hegemony forces, and that he would help Suriawong only if he was asked. Meanwhile, a warrant had been issued for Peter Wiggins' arrest to answer charges of embezzlement, malfeasance in office, and high treason against the International Defense League. In a press release later that day, he announced that Hiram Graf had been removed as Minister of Colonization and was to be arrested for complicity with Peter Wiggin in the conspiracy to defraud the Hegemony. "The son of a bitch," said John Paul. "Graf won't obey him," said Teresa. "He'll simply declare that you're still Hegemon, and that he answers only to you and Admiral Shamrajnagar." "But it'll dry up a lot of his funds," said Peter. "He'll have a lot less freedom of movement, because now there's a price on his head, and in some countries they just love to arrest him and turn him over to the Chinese." "Do you really think that Ashiel is serving the Chinese interest?" asked Teresa. "Every bit as loyally as he served mine," said Peter. Before the plane landed in Miami, Peter had his safe haven in, of all places, the USA. "I thought America was determined not to get involved," said John Paul. "It's just temporary," said Peter. "But it puts them clearly on our team," said Teresa. "Them?" said Peter. "You're Americans, so am I. The U.S. isn't them, it's us." "Wrong," said Teresa. "You're the Hegemon. You're above nationality. And so, I might add, are we."
Chapter 11. Babies. From Shamrajnagar, Sacred Driver at ifcom.gov, to Flandre, A-Hedge at idl.gov, re Mincall. Mr. Flandre, the position of Hegemon is not and never was vacant. Peter Wiggin continues to hold that office. Therefore your dismissal of the Honorable Hiram Graf as Minister of Colonization is void. Graf continues to exercise all previous authority in regard to Mincall affairs off the surface of Earth. Furthermore, IFCOM will regard any interference with his operations on Earth or with his person as he carries out his duties as obstruction of a vital operation of the international fleet and will take all appropriate steps. From Flandre, A-Hedge at idl.gov, to Shamrajnagar, Sacred Driver at ifcom.gov, re Mincall. Admiral Shamrajnagar, Sir, I cannot imagine why you would write to me about this matter. I am not acting Hegemon. I am Assistant Hegemon. I have forwarded your letter to General Suriawong, and I hope all future correspondence about such matters will be directed to him. Your humble servant, Ashiel Flandre. From Shamrajnagar, Sacred Driver at ifcom.gov, to Flandre, A-Hedge at idl.gov, re Mincall. Forward my letters wherever you like. I know the game you are playing. I am playing a different one. In my game, I hold all the cards. Your game, on the other hand, will only last until people notice that you have no actual cards at all.
The events in Brazil were already all over the nets and the vids when the implantation procedure was complete, and Petra was wheeled out into the waiting room of the fertility clinic at Women's Hospital. Bean was waiting for her, with balloons. They wheeled her out into the reception area. At first she didn't notice him because she was busy talking with the doctor, which was fine with him. He wanted to look at her, this woman who might be carrying his child now. She looked so small. He remembered looking up at her when they first met in battle school. This girl, rare in a place that tested for aggressiveness and a certain degree of ruthlessness. To him, a newcomer, the youngest child ever admitted to the school, she seemed so cool, so tough, like the quintessential bully boy, smart-mouthed and belligerent. It was all an act, but a necessary one. Bean had seen at once that she noticed things. Noticed him, for starters, not with amusement or amazement like the other kids who could only see how small he was. No, she clearly gave him some thought, found him intriguing. Realized, perhaps, that his presence at battle school when he was clearly underage implied something interesting about him. It was partly that trait of hers that led Bean to turn to her. That and the fact that as a girl she was almost as much of a misfit as he was bound to be. She had grown up since those days, of course, but Bean had grown far more. He was now quite a bit taller than her. It wasn't just height, either. He had felt her rib cage under his hands, so small and brittle, or so it seemed. He felt as though he always had to be gentle with her, or he might inadvertently break her between his hands. Did all men feel this way? Probably not. For one thing, most women were not as light-bodied as Petra, and for another thing, most men stopped growing when they reached a certain point. But Bean's hands and feet were still misproportioned to his body, like an adolescent's, so that even though he was a tallish man, it was clear his body meant to grow taller still. His hands felt like paws. Hers seemed as lost within his as a baby's. How then will the baby she carries inside her now seem to me when it is born? Will I be able to cradle the child in one hand? Will there be a genuine danger of my hurting the baby? I'm not so good with my hands these days. And by the time the baby is big enough, robust enough for me to handle safely, I'll be dead. Why did I consent to do this? Oh, yes. Because I love Petra. Because she wants my child so badly. Because Anton had some cock and bull story about how all men crave marriage and family even if they don't care about sex. Now she noticed him, and noticed the balloons, and laughed. He laughed back and went to her, handed her the balloons. Husbands don't usually give their wives balloons, she said. I thought having a baby implanted was a special occasion. I suppose so, she said, when it's professionally done. Most babies are implanted at home by amateurs, and the wives don't get balloons. I'll remember that and try always to have a few on hand. He walked beside her as an attendant pushed her wheelchair down the hallway toward the entrance. So where is my ticket to? She asked. I got you two, said Bean. Different airlines, different destinations. Plus this train ticket. If either of the flights gives you a bad feeling, even if you can't decide why you have misgivings, don't get on it. Just go to the other airline. Or leave the airport and take the train. The train ticket is an EU pass, so you can go anywhere. You spoil me, said Petra. What do you think? Asked Bean. Did the baby hook itself onto the uterine wall? I'm not equipped with an internal camera, said Petra, and I lack the pertinent nerves to be able to feel a microscopically small fetus's implant and start to grow a placenta. Well, that's a very poor design, said Bean. When I'm dead, I'll have a few words with God about that. Petra winced. Please don't joke about death. Please don't ask me to be somber about it. I'm pregnant. Or might be. I'm supposed to get my way about everything." The attendant pushing Petra's wheelchair started to take her toward the front cab in a line of 3. Bean stopped him. "The driver's smoking," said Bean. "He'll put it out," said the attendant. "My wife will not get into a car with the driver whose clothing is giving off cigarette smoke residue." Petra looked at him oddly. He raised an eyebrow, hoping she'd realize that this was not about tobacco. "He's the first taxi in line," said the attendant, as if it were an incontrovertible law of physics that the first cab in line had to be the one to get the next passengers. Bean looked at the other 2 cabs. The second driver looked at him impassively. The third driver smiled. He looked Indonesian or Malay, and Bean knew that in their culture a smile was pure reflex when facing someone bigger or richer than you. Yet for some reason he did not feel the mistrust about the Indonesian driver that he felt about the 2 Dutch drivers ahead of him. So he pushed her wheelchair toward the third cab. Bean asked, and the driver said yes, he was from Jakarta. The attendant, truly irritated at this breach of protocol, insisted on helping Petra into the cab. Bean had her bag and put it in the back seat beside her. He never put anything in the trunks of cabs, in case he had to run for it. Then he had to stand there as she drove off. No time for elaborate goodbyes. He had just put everything that mattered in his life into a cab driven by a smiling stranger, and he had to let it drive away. Then he went to the first cab in line. The driver was showing his outrage at the way Bean had violated the line. The Netherlands was back to being a civilized place now that it was self-governing again, and lines were respected. Apparently the Dutch now prided themselves on being better at queues than the English, which was absurd, because standing cheerfully in line was the English national sport. Bean handed the driver a $25 coin, which he looked at with disdain. "It's stronger than the euro right now," said Bean, "and I'm paying you a fare, so you didn't lose anything because I put my wife in another cab." "What is your destination?" said the driver curtly, his English laced with a prim BBC accent. The Dutch really needed to have better programming in their own language so their citizens didn't have to watch English vids and listen to English radio all the time. Bean did not answer him until he was inside the cab. The door closed. "Drive me to Amsterdam," said Bean. "What?" "You heard me," said Bean. "That's $800, said the driver. Bean peeled a $1,000 bill off his roll and gave it to him. "Does the video unit in this car actually work?" he asked. The driver made a show of scanning the bill to see if it was counterfeit. Bean wished he had used a hegemony note. "You don't like dollars? We'll see how you like this." But it was unlikely that anybody would take hegemony money for any purpose these days, what with the Shields and Peter's faces on every vid in the city and all the talk about how Peter had embezzled hegemony funds. Their faces were on the video in the cab, too, when the driver finally got it working. Poor Peter, thought Bean. Now he knows how the popes and anti-popes felt when there were 2 with a claim to St. Peter's throne. What a lovely taste of history for him. What a mess for the world. And to Bean's surprise, he found that he didn't actually care that much whether the world was in a mess. Not when the messiness wasn't going to affect his own little family. "I'm actually a civilian now," he realized. "All I care about is how these world events will affect my family." Then he remembered, I used to care about world events only insofar as they affected me. I used to laugh at Sister Carlotta because she was so concerned. But he did care. He kept track. He paid attention. He told himself it was so he'd know where he'd be safe. Now, though, with far more reason to worry about safety, he found the whole business of Peter and Achille fundamentally boring. Peter was a fool to think he could control Achille, a fool to trust a Chinese source on such a matter. How well Achille must understand Peter, to know that he would rescue Achille instead of killing him. But why shouldn't Achille understand Peter? All he had to do was think of what he would do if he were in Peter's position, but dumber. Still, even though he was bored, the story from the news people began to make sense. when combined with the things Bean knew. The embezzling story was ludicrous, of course, obviously disinformation from a shield, though all the predictable nations were in an uproar about it, demanding inquiries. China, Russia, France. What seemed to be true is that Peter and his parents slipped out of the hegemon's compound in Ribeirão Preto just before dawn this morning, drove to Araraquara, then flew to Montevideo, where they got official permission to fly to the United States as guests of the U.S. government. It was possible, of course, that their sudden flight was precipitated by something S.H.I.E.L.D. did, or some information they learned about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s immediate plans. But Bean was reasonably sure that these events were triggered by the emails he and Petra had sent early this morning when they got Hansa's message. Apparently the Wiggins had been up either very late or very early, because they must have got the letters almost as soon as they were sent. Got them, deciphered the message, realized the implication of Hansa's tip, and then, incredibly enough, persuaded Peter to pay attention and get out without a moment's delay. Bean had assumed it would take days before Peter would realize the significance of what he had been told. Part of the problem would be his relationship with his parents. Bean and Petra knew how smart the Wiggins were, but most people in the hegemony didn't have a clue, least of all Peter. Bean tried to imagine the scene when they explained to him that he had been fooled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter believing his parents when they told him he had made a mistake? Unthinkable. And yet, he must have believed them right away. Or they drugged him. Bean laughed a little at the thought, and then looked up from the vid because the cab was turning sharply. They were pulling off the main road into a side street. They shouldn't be. By reflex, Bean had the door open and was flinging himself out the door by the time the cab driver could get his gun up from the seat and aim it at him. The bullet zipped over his head as Bean hit the ground and rolled. The cab came to a stop and the driver leapt out to finish the job. Abandoning his bag, Bean scrambled to get around the corner, but he'd never get far enough down the street, which had no pedestrians on it here in the warehouse district, to get out of the range of a bullet once the cabbie followed him onto the main street. Another shot came just as he made it past the edge of the building. He thought of pressing himself against the side of the building in the hopes that the gunman was really stupid and would barrel around the corner without looking. But that wouldn't work, because the cab that had been second in line was pulling to the curb right in front of him, and the driver was raising his own gun to point it at Bean. He dived for the ground, and 2 bullets hit the wall where he had been standing. By sheer chance, his leap took him directly in front of the first driver, who was indeed stupid enough to be running around the corner at top speed. He fell over Bean, and when he hit the ground, his gun flew out of his hand. Bean might have gone for the gun, but the second driver was already partly out of his door and would be able to shoot Bean before he could get to it. So Bean scrambled back to the first cab, which was idling in the side street. Could he get the cab between him and either of the gunmen before they could shoot at him again? He knew he couldn't, but there was nothing to do but try and hope that, like bad guys in the vids, these 2 would be terrible shots and miss him every time. And when he got in the cab to drive it away, it would be very nice if the upholstery of the driver's seat were made of that miracle fabric that stops bullets fired through the back window. Pop, 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 and then the rat-a-tat of an automatic weapon. The 2 cab drivers didn't have automatic weapons. Bean was around the front of the cab now, keeping low. To his surprise, neither driver was standing at the corner, pointing a gun at him. Perhaps they had been a moment ago, but now they were lying there on the ground, filled with bullets and seeping copious amounts of blood all over the pavement. And around the corner charged 2 Indonesian-looking men, one with a pistol and the other with a small plastic automatic weapon. Bean recognized the Israeli design because that was the weapon his own little army had used on missions where they had to be able to conceal their weapons as long as possible. "Come with us," shouted one of the Indonesians. Bean thought this was probably a good idea. Since the assassination attempt had included 1 backup, it might include more, and the sooner he got out of there, the better. Of course, he didn't know anything about these Indonesians or why they would have been there at this moment to save his life, but the fact that they had guns and weren't firing them at him implied that, for the moment at least, they were his dearest friends. He grabbed his suitcase and ran. The front right door of a nondescript German car was open, waiting for him. The moment he dived in, he said, "My wife, she's in another cab." "She's safe," said the man in the back seat, the one with the automatic weapon. "Her driver, one of us. Very good choice of cab for her. Very bad choice for you." "Who are you?" "Indonesian immigrant," said the driver with a grin. "Muslim," said Bean. "Ali sent you?" "No, not Ali." "True," said the man. Bean didn't bother correcting him. If the name Ali meant nothing to him, what was the point in pursuing the matter? "Where's Petra, my wife?" "Going to airport. She not using ticket you giving her." The man in the back seat handed him an airline ticket. "She going here." Bean looked at his ticket. Damascus. Apparently Ambul's mission had gone well. Damascus was, for all intents and purposes, the capital of the Muslim world. Even though Ali had dropped out of sight, it was unlikely that he was anywhere else. "Are we going there as guests?" asked Bean. "Tourists," said the man in the back. "Good," said Bean, "because we left something in the hospital here that we might have to come back for." Though it was obvious that the Shields people, or whoever it was, knew everything about what they were doing at Women's Hospital. In fact, there was almost no chance that anything of theirs remained in Women's Hospital. He looked back at the man in the back seat. He was shaking his head. "Sorry, they telling me when we stop here and shoot guys for you. Security guard in hospital stealing what you left there." "Of course. You don't fight your way past a security guard. You just hire him." And now it was all clear to him. If Petra had gotten in the first cab, it wouldn't have been an assassination. It would have been a kidnapping. This wasn't about killing Bean. That was just a bonus. It was about getting Bean's babies. Bean knew they hadn't been followed here. They had been betrayed since arriving. Valescu. And if Valescu was in on it, then the embryos that were stolen probably had Anton's key after all. There was no particular reason for anyone to want his babies if there wasn't at least a chance that they would be prodigies of the kind Bean was. Valescu's screening test was probably a fraud. Valescu probably had no idea which of the embryos had Anton's key and which didn't. They'd implant them in surrogates and then see what happened when they were born. Bean had been taken in by Valescu as surely as Peter had been by a Shield. But it wasn't as if they had trusted Valescu. They had simply trusted him not to be in league with a Shield. Though it didn't have to be him. Just because he had kidnapped Ender's Jish didn't mean that he was the only would-be kidnapper in the world. Bean's children, if they had his gifts, would be coveted by any ambitious nation or would-be military leader. Raise them up knowing nothing about their real parents, train them here on Earth as intensely as Bean and the other kids had been trained in battle school, and by the age of 9 or 10 you can put them in command of strategy and tactics. It might even be an entrepreneurial scheme. Maybe Valescu did this alone, hiring gunmen, bribing the security guard, so that he could sell the babies later to the highest bidder. "Bad news, sorry," said the man in the back seat. "But you still got one baby, yes? In wife, yes?" "Still one," said Bean. If they had the ordinary amount of good luck, which didn't seem to be the trend at the moment. Still, going to Damascus. If Ali was really taking them into his protection, Petra would be safe there. Petra and perhaps one child, who might have Anton's key after all, might be doomed to die without ever seeing the age of 20. At least those two would be safe. But the others were out there. Children of Beans and Petras who would be raised by strangers, as tools, as slaves. There had been 9 embryos. 1 had been implanted and 3 were discarded. That would leave 5 in the possession of Valescu, or Achille, or whoever it was who took them. Unless Valescu had actually found a way to switch the 3 that were supposedly discarded, switching containers somehow. There might be 8 embryos unaccounted for. But probably not. Probably only the 5 they knew about. Bean and Petra had both been watching Valescu too carefully for him to get away with the first 3, hadn't they? By force of will, Bean turned his thoughts away from worries he could do nothing about at this moment, and took stock of his situation at this moment. "Thank you," said Bean to the men in the car. "I was careless. Without you, I'd be dead." "Not careless," said the man in the back. "Young man in love. Wife has baby in her. Time of hope." Followed immediately, Bean realized, by a time of near despair. He should never have agreed to father children, no matter how much Petra wanted to, no matter how much he loved Petra, no matter how much he too yearned for offspring, for a family. He should have stood firm, because then this would not have been possible. There would have been nothing for his enemies to steal from him. He and Petra would still have been in hiding, undetected, because they would never have had to go to a snake like Valescu. "Baby's good," said the man in the back. "Make you scared, make you crazy. Somebody take away babies, somebody hurt babies, make you crazy. But good anyway. Baby's good." Yeah. Well, maybe Bean would live long enough to know about that, and maybe he wouldn't. Because now he knew his life's work, or whatever time he had left before he died of giantism. He had to get his babies back. Whether they should ever have existed or not, they existed now, each with its own separate genetic identity, each very much alive. Until they were taken, they had been nothing to him but cells in a solution. All that mattered was the one that would be implanted in Petra, the one that would grow and become part of their family. But now, they all mattered. Now, they were all alive to him, because someone else had them, meant to use them. He even regretted the ones that had been disposed of. Even if the test had been real, even if they had had Anton's key, what right did he have to snuff out their genetic identity, just because he, oh so altruistically, wanted to spare them the sorrow of a life as short as his? Suddenly he realized what he was thinking, what it meant. "Sister Carlotta, you always wanted me to turn Christian? And not just Christian, Catholic. Well, here I am, thinking that as soon as sperm and egg combine, they're a human life, and it's wrong to harm them. Well, I'm not Catholic, and it wasn't wrong to want children to grow up to have a full life instead of this fifth of a life that I'm headed for. But how was I different, flushing 3 of those embryos from Valescu? He flushed 22 of them. I flushed 3. He waited till they were nearly 2 years further along in development, gestation plus a year, but in the end, is it really all that different? Would Sister Carlotta condemn him for that? Had he committed a mortal sin? Was he only getting what he deserved now, losing 5 because he willingly threw away 3? No. He could not imagine her saying that to him, or even thinking it to herself. She would rejoice that he had decided to have a child at all. She would be glad if Petra really was pregnant. But she would also agree with him that the 5 that were now in someone else's hands, the 5 that might be implanted in someone else and turned into babies, he couldn't just let them go. He had to find them and save them and bring them home.
Chapter 12. Putting Out Fires. From Hansa to Snow Tiger, Stones. I am pleased and honored to have the chance once again to offer my poor counsel to your bright magnificence. My previous advice to ignore the piles of stones in the road was obviously foolish, and you saw that a much wiser course was to declare stone carrying to be illegal. Now I once again have the glorious privilege of giving bad advice to him who does not need counsel. Here is the problem as I see it. 1. Having declared a law against stone carrying, you cannot back down and repeal the law without showing weakness. 2. The law against stone carrying puts you in the position of arresting and punishing women and small children, which is filmed and smuggled out of India to the great embarrassment of the Universal People's State. 3. The coastline of India being so extensive and our navy so small, we cannot stop the smuggling of these vids. 4. The stones block the roads, making transportation of troops and supplies unpredictable and dangerous, disrupting schedules. 5. The stone piles are being called the Great Wall of India and other names which make them a symbol of revolutionary defiance of the Universal People's State. You tested me by suggesting that there were only 2 possibilities, which in your wisdom you knew would lead to disastrous consequences. Repealing the law or ceasing to enforce it would encourage further lawlessness. Stricter enforcement will only make martyrs, inflame the opposition, shame us among the ignorant barbarian nations, and encourage further lawlessness. Through unbelievable luck, I have not failed your clever test. I have found the 3rd alternative that you already saw. I see now that your plan is to fill trucks with fine gravel and huge stones. Your soldiers will go to villages which have built these new higher barricades. They will back the trucks up to the barricades and dump the gravel and the boulders in front of their pile, but not on top of it. 1. The rebellious, ungrateful Indian people will reflect upon the difference in size between the Great Wall of India and the gravel and boulders of China. 2. Because you will have blocked all roads into and out of each village, they will not get any trucks or buses into or out of their village until they have moved not only the Great Wall of India, but also the gravel and boulders of China. 3. They will find that the gravel is too small and the boulders are too large to be moved easily. The great exertion that they must use to clear the roads will be a sufficient teacher without any further punishment of any person. 4. Any vids smuggled out of India will show that we have only done to their roads what they voluntarily did themselves, only more. And the only punishment foreigners will see is Indians picking up rocks and moving them, which is the very thing they chose to do themselves in the first place. 5. Because there are not enough trucks in India to pile gravel and boulders in more than a small fraction of the villages which have built the Great Wall of India, the villages which receive this treatment should be chosen with care to make sure that the maximum number of roads are blocked, disrupting trade and food supplies throughout India. 6. You will also make sure sufficient roads are kept open for our supplies, but checkpoints will be set up far from villages and in places that cannot be filmed from a distance. No civilian trucks will be allowed to pass. 7. Certain villages that are starving will be supplied with small amounts of food airlifted by the Chinese military, who will come as saviors bringing food to those who innocently suffer because of the actions of the rebellious and disobedient blockers of roads. We will provide film of these humanitarian operations by our military to all foreign news media. I applaud your wisdom in thinking of this plan, and thank you for allowing one so foolish as myself to have this chance to examine your way of thinking and see how you will turn embarrassment to a great lesson for the ungrateful Indian people. Unless, like last time, you have a plan that is even more subtle and wise, which I have been unable to anticipate. From this child who prostrates himself at your feet to learn wisdom, Hansa.
Peter did not want to get out of bed. This had never happened to him before in his life. No, it's not strictly true. He had often wanted not to get out of bed, but he had always gone ahead and gotten out of bed anyway. What was different today was that he was still in bed at 9:30 in the morning, even though he had a press conference scheduled for less than half an hour from now in a conference room in the O. Henry Hotel in his hometown of Greensboro, North Carolina. He could not plead jet lag. There was only an hour's time difference between Ribeirão-Preto and Greensboro. It would be a great embarrassment if he did not get up. So he would get up very soon now. Not that it would make any difference. He might, for the moment, still have the title of hegemon, but there were people in many countries with titles like king and duke and marquis who nevertheless cooked or took pictures or fixed automobiles for a living. Perhaps he could go back to college under another name and train himself for a career like his father's. A quiet one, working for a company somewhere. Or he could go into the bathroom and fill the tub with water and lie down in it and breathe the water in. A few moments of panic and flailing around, and then the whole problem would go away. In fact, if he hit himself very hard in various places on his body, it might look as though he'd struggled with an assailant and was murdered. He might even be considered a martyr. At least people might think he was important enough to have an enemy who thought he was worth killing. Any minute now, thought Peter, I will get up and shower so I don't look so bedraggled to the media. I ought to prepare a statement, he thought, something to the effect of why I am not as pathetic and stupid as my recent actions prove me to be, or perhaps the direct approach, why I am even more pathetic and stupid than my recent actions might indicate. Given his recent track record, he would probably be saved from the bathtub, given CPR, and then someone would notice the bruises on his body and the lack of an assailant, and the story would get out about his pathetic effort to make his suicide attempt look like a brutal murder, thus making his life even more worthless than it already was. Another knock on the door. Couldn't the maid read the Do Not Disturb sign? It was written in 4 languages. Could she possibly be illiterate in all 4 of them? No doubt she was also illiterate in a 5th. 25 minutes until the press conference. Did I doze off? That would be nice. Just doze off. Oh, sorry, I overslept. I've been so very busy. It's exhausting work to turn over to a megalomaniac killer everything I built up through my entire life. Knock, knock, knock. It's a good thing I didn't kill myself. All this knocking would have ruined my concentration and entirely spoiled my death scene. I should die like Seneca, with fine last speeches, or Socrates, though that would be harder since I don't have hemlock, but I do have a bathtub. No razor blades, though. I don't grow enough of a beard to need any. Just another sign that I'm only a stupid kid who should never have been permitted to take a role in the grown-up world. The door to his room opened and jammed against the locking bar. How outrageous! Who dared to use a passkey on his room? And not just a passkey. Someone had the tool that opened the locking bar, and now his door was wide open. Assassins! Well, let them kill me here in the bed. Facing them, not cowering in a corner, begging them not to shoot. Poor baby, said Mother. He's depressed, said Father. Don't make fun of him. I can't help but think of what Ender went through fighting the Formex almost every day for weeks, completely exhausted, and yet he always got up and fought again. Peter wanted to scream at her. How dare she compare what he had just gone through with Ender's legendary suffering? Ender never lost a battle. Did she think of that? And he had just lost a war. He was entitled to sleep. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Peter felt the whole mattress slide down the bed until he was awkwardly dumped onto the floor, banging his head against the frame of the bed springs. "Ow!" he cried. Wouldn't that make a noble last word to be recorded by posterity? How did the great Peter Wiggin, hegemon of Earth, and of course brother of Ender Wiggin, sainted savior, meet his end? He sustained a terrible head injury when his parents dragged him out of a hotel bed, the morning after his ignominious escape from his own compound, where not one person had threatened him in any way, and he had no evidence of any impending threat against his person. And what were his last words? A one-word sentence, fit to be engraved on his monument. Ow. I don't think we can get him into the shower without actually touching his sacred person," said Mother. I think you're right," said Father. "And if we touch him," said Mother, "there's a real possibility that we will be struck dead on the spot. Other people had mothers who were compassionate, tender, comforting, understanding. His mother was a sarcastic hag who clearly hated him and always had." "Ice bucket," said Father. "No ice, but it holds water." This was too stupid, the old throw water on the sleeping teenager trick. "Just go away. I'm getting up in a couple of minutes." "No," said Mother. "You're getting up now. Your father is filling the ice bucket. You can hear the water running." Okay, leave the room so I can take my clothes off and get in the shower. Or is this just a subterfuge so you can see me naked again? You've never let me forget how you used to change my diapers, so apparently that was a very important stage in your life." He was answered by having water dash in his face. Not a whole bucketful, but enough to soak his head and shoulders. "Sorry I didn't have time to fill it," said Father, "but when you started making crude sexual innuendos to my wife, I had to use whatever amount of water was at hand to shut you up before you said enough that I would have to beat your bratty little face in." Peter got up from the mattress on the floor and pulled off the shorts he slept in. Is this what you came in to see?" "Absolutely," said Father. You were wrong, Teresa. He does have balls. Not enough of them, apparently." Peter stalked between them and slammed the bathroom door behind him.